Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to beautiful Coolidge in Antigua and Barbuda. An early start here this morning at 9:45 is when play is set to get underway in this third day match between Barbados Pride and Guyana Harpy Eagles. 59 for 3, the overnight score for Barbados Pride. A quick look back at the wickets to fall. Zachary McCaskey, he went for 8. He was the first to go. Cheyenne Brathwaite on debut, he went for naught. And Craig Brathwaite, the captain, well, he was run out of 4-14. So a few problems, I guess, you might want to say for Barbados Pride, but the question is, how will things shape up here this morning? I've got Sean Devers alongside me. Sean, what's your assessment of how things went yesterday for Guyana and Barbados?
Well, it went very well for Guyana. Guyana would end the day ahead because of those 3 wickets, especially the wicket of Craig Brathwaite, because he played an upper shot. The ball just fell short of the mid-arm, and excellent work there from Ramon Reef for direct hit, and he was run out. That was the big blow.
Certainly a big blow there for the Barbados Pride side. Their captain would have been hoping to be here this morning. Well, he's not there. Out there, though, will be Raymond Reefer and Jonathan Drakes, the not-out batsmen for Barbados Pride. The umpires are Carl Tuckett and Zaid Basarath. And, of course, out there on the field now, the players for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and just doing a bit of a sprint through. Isaiah Thorne picked up 2 yesterday in what were very helpful conditions, and conditions still helpful here at Coolidge. Easy breezy, you might want to call them at the moment. Slightly overcast to get the day going. With a relatively new ball still in hand, he'll be hoping that he could pick up some more early wickets, Sean.
Both Smith and especially the 19-year-old Thorne bowled with lively pace on a flat track.
Yeah, certainly not just the pace, but I think the length was also important from Isaiah Thorne. And I think back to the wicket that he took of Cheyenne Brathwaite, where in a comparison I was making this morning between his lengths and the lengths of Jerry McAllister, he was a touch further. Yes, it was back of a length, but he was closer to what we might consider to be that 7-8 type meter mark, whereas Jerry McAllister was just a further back on the wicket. And if that same delivery was bowled to Cheyenne Brathwaite, would have had his hands much lower to the ball. But was a fantastic length that he bowled across his spell yesterday, Isaiah Thorne. He'll be hoping that he can replicate something similar to that here this morning.
But he's now from the other end. He bowled yesterday primarily, well, entirely from the airport end. He's now switched to the commentary box end. Let's see how he'll do on this side.
Yeah, play gets underway here now. 94 overs for today. Well, the thickest edge from the inside of Raymond Reefer's bat gets the first runs of the morning.
Yeah, good start there by Thorne. Full and straight, a little inward movement, and looking to hit it a lot straighter. It went down towards the backward square position. So, hard work for Barbados, especially in the first hour in these overcast conditions.
Yeah, leaves that one. Will be interesting to see how they go about it. Yeah, a lot of conversations always with regards to the first hour, technically the first 15 overs of the day, but I think that I will even look at it in a shorter stage in terms of the first 6, 7 or so, especially balancing it based on the fact of the surface that we're playing on at the moment. Should they be able to get through that first 6 or 7, be a little watchful under the conditions. I believe that after that, it should, in technicality, be relatively smooth sailing for them if I base it on what Guyana Harpy Eagles were able to do.
And we've got to look at when the spinners come on, because we've already seen the pitch keeping a bit low.
Yeah, that certainly will be a factor as well to be considered. Definitely was keeping low at the end of yesterday, and it certainly will only get much lower. However, in terms of the batting conditions outside of the occasional balls keeping low, I do think that the surface is still primed for runs here at Coolidge, and once again it just goes back to the ability to apply yourself out there. So we'll see whether or not they're able to do just that here on day number 3, the Barbados Pride.
If they manage to survive the first hour, it's going to be important how the 3 Guyana spinners operate.
Much straighter on that occasion. Forces him to play at that one. One of the more experienced batters here in this middle order, Raymond Reefer. Playing his first game of the first class season this year.
Comes from a family of 4 first-class players and a first-class umpire. Good pedigree. Good aggression shown there by the youngster, but it cost the Guyana team 1 run. It's nice to see the aggression and the hype shown by young Thorne, but he's almost a little childish in his mannerisms.
I wouldn't necessarily consider it to be that. You certainly want to see that fire, especially from a fast bowler.
I'm talking about his overall character.
That brings Jonathan Drakes on to strike now. And he, for me, is probably going to be one of the most important pieces of the puzzle in this Barbados Pride batting today. And the reason I say that is because of how he goes about his innings. First over the bowl of the day, my apologies, been bowled. It's 62 for 3.
So Guyana opting to start with Moti from the airport end instead of the 2 fast bowlers bowling in tandem. What are your thoughts on that?
It will be very interesting, especially given the conditions overhead. You probably wondered whether or not, or rather you probably might have expected them to start with both seamers here this morning. Probably seeing something out there and reckon that Moti is the man to pick up the wicket. After all, they are hunting for some early wickets here in this first session. Of course, a reminder that there are 94 overs to be bowled here today on day number 3.
So a long day. Enough time, if there is no interruptions for rain, for both teams to either Barbados get the score or Guyana bowl them out.
Smith.
And this is only the penultimate day. The entire last day is left tomorrow. Moti starts well.
Just sliding down the leg side. You wonder whether or not it was just a case of going down with the angle, or whether or not you're seeing what would be the first signs of turn from this surface.
Oh, yes, a straight.
It hasn't really turned
Go to
across the first 2 days. Now we've seen it. Jamel Warwick, not necessarily the biggest turn of the ball. Sami Pramal just bowled the 2 overs, and Sinclair Bust bowled the 6 yesterday.
And neither of the 3 that you called are big turners of the ball. Moti is the most prodigious turner of the spinners who have bowled so far in this match.
I mentioned that I think Jonathan Drakes might be one of the most important pieces in the puzzle for the Barbados Pride today, and it's simply because of how he approaches his batting, how positive he is. An innings which could be likened unto what Sinclair played yesterday, or what Kevin Anderson played on the first day, where, yes, they took a bit of time occasionally, especially at the start, but then flowed quite nicely and kept the score ticking over. And I think that Barbados Pride needs somebody like that today here on day number 3.
How good he is against spin bowling, Jonathan Drakes.
He's fantastic, both the pace and spin, this young man. From a coach's perspective, they might say he gets out a bit soft, and that is in quotation marks. Somebody like Jonathan Drakes.
That reminds me of Sir Carl Hooper. Classical batsman, elegant, but somehow or the other seems to get himself out when he's set. I know the Bajans love him. They call him Sir Carl. Got his first first class 100 there. That's maybe why. Stuck in their minds.
Persisting with just outside of that off jump to Drake's. At the end of the over, it's 63 for 3.
Thorne has taken 2 for 22 from 7 overs. He's bowled, both of the fast bowlers have bowled in short spells for Guyana so far. We've seen 2 overs from Pomal yesterday and 6, of course, from St. Clair.
Just a touch too wide on that particular occasion, but we've seen Raymond Reefer push, you might want to consider maybe 2 balls, 2 deliveries in the previous over from Isaiah Thorne. One took the inside edge of the bat, gave him his first run of the day. The other one just trickled back down the pitch. And funny enough, it's something that we've seen from Raymond Reefer occasionally, especially at the top of the innings, or rather the start of his innings. Just maybe pushing a little away from the body more often than he should.
Thorne in only his 5th first class match. He's got 20 wickets already. Just back from the West Indies on the 19th series. In fact, he was supposed to play in St. Kitts, but according to reports, CWI wanted him to rest a bit because of his age and the under 19 series and so on. So he had to wait until this round, and he's been brought into the team. And Smith also coming in, recovering from a hamstring injury.
Fantastic areas
Yeah.
from Isaiah Thorne. That is the length that I mentioned that he bowled yesterday. And that's why he made the comparison between the lengths that he's been hitting and Jerry McAllister, given the similar pace that they possess. Just a touch fuller than McAllister, and that's the area that's causing problems.
Struggled for his line in the first couple of overs, but then got it right. Was bowling too much down the leg side, but then when he got it right, it was really a superb spell yesterday. Got 2 wickets, I think, in 3 balls. Bowled really fast.
This one a no ball. No, I'm going to have to reload that one. This is the 3rd match that Isaiah Thorne is in fact playing here in this first class season. Picked up 2 in the first game that he played versus Leeward Islands, and then picked up 4 for 49 in the second innings versus the Academy to give him 6 wickets so far for this tournament, and they add the 2 from yesterday to make it 8.
But that was the reason he missed the first round, because he came back before the first round started, but the CWI wanted him to have a round of rest.
Operating with 2 slips, a gully, a man at a backward point. There's cover, and a man at a whitish mid-off, you would say, in the form of Modi. And somewhat allowing to know the areas that he's looking to bowl to Raymond Reefer. And I mentioned the fact that he kind of pushes away from the body, so possibly thinking that that could produce the wicket for them here, whether or not he's taken in that slip region.
At 32, Reefer is very experienced. He had his debut way back in 2011. In that time, he played for the CCC. Good delivery, good carry again to the keeper.
Yeah, signal now 1 for the over.
Then he went to Guyana, and that was where his first class career flourished, and he got into the West Indies team playing for Guyana. He played for the local club GCC, the Georgetown Cricket Club. spent a lot of time there. Now he's back in Barbados colours. Oh my.
Fended off the body of Reefer. The end of the over. It's 64 for 3.
That was well played in the end. Nice soft hands. That got up on him very quickly. Thorn is making this pitch look lively. But Andy Roberts said that the pitch has nothing to do with the pace of the bowler. The bowler has to bowl fast.
Yeah, he certainly is bowling fast out there. But once again, I go back to the fact that he's hitting the right areas. And that delivery somewhat similar in a way to what would have dismissed Cheyenne Brathwaite yesterday. Of course, the angle is a bit different.
Oh, yes.
The angle yesterday to Cheyenne Brathwaite brought the ball back into him. Didn't get his hands down fast enough.
Keep going, boys.
Angle going away from Raymond Reefer on that occasion, but there's a difference in how he played it.
Oh, yes, Moti.
So Randy Roberts came yesterday specifically to see Isaiah Thorn bowl, and he was very impressed. Saw him a few years ago when he was about 16, played his first World Cup in Guyana. And since then, he's been very impressed with Thorn.
Can't get that one through. Jonathan Drakes.
Moti, the tallest of the 3 Guyana spinners. Of course, Pomal, who bowls similar left arm spin, but a different style.
Oh, yes,
Bowls flatter and straighter. Attacks the stumps more. Moti is a more turn on flight of the ball. All 3 spinners come from the county of Berbice. Moti and Pomal come from Albion. That's in the quarantine.
Well, maiden over from Moti. It remains 64 for 3. There's going to be a change now of approach from Isaiah Thorn. He's going to come around the wicket, and this is where I was mentioning that difference in angle to the 2 batters. So yesterday, in terms of the delivery that dismissed Cheyenne Brathwaite, the angle would have been similar to what Raymond Reefer will be facing now with that ball probably just coming back in on the natural angle from the right-handed bowler into the body.
Thorn also from the county of Berbice. Good carry, but too wide. No pressure on the batsman on that occasion.
Yeah, we'll have to make that adjustment in terms of his line now. He's come around the wicket. Naturally, might want to start it just a bit closer to that off stump if there is to get a bit of movement away from Raymond Reefer. If not, that natural angle will carry the delivery back into the body of Raymond Reefer.
And Thorn has the ability to move the ball both ways laterally. As the sun breaks out back, that's a good sign. Oh my, a little stabbing shot there. Left him. The unpredictable bunks of this track is going to be the major concern for the Barbadian batters.
Yeah, it certainly will come into the question at some stage. So far for the morning, not seeing any signs of it, and I don't expect too early to see it just yet. Probably as we get on the other side of lunch, heading towards the close of play, ball a lot softer as well, and that will play an impact as well in terms of how the ball responds out to the surface.
Barbados still need 372 runs to get past Guyana's first innings score.
I mentioned the fact that he pushes at balls. This time, though, it falls quite safe, and that's going to be the first boundary of the morning.
Well, Reefer's innings today, if he scores a lot of runs. It's going to be very, very crucial to Barbados if they get close to Guyana's total. He's very experienced, the left-handed reefer.
Yeah, very experienced, but also slight predictability, and I mentioned it earlier today in terms of how he pushes at deliveries very early and the possibility of heading throughout that slip region. This time it falls safe for him. This time back tucked in, obviously the length a lot shorter on that particular occasion, but certainly presents early chances, does Raymond Reefer, because of how he approaches batting.
Reefer comes from an area in Barbados called St. Lucie. That's the most northern part of Barbados, right?
Yes, indeed, the very top of our little island, Barbados. Can't say I've taken too many trips to St. Lucie.
There's a beautiful ground there. I think in 2005, when Guyana last won the regional one-day tournament, Sarwan made a brilliant 100 there.
Now reinforcing that slip cordon. A man goes into third slips. Now 3 slips in a gully. And he goes short to Reefer. It'll be interesting because in terms of how Reefer goes at the ball, I might have probably considered putting a second gully in place because he goes quite hard at it, so it probably will be a very thickish edge more than likely. So I might have considered going with a second gully instead of having 3 slips and the gully.
But Reefer would know now that that's the last short ball that Thorn will bowl in the over. Well, he could bowl another one, but the umpire warns him that that's one for the over.
Pramal in the way of that one. The end of an over which produced 4 runs. It's 68 for 3.
Good to see a slight breeze coming up. The trees in the distance, the leaves moving, and that's good. Still slightly overcast, but no immediate threat of rain. Hopefully no threat of rain.
Yeah, where the rain came from yesterday. Looks a little cloudy, but no clouds that are too near to our position at the moment. Also looking at the flags blowing in the direction towards the Cricket West Indies headquarters tells us that we're relatively safe for the moment. 68 for 3
Smith, go there.
after resuming on 59 for 3. Barbados Pride.
Oh yes, go to Kish. Oh yes, go to Kish.
Encouragement there from especially the keeper.
Keep going, go there.
Interesting. A field set at the moment for Drakes, and mentioned the fact that he enjoys playing some shots. I'm going to hope that he contains himself.
Chandra
For a
Paul
bit.
at that extra cover position is very crucial. There's also a slip, a short third man, and a square cover, and a deep mid-off.
A loud appeal, but not out, says umpire Tuckett. Probably struck him outside of the off stump, or in fact might have gotten some bat onto that one. Yeah, looks to have
Got
a
the
thickish inside edge onto that one.
Oh yes, boy, you're leaving.
Yeah, but that man at what is the long off, probably about 5 steps off the boundary, is a very interesting one because they're probably expecting still that John Drakes might
play
look
the
to go a
uppish
little
off
aerial.
drive. Yeah.
Oh yes, go to Kish.
Flatter from Moti, speared in.
Boys, keep going, boys. Working, fellas. Keep working, boys. Keep working, boys.
Oh my! Did that hit the edge or it came off the pad? We'll see by the signal of the umpire.
Well, the signal
It's
leg
leg
buys by umpire Tuckett. And they can't believe that it wasn't given. A lot flatter from Moti. Goes onto the back foot and strikes him just outside of that off stump. The only thing saving Drakes on that particular occasion.
Keep going, boys. Keep going.
The ball was going away with the flipper.
Gets another moment
So
here.
I guarantee that ball was coming back in on the angle towards that off stump.
Run, Yoden.
That man at long off comes into play now. So a very interesting over comes to an end. It's 73 for 3. Drake's on an occasion probably went back to the delivery that he probably could have been coming forward to, especially given where it struck him on the pad below that knee roll. And certainly not a pitch that you will be looking for much bunks from the likes of the spinner. Survives it though. And now we'll be facing Isaiah Thorne. It's been Raymond Reefer that has done majority of the batting this morning to Thorne. And behind it nicely is Drake's. 2 slips and a gully in place for Drake. Still a Nandu under the helmet at short leg.
it's going to be interesting how long we see Thorne operating.
Clipped away nicely. Probably should get 2 for it. And they do. It's quite strong on the legs, Jonathan Drakes. In fact, in front of square, I think certainly are the areas that are his most productive scoring areas for Drakes.
Although he's from the county of Barbados, Thorne plays a second division cricket for a club called 4R in Georgetown.
A bit wayward. Definitely has to make that adjustment. As I mentioned, so far for the morning, he's been bowling majority of his deliveries, if not all, to Raymond Reefer. That line and length similar to what he would have been bowling to the left-handed batter. Even the delivery that was going towards the pads of Drakes in terms of that line is what he's been bowling to the left-hander. Yeah, could have possibly gotten 2 had he set off a lot harder. You heard Raymond Reefer running and saying, "Tell me, tell me." Drakes originally thought it would have just been 1.
So that single brings the left-handed Reefer back into strike. And at the beginning of your career, it could be a little problematic bowling to a left-hand, right-hand combination when you've not got the full experience.
Yeah, certainly quite a few fast bowlers, as you mentioned, quite also early in the career, even funny enough later in the career as well, struggle making those adjustments, especially when you get into what is a decent rhythm. I mentioned the fact that he's been on a trot right now at Raymond Reefer, having to make that adjustment. You saw him not necessarily lined it up where he wanted to for the right-handed batter. Not quite getting into stride there. 3 slips, a gully, a man at backward point. Cover. Pramal is at a short whitish mid-on. There's a man at short leg, and a man at what is a very wide and fine leg on the boundary. Over bowled for Thorne. It's 76 for 3.
Just let's tell you that at the end of day 2 in Trinidad and Tobago, the Windward Islands 191 and then 59 for 2, which means that they trail by 44 runs to Trinidad's 294 in that match 2 days gone. At the other ground in Trinidad, CCC making 273 and 76 for 3. They trail by 90 runs. Leeward Islands making 259.
Keep going.
In Jamaica, West Indies Academy getting a good score, 224, and Jamaica, they lead by 2 runs. They're 226 for 7. This could be some trouble here.
Well, that was a very close one.
Yeah, had Isaiah Thorne hit the stumps, umpire Tuckett would have had to make a decision there. We've seen the run out of Braffett, and we've seen now some indecision in the running between these two.
Yeah, it would have been gone.
Yeah.
Reefer had that one hit. You could almost understand in a way what he's thinking there, because in the same fashion that Thorne has been bowling on a trot to him, Moti has been bowling consistently to Drakes.
Oh yes, boy. Oh yes.
Might just want to relieve a bit of that pressure. We saw it happen in the previous over where you had that inside edge onto the pad, then one strike him just outside the off stump on the pads. Might want to present Moti with a different contest. A contest which technically would favour Reefer in that matchup, being left-handed batter to left-arm spinner.
Oh yes, go to catch.
The problem with a lot of the young West Indian batsmen is if you bowl a succession of dot balls, they want to score, and many times they play a shot that's not needed, a reckless shot.
Oh!
Well, the end of another maiden over from Moti. It remains 76 for 3.
Well, I also want to say good morning to Red Sporera, the Guyanese born who's now living in St. Lucia with his lovely wife Zandra. On Wednesday, he was honored by the OECS for his work on the OECS sports desk from 1984 to 1996. And we are hoping that the powers that be in Guyana name the Providence Media Center after Red Spurrier.
Morning, Mally.
Good morning, Vernon. Good morning, everyone.
Exciting times ahead. Very much impressed with the start of Isaiah Thorne this morning, who's now been replaced by Niall Smith, not for 14 from his 5.
Yeah, and how conditions have changed from, the first day and a half. Ever since that rain delay, overhead conditions have really changed here at the CCG. It's become more cloudy, more overcast, more beneficial for the fast bowlers. Oh, not quite a chance, really. It's hit him at short leg.
But it's also a no ball.
And a no ball. Goes away for 4.
Yeah.
So not the best start here to his spell for Niall Smith.
And first up, coming around the wicket, it's going to be a real challenge. Yeah, we thought that he would relax himself, especially coming back from injury and come over the wicket and not around.
Especially to the left-handed reefer, as Joel was saying, has that tendency to just push at the balls outside that off stump. You want to use the natural angle to go across him. You've got two slips and a gully. Previously, when Thorne was bowling from this media centre end, he had 4 slips and a gully.
I think they missed a trick, Mally. You prefer for reefer, you need 2 gullies because he plays the ball square.
Yeah, one a little deeper as well.
Partnership is 32 from 88.
But
Smith, although it's really not got into his rhythm when we first saw him, and that would be something that would be in his mind coming back from injury. Don't want to go too hard, and that's what I liked this morning from what I saw from Isaiah Thorne. He didn't gallop one time. He took his time, looked at the conditions, and he landed the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, he's far more accurate to begin with here this morning, Isaiah Thorne. Probably just started bowling within himself. Conditions not too hot here. It's really cooled down. But this is what Reefer does. He's quite a plucky cricketer, isn't he?
Yes.
Just when Barbados need a partnership alongside Jonathan Drakes, who hasn't done too much scoring here this morning.
But if we look at the success of the franchises in the Caribbean, you'll have to put Raymond Reefer top of that success chart. Because had the original arrangement been available, Reefer would not have got into a full Barbados team when he went to play most of his cricket in Guyana.
Yeah, and we've seen that permeate throughout the limited overs game as well in the CPL, Super 50. A bit of a journeyman, really, in the Caribbean.
Of course.
Raymond Reefer.
You could only look at even Asad Fudderdin, who went to Jamaica. There was a success story there. And Kuma Bono, who came from Jamaica to the Leeward Islands. Devon Thomas, from the Leewards to Jamaica. Big Jason just reminding us about Kyle Hope. So
we're seeing O'Shane Thomas sort of rebuilding his career now back in the Leewards.
You got Hayden Walsh. I think Hayden Walsh has been more successful as well too, playing for the Barbados Pride.
I think the free movement around the territories has definitely helped.
Catch him.
Right there.
Catch him.
Just as you said, just as Joel said, just as Vernon said, that tendency to push outside the off stump comes back to haunt Raymond Reefer. And Niall Smith, his first wicket in 2024. Brilliant comeback for the young man.
And it's almost like a shot, Mally, where Raymond wants to drive and almost wants to leave, because if you get there, then you got to look to hit the ball. There's no sense pushing at it. If the ball is that wide, then you got to go hard.
I think the fact of the matter is it wasn't quite there for the drive, was it? And he still managed to go through the hands at it.
Let me see that again, Jason.
Very thick edge.
To support what Mally is saying, I just wanted to see where his right foot was in terms of his approach.
Let's have a look. Ball's already bouncing on the way up as he's playing the stroke, and also he doesn't have the biggest stride, does he, Raymond Reefer?
But he wasn't balanced either. And as you rightly said, because of that, he was overbalanced, overcompensating himself there. And it's something which I'm sure he keeps kicking himself about. Because looking at his guard right there, Mally, he sort of looked like he was trying to bat off stump to cover.
It was a bit wide as well.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
seeing that, the replay. Lured into playing a bit too wide. We saw that yesterday as well when Kevin Sinclair was bowling to him from this media centre end. At times, just having a tendency to defend a bit too wide outside that off stump, or defend a bit too square.
Talking about Kevin Sinclair, as far as Tevin Imla this morning, I would have started with Sinclair from the CIA Road end. And, just hold back Moti and Vasami Pomal for a little later in the day, because what actually happens is that Sinclair tends to hone at the pads. And you could look and see that Drakes is not comfortable. Drakes is almost not getting a big stride out, and Reefer himself was struggling. But they've got the breakthrough, and the big man himself, Jason Holder, steps out.
Yeah, Big Jace comes to the crease. Barbados in a spot above the 81 for 4 now.
I think it's going to have to be a rebuilding time for this Barbados team. Here is it. And because his head moved, rather than looking to play the ball up the V, his head was looking to go square rather than up in front of him. He might have to maybe just look at his grip of holding the bat.
Picked up 2 for 52 to Jason Holder in that Guyana first innings.
Yeah. Barbados trailed by 355 runs.
Just seemed to be having a few issues in terms of his
Shot.
That's sweet. Something we've grown accustomed to see from Jason Holder. All timing there from the big man. Beautiful extra cover drive.
And he's got long levers, so he can afford to really just, his bat speed comes through nicely. Good balance. A good positive shot to get off the mark, Jason Holder.
Yeah, just seemed to be having a few issues over the first 2 days in terms of his body. You'd expect that, probably having someone who wouldn't have played too much red ball cricket for a while. He's been on the T20 circuit.
And maybe could struggle to get back into the test team.
Depends on his performances here. We all know what he can bring to the table. I think an in-form Jason Holder definitely makes the West Indies a tougher proposition, makes them a better team.
Yes.
Just would like to see Morty just slow it down. Put a silly point in front of Jonathan Drake's. Make him look left, look right. Put some pressure on him. Get a bat pad.
Oh, yes, Nanu.
He tends to go hard at the ball, really.
As he said, doesn't have the biggest stride, does he?
Boys, keep going,
Not the most
boys.
confident in that front foot defense to the spinners.
You're gonna go to Kish.
Or doesn't give you that sense at the moment.
Oh, just over.
That's a good leave.
I think that's one of the reasons why,
Going,
when
going
you look
to
at Barbados' cricket, that's why people like Winston Reid and company would have dominated over the years in Barbados cricket. Picked up so many wickets because there was just consistency.
Stop it yourself. Good
Still
work,
pretty
Bala,
good
work,
batting
boys.
conditions here.
Oh,
Yesterday we started to see
work,
maybe a
Stephen, good
little
work,
bit inconsistent bounce in terms of the ball just shooting through a little low. But I think what would have happened with that rain delay probably would have just freshened up this wicket a little bit, Vernon.
Oh, yes.
The good thing about it, Mali, everywhere around the world you always have that. The ball will tend to hit an area, the seam.
Nothing extravagant.
Nothing extravagant. This has been a good cricket wicket. You only got to see. Ghana scored over 400. It's a grind.
Stop it, Nalo, Nalo.
You've got to get the angles right. Tevin Imla has got to get his angles right. And maybe he doesn't need to have Torn in that area. So maybe for Sami Pumal, because you got Ali Muhammad and Torn. You got two of your slower fielders. You want to get some more alertness there. There's no Perez in this final 11. But that area you want to make sure that you're tight as possible.
Yeah, probably for the first time this morning we saw some expert footwork from Jonathan Drake's. Not quite a short delivery, but he was very fleet-footed to get back, use the depth of the crease.
Yeah, that's
He's
his strong
very
area.
strong square of the wicket, isn't he?
Yes, that's his area.
Yeah.
In fact, most players from Barbados, because of what they grew up on.
Quicker bouncy pitches
Oh, yes.
tend to have to play those horizontal
Horizontal
shots.
Barbados trailed by 347 runs. And batting with a Jason Holder would be a real experience for him. And this round of matches, Mali, has been very, very, very competitive. From the combined campuses and colleges, the West Indies Academy. I think this is what you want to see happening. Some of these guys, it's catch, he's gone! Holder! A nothing shot! He was neither forward nor back. It was like a opening morning catching practice, and Kevlin Anderson cups that easily. Holder goes for 4.
Yeah, now Smith picking up his second, the big fish. Jason Holder, former West Indies captain, as you said, just hanging that bat outside that off stump. A bit reminiscent of slip catching that we would see, slip catching practice that we would see here in the mornings there from Jason Holder. No real conviction in that stroke. He departs. Trouble for the Barbados Pride. Halfway through are the Harpy Eagles. 5 down now for 89.
Dorish walks out under immense pressure with Jonathan Drake fighting for Barbados, 28 off 86. But you can't underestimate this Barbados team. They've got some fight still, and Dorish could turn the game around. But the mood the Guyana attack is in, they'll feel that they want to dismiss the Barbados team.
Yeah, as we see that wicket again, as we just saw, that delivery once again, quite a fair way outside that off stump. Jason Holder, facing his 3rd delivery? Could have easily just allowed that to go through to the wicket keeper. Raymond Reefer as well. Could have allowed his delivery to just go through to the wicket keeper.
A little overcast here, Mali, this morning. A good ploy by Tevin Imlat to have seam from one end and spin from the CIU road end. So at least they've understood the script. Somebody got the memo.
Yeah, and it's something we've seen here at the CCG over the past couple of seasons, especially from the media centre end. Balls just tend to bounce more, maybe just a bit more pace.
Remember, we could go back to Johan Lane for the West Indies Academy.
And he's Pfeiffer here in the Headley Weeks Tri-Series.
Yeah.
Think back to Jair McAllister as well.
Yeah.
Here, was it against Jamaica last season?
It's understanding, and also the captain's going to have to understand, Mary. The bowlers are going to have to be patient. This is a 4-day game. It's not a 1-day game. So there is no sense in trying to switch from over to around. You have to build pressure. You have to learn that.
It's been a good comeback here for Niall Smith, as you said. He's had his injury issues, but he's looking quite fit, in my opinion. I think he looked a little heavy in the Headley Weeks last time I would have seen him.
He did.
Struggled for a bit of rhythm. Once again, Darich almost just hanging that bat outside that off stump.
And they've got Torn in a very business-like position there. Very busy area.
That area in which Niall Smith is operating, they call that the first-class area. Top of off more often than not. Not really looking to do anything special, extravagant. Not trying to bowl magic deliveries.
I don't like where Nando is, Mali. Just think he's real
Far
far.
too deep. Far too deep. Almost at a forward square leg.
Ooh.
That one just going through.
Yeah. And I think
one bounce to the wicket keeper.
when you look at Craig Brathwaite batting yesterday, and some of the Barbadian players in the hut, they would be looking and saying, well, hey, our captain didn't look himself yesterday, especially when the ball was short. This will be going to the mind now of Shane Dorish.
Yeah, especially just seeing that one scuttle through as well. Only faced 2 deliveries.
Yeah.
Very new to the crease. Team in trouble. Still a long, long way behind. Trailed by 347 to the Barbados Pride.
Scoreboard pressure, Mali.
I think they'll be thinking about avoiding the follow-on. First and foremost, actually, just putting together a partnership.
It's going to be interesting. I would like to see some pressure from Moti. Get a silly point in front of Drake's silly point. Maybe even a leg slip. Got the short leg already. Got to seize that moment. Can't ease the pressure up. Make him think.
Because to be fair, I think when the Harpy Eagles batted, they would have worn down the Barbados Pride bowling attack over time. Tej Chandapal, 145 deliveries for his 40. Nandu, 72 for his 28. Then you think back to Imlak, 162 deliveries for his 55. And I think that's where the Guyana Harpy Eagles really capitalized later on, middle to lower order. Kevlin Anderson, 87. And Sinclair, 72.
Zaid Bassarat just signaling 1 per over. I want to see this change in our West Indies Championship where, our fast bowlers can bowl at least 2 bumpers. It's our championship. We control it. We sort of help with the batsmen.
And it's fair to say that the Harpy Eagles probably have had the better of bowling conditions here in this match. Barbados winning the toss and inserting Guyana on day 1.
Cardinals in.
It's really come back to haunt them so far.
So, the big man Niall Smith completes his 7th over, 2 for 24 so far. Isaiah Thorne 2 for 30 from his 10. Those are the wicket takers. And Sinclair, a little bit unlucky last evening.
And you mentioned Captain Craig Brathwaite. They would have really been banking on him, at least to see them through to Stumps yesterday on day 2, the evening of day 2.
But the brilliance of that young man,
Raymond
Perez.
Perez, we saw him in the previous match. He's not playing in the 11. He's left out here against Barbados. But previously we saw him an absolute live wire in the field. The amount of runs he saved. He puts his body on the line. He's not afraid to have a dive.
It's the first player that I've seen that put the helmet on. Don't
Even
take it
out
off.
in the outfield, yeah.
Moti, you gotta get a silly point in front of Drake's. Gotta build that pressure.
Oh yes, oh yes.
He goes hard at the ball, so you just never know. It's a mind game. It's all in the mind.
I think it's Dowrich on strike now.
Yeah, for both of them.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Dowrich new to the crease.
Gotta put that pressure on.
Oh,
That's a loose shot by Dorish. Trying to go square.
It's a shot he likes to play, probably a bit too early in his innings here, though. Misread that length slightly. Probably should have been looking to come forward.
That's why you need the silly point.
Oh yes, go to Kish. Working boys,
Need that silly point. Imla has to wake up. He has to find that fielder, get him into that position, keep the pressure on.
I think that's the pace in which Moti has to operate more often than not. Maybe just a bit guilty here this morning of bowling a bit too quick.
Ghana has to understand they're on top, Mali. 90 for 5. They have to understand. They have to believe.
Just there again.
Yeah.
Right on the money.
Get that silly point in. Get that silly point in.
No real assistance for him, though, in terms of turn, bounce. So he's really just trying to bowl in between wicket and wicket. Gone quicker there. Just pull down slightly. Dowrich doesn't capitalize.
Made over by Moti.
Yes. Pressure's on for the Barbados pride.
Don't know what you think, Mali, but we've been here and we've been covering some games, even at Saviv and Coolidge. The captains are reluctant to put somebody in front.
Yeah,
or if they do, they bring the short leg over and they leave the leg side. I mean, you came up in an era where you had to bat because everybody was around your bat.
Yeah, even when you're on, we've seen when teams have been on top, like in this situation, still very reluctant to have 2 close fielders in. Not quite sure why. The psychological effect, as someone who would have played the game, the psychological effect that would have on a batter, especially being in the eye line.
Yeah,
especially for a shot that almost would seem like automatic, but now you'd start thinking about it.
Yes.
And that's what you want to do. A very routine shot like a forward defensive. It just forces the batter to think about it more. And when a batter starts thinking, that's where he at times gets into trouble.
And it's all in the mind, Mali, because you have to play mind games.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to play mind games because when you have your short leg and your silly point, there's a lot of chatter that is going to be taking place.
And it's a mental fight as well. It's a mental war going on out there, not just physical.
We saw what happened when Raymond Reefer outfoxed Kevlin Anderson, lost his focus, lost his shape, missed out on a big 100.
think it was Kamara Roach that was the beneficiary of that wicket in the end, wasn't it? Who ended up nicking off?
Or Jason Holder.
Could have been Jason. Actually, it was Jason Holder.
Jason Holder. 91 for 5.
No, I was right. It was
Kamara
Kamara
Roach.
Roach.
Thank you. Sorry, my bad, Mal.
Mm.
But it was a spell from Roach and Jason Holder with the new ball that started that, as we would say, that slide. First Savory. No, first Imla. Tired, real slow bumper.
All mental lapses when you replay them. That's a good delivery.
Too
Hard
easy.
length.
Too easy.
Yeah, can't allow him to just
Too easy.
get off strike there. It's a very good delivery that from Niall Smith.
Too easy. Got to be pouncing in there. Chandapal, he was caught on his heels there. And the trick about up here, Mali, is that you also have to be careful. Now, those are tracks which are being used here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, which means that you got to get in a lot more quicker. You know, you can't wait. If you're caught on your heels, you're going to be in problem.
Good running there in the end.
Yeah. Imla, they got to keep the pressure. Guyana has to believe. They have to understand. They have to read the context to understand. They are on top.
And they need more of that low-risk scoring at this stage. It's gone short. Quite surprised he hasn't gone short a bit earlier, to be fair, with Shane Dowrich at the crease.
Yeah.
You know, he's had his problems with the short delivery.
But if he's going to go short, then Nandu is in no position to catch anything.
He's better off being in a leg slip position. Almost.
I'm kind of amused. If Nandu's going to be in with the helmet there, then we might as well forget about that position.
He seems to be getting deeper as well.
And deeper.
Yeah.
And he's a good feeler there. So it's not like he cannot feel. He's taking some good catches there.
He started on the first strip. And now he's closer and closer to the umpire there at square leg. Wide. Cut away in front on the offside by Shane Dowrich. His first boundary. That's his area though, Vernon. Loves a bit of width.
Yeah, most of the players from Barbados tend to go there.
As he said earlier, yeah.
Want to get them, leave that cover area. If you got two slips in a gully, that's an area that you want to work on. You want to get them to come forward, get them to drive.
Such an interesting case, isn't he, Shane Dowrich? What a 12 months or so he's had, being recalled to the West Indies team and then announcing his international retirement not too long after that. And then he's here for the Barbados Pride in the 4-day championships. Bit of a conundrum, really. Shane Dowrich. No one really questions his ability. At one point, he was one of the leading wicketkeeper batsmen in Test cricket over a 2, 3, 4 year period.
But in life, Mali, sometimes you have to get support systems around players. And I'm hoping going forward, I see a lot of people stepping up with Shamar Joseph, but he has to be handled, so that he can focus. It was a great welcome for him in India. I saw that. I saw somebody sent me something from India. So he's really going to be a spotlight. We've got 11 IPL players in India.
He's a star, that's for sure.
Oh, for sure. I call him Joseph the Deliverer.
It's good delivery again, honing in on that off stump was Niall Smith. He's been good here this morning. 2 for 30 from his 8.
Yeah, 32 overs bowled. Guyana, they have to believe. Tevin Imla has to motivate it. He's got to look around. He's got to find a way to figure out, where am I going to get wickets? Don't just believe that the Barbadian batsmen are going to give you the wicket. You've got to create that pressure. Yeah. You've got 5 here, 96 for 5. Should be thinking about, before lunch, trying to bowl Barbados out.
Definitely. Definitely in the ascendancy are the Harpy Eagles. And what I like about what Niall Smith has done, he hasn't looked to bowl too quick, has he?
You like this move? They've gone for Thorne from the CIU road end.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all.
Okay.
Especially at 96 for 5.
I know you're one of the better captains in the Leeward Islands. That's why I asked you that.
He had a bit of a burst earlier. He's obviously a young man. Wants a bit of a run down the hill there from the media center. If he can get it right here, it could be quite a hostile spell.
And we saw what happened when he bowled from that end in the second innings against the West Indies Academy. And Becky Joseph, he christened him very early.
I'm not sure. We haven't seen Mbeki in this round. Probably still feeling the after effects
He's still recovering.
of that blow.
I like how he started. Let's see how he'll start from the CIA Road end. Ooh, that had some zip on it, Marley.
Yes,
and a little bit uncertainty there from Drakes. He really didn't get across. He sort of walked across his crease. Didn't get back and across deep into the crease. But he played it nicely with soft hands.
Yeah, it seems like Young Thorn is going to charge in here. This spell. Good start. Back of a length.
But
Rising delivery. Well played in the end, though.
Of course.
Kept down.
Please, somebody, get Nando to get closer. If the ball hustles up, Nando is going to struggle to catch that ball.
His area.
Yeah.
Square of the wicket once again. Bit too short from Thorn.
Yeah.
Actually, Drake's just stood tall. Quite regal in
That-
executing that shot.
That is his area.
Yep. Beautiful shot. Quick hands.
That's what he's looking for.
Likes pace, as we said. Seems to like to play those horizontal shots. Square of the wicket. We haven't seen him pull out the pull, but the cut in particular.
Which means that Ali Mohammed has to get a little squarer and deeper, give himself some room.
That's a name we haven't heard in a little while. Ali Mohammed hasn't been trusted with the ball just yet in this innings.
I don't think he'll bowl in this game.
I think he'll have to. Well, depends on how we get on here. 100 for 5.
You just never know. That's the area.
And we were debating bowling all-rounders, batting all-rounders yesterday, Sean and myself. I was wondering what you'd class Ali Mohammed, bowling all-rounder, batting all-rounder?
Batting all-rounder.
Batting all-rounder.
Yeah. Based on what I would have seen, he didn't get off against Barbados, but against the academy, he showed his capability that he can hit the ball funny. But it depends on which area you bowl him in. So that's another thing. But pretty unorthodox. Right now, Kevin Imler has to believe.
Picked up a 5 against the leeward.
That's what I'm saying to you. Barbados 100 for 5. Clipped beautifully. Just use the pace. We won't get 4. We'll get a couple of runs here. Motis after it. Gonna slow things down. See, Mali, this is my challenge. Gotta run everything.
Yeah, very composed, isn't he,
Yeah.
Jonathan Drakes?
39 from 93, so he's done the hard yards, but it's not over by a long shot yet.
Yeah, still a lot of batting for the young man to do.
And he maybe needs to try and cement his place in this Barbados team with a Kevin Wickham coming back for the next round of games.
Yeah, pressure. Pressure on for places, competition for places, exactly what you want to see. Around the territories, around the franchises.
Make it competitive. Oh, Torn, dead ball, just didn't get his rhythm right.
Probably just lost his balance there.
Yeah.
On delivery stride.
I would like Permal to come straight to Mali. Chandapal to just give himself some room and just close off that area, leaving that cover area slightly. Torn looks like he's injured.
I think he's probably pulled up there.
Yeah, looks so. The physio is coming out.
Is it his knee?
Looks like his knee. Like maybe he
Knee
jarred it.
jarred.
Yeah, maybe. Jason, let's see if you could just show us that delivery there from.
We know
From
he's had a few ankle injuries.
Yeah, so maybe he might have
Issues.
just jarred it there.
In recent weeks. Heavily taped left ankle.
Yeah. Jason is gonna pull up and see if he can be able to motivate him. Looks like he's saying that he kind of slid a little bit as he's showing the physio, like it just the boots maybe, and he landed.
Probably just slipped slightly, lost his alignment and twinged
His shoulder.
something in his shoulder there, muscle.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to take drinks though.
Yeah. So, folks, if you're wondering what's happening, Jason, let's look at it, Mali.
Yeah. Probably just slipped slightly
yeah.
on delivery.
Yeah,
Young Isaiah Thorne, big strong lad, isn't he?
yeah, he is. Beautiful work, Jason.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Up.
You see that again.
And
Yeah,
he
probably.
didn't have a solid. He collapsed. His left foot was sort of braced. It wasn't braced enough. It sort of collapsed in it. But we hope that he will be okay. So, folks, if you're just wondering what's happening, Barbados have lost 2 important wickets this morning, 102 for 5. We will take a break here, and when we come back, you'll have the voice of Joel Manning and Sean Devers.
We took the drinks break a little earlier than was scheduled because of that pull up from Isaiah Thorne. So he's still got 2 deliveries left to finish this over. Hopefully there's no real damage done to him. Still see him flexing that knee. And there you just see it. 2 deliveries left in this Thorne over. Let go there by Drakes. So far it's been a fantastic morning for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, picking up those 2 wickets, Raymond Reefer and Jason Holder.
Good morning to you once again, wherever you are, especially in Barbados and Guyana.
And he's
Thorne
had to pull up
again pulls up.
again. Definitely not feeling comfortable at the moment is Isaiah Thorne.
Maybe after the over he can go off and get a little treatment and rest and then come back later.
Yeah, expressing a slight issue there.
Because he's
with
going
where
to be...
he's landing at the moment.
Yes,
Yeah,
because
just
he's
pulling
going to
out
be...
there.
Yes, because he's going to be needed in the second innings. Barbados need to get 286 to avoid the follow-on. They're now 102 for 5.
No ball. He's going to have to bowl one more here. Something I don't think his body wants to do at the moment. Not looking the most comfortable right now is Isaiah Thorne.
He's in his 11th over, 2 for 37 so far, and this is only his 5th first-class match. So, young man, 19 years old, future ahead of him.
That now brings us to the end of that Thorne over. It's 103 for 5.
Yeah, reminding you, 94 overs has to be bowled in the day. Thorne looking to join some illustrious fast bowlers who've played Test cricket for Guyana. Starting with John Trim back in the days, Croft, Colin Croft, Ryan King, Colin Stewart, Brandon Bess, Kimo Paul, and the sensational Shamar Joseph, who is arrived in India yesterday for the IPL and has been named as one of the ambassadors for Guyana, sports ambassadors for Guyana by the Guyana Tourism Authority. So a lot of work for Shamar Joseph to do on and off the field.
Comes off the inner portion, at the bat of Shane Dowrich. But looking in a good area, because what we've seen on this surface is that you certainly need to be playing in front of square.
And Dowrich loves to play horizontal bat shots, especially the cuts.
Yeah, especially to the spinners. I would have seen it a couple overs ago. Whenever looking to go back row square, might find yourself in a bit of a problem, especially given the fact that you can't necessarily trust the bunks on this surface. Uppish, but safe from Dowrich. Will find its way into the boundary.
Yeah, a bit in the air, but no threat of being caught. It was well away from any fielder, and it rushed across the ground. Very fast outfield still, even though he had some slight rain yesterday and a lot more heavier last night. The ground looks lush green, well manicured.
Yeah, looking to make a slight change in the field is Nell Smith. Asking Isaiah Thorne to be a lot deeper and a lot more backward now at point. Dowrich reaching for that one, going hard as well.
But you don't want to have Thorne feeling in that position. He should be like at mid-off or mid-on or long leg. That's a high activity position, especially when a batter like Dowrich is batting.
For those wondering why, I might have mentioned the fact that might be better to be looking to play the ball in front of square on a surface like this is because you present more of the bat face to the delivery.
Even if the ball is short, you can punch it instead of cutting it, off the spinners especially, because you could easily get it on the edge and get bowled, played on.
A very
Nice shot.
convincing drive
Lovely shot.
from Dowrich. That's now 2
Excellent.
boundaries in the over.
And that was the more convincing of the two, by far. Lovely shot from Shane Dowrich. He could be the man between Guyana getting an innings defeat or inflicting an innings defeat on Barbados and Barbados earning a draw.
It's very interesting. I just wonder if you have a crystal ball because you've gone to something as far as an innings defeat.
No,
Oh.
that's a possibility. Anything is a possibility. And at this point, if he goes, a no ball called, if he goes, then only Drakes would be left. And if they get bowled out before the follow-on target, then there's a possibility that there could be an innings defeat. That's what Guyana is hoping for with the big first innings tour, to bowl Barbados out twice. But it's not going to be easy on this pitch, especially we don't expect Braffett to fail twice in one match. But that's all conjecture. What's reality is what's in front of us.
Not many people might agree in terms of the statement you made in terms of Shane Dowrich being the key here in terms of the Barbados Pride. But in fact, I'll take you back to something that I mentioned this morning. And I think that Jonathan Drakes actually is that person. Yes, in name and stature and stats, he doesn't appear as the man that will stand between them. But just given what many know about him back home in Barbados and the reason why he's been picked in his side, I think he possesses the ability to be that key factor. And thus far for the morning, he's certainly shown bright in terms of how he's approached his innings, and should he be able to carry it on, it definitely should be a solid knock for him. And I think he, to me, is the key here in this Barbados Pride innings.
Well, he's got 35 already.
Whipped away nicely by Dowrich. This will make it 3 boundaries in the over. Brings us to the end of it. Is 116 for 5.
Lovely shot there. On top of it, rolled the wrist and hit it down towards the boundary for 4. So he's beginning to be more confident as his innings is progressing. And I still think that he would be the one. And because of his experience and his batting against especially spin bowling, he likes to sweep. So in my opinion, he would be the one to take Barbados safely home if they get there. But certainly Drakes looks very good.
Well, it's going to be for Sammy Pramal to take up the attack to replace Isaiah Thorne.
A bowler who bowls very flat and wicket to wicket. That's his strength. Consistent line. And on a pitch like this, if you bowl a little flatter trajectory and straight, if the batsman miss, then you hit or you get out LBW.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
Certainly will be a task here now, facing the experienced Pramal.
Shit. Shots. Only 2 alone.
Works that one into the leg side. Just looking at how Thorne is running after that one. Looks a little better for him. And as soon as I say that, he's now asking. In fact, no, I thought when I saw the signal from umpire Basarath that he might have been asking for a sub. But looks to be running a little better, Thorne.
Thorne will stay on the field, even if it's for youthful exuberance.
Oh!
Got to be careful playing across the ball though.
Yeah, Just go back to mention the fact that you certainly have to be looking to be going in front of square towards that mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover region.
Pamal very experienced in his 141st first class game, looking to sweep.
Keep going ledge, keep going ledge, keep going ledge.
Dowridge loves to sweep against the spinners. But this is an experienced campaigner in Pamal.
Lofted and lovely from Dowridge. Another boundary to his tally.
Yeah, lovely shot. This is his 4th boundary in 2 overs now.
Adding a bit of impetus to the innings is Shane Dowridge, getting things moving along.
Firm out, keep going firm out.
Certainly very important for the Barbados Pride. Take the partnership now into the 30s.
Nice use of his feet there. You rarely see batters using their feet in these modern days. But that was a good shot. Used his feet, got to the pitch and stroked it towards deep mid-off. And also rotated the strike. So Pamal now has got to bowl to Drakes, a different batter. Good, intelligent cricket from Barbados.
Oh!
Well, that's the end of that Pamal over. 6 runs from it. It's 1-2-2 for 5.
Shane Dowridge has quickly gone up to 22 from just 26 balls. While Drakes is still there, batting very solidly, faced 98 balls, and he's got 36. Sinclair now comes into the attack. Pamal with 9 test matches. Probably could have played more. Got 31 wickets in those 9 test matches. And of course has been phenomenal in his first class career. Said he's in his 141st first class match. He's already got 616 first class wickets.
So left arm spin from one end. Right arm off breaks from the other.
Not a prodigious turner of the ball, Sinclair. Banks more on the ball going away from the right-hander. But when he flights the ball, when he bowls slow, gives the ball more revs. Gets it to turn slightly more than when he pushes it through and bowls a flat trajectory.
Well, Dowridge is on the charge, and this time he clears the ropes. He's really come out with a mission,
So he's
Shane
dealing
Dowridge.
he's dealing in boundaries recently. He's taking the attack, counter-attacking the Guyana bowlers. And that's good. You just can't block and bat time. You've got to score runs.
Prompts a change in the field now. Long on goes back onto the boundary.
Very experienced also, Shane Dowridge. 400s at the test level, which means he can bat. And of course 8 and 35th in first class cricket.
Work now to that man at long on. 7 runs from the Sinclair over. So 129 for 5.
And the problem with Barbados in this innings, they've lost wickets in quick succession. 22 and 22, and then they lost 2 in the 80s. Now these two have got to rebuild. And they're doing a fairly good job so far. Dowridge, the aggressor, and Drake, the more circumspect of the two. 129, still a long way away from 286. And half of the team is back in the pavilion.
Back on. Good bowling, good bowling. Over here. Good bowling, Ledger. One room.
And your best shot can also be your weakness.
Good work, good work, good work, good work.
Because when you see the ball short, your instinct is to cut.
Keep going, boys, keep going, boys.
And as you said, on a pitch like this, that's a dangerous shot. The ball could keep low.
Hey, boy. Don't let it get two.
Nice shot.
Consideration for 2. But can't. Storm is quickly onto that one. Yeah, just looking at the shirt of Carl Tuckett tells me that the breeze is picking up right here. Coolidge, things starting to just get a bit more grey here as we look towards that eastern side. A couple clouds building up again. Hopefully no interruptions here today. We had an interruption of roughly about 40 minutes or so yesterday due to rain.
Oh, yes, Sonny. Bowling, Ledger. Loving a leave, loving a leave. Oh boy!
Yeah, that one's coming back on to the pads of Drake's. Got the bat down in time though. It's been relatively quiet over here for Pamal. Just the 1 run from it so far.
Oh yes! Good work, Brady!
And good work means that they're unable to get that single. The end of that Pamal over. It's 130 for 5. Since the fall of that holder wicket, you can say there's been a decent passage of play for Barbados Pride. Obviously still in what are relatively dangerous waters given the mammoth first innings total of Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, certainly these two have come together and they've batted sensibly. And the running has been reasonably good so far. Good period now for Barbados. But they've got to press on. Build on starts. You had a big partnership. That was what Guyana did. Had partnerships. Several good partnerships. And that's been the problem so far with Barbados. They've lost 2 quick wickets and then another 2. And that run out of Braffett was really crucial to them.
Now, they weren't able to see it on the screen. In fact, you can see now the conversion of Tajan Shanapal and Pamal for that delivery. So, previous delivery, Pamal was actually behind square at square leg, and there was a deep mid wicket in place. They've now made a change. Now asked Pamal to come in front of square and put the deep mid wicket back towards a deep backward square leg. So opening up the leg side in terms of that behind square shot, which is the more dangerous shot to play. So I'm going to ask Dowridge, if you're looking for runs, you have to go to the more difficult shot to play. Gets back and cuts that one.
And gets another boundary.
A great use of the crease on that occasion from Dowridge. Got very deep into the crease, allowed him to play that shot.
Yeah, gave himself room and then slapped it away. 2 covers for 4. And playing against the turn of Sinclair, which is not much turn.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
against what turn? But yeah, certainly it's a fantastic shot from Dowrich. He's looked good so far for the morning, but looking good is not going to be enough for Barbados. Need to carry it on.
He's gone 2 away from Drake's, catching up very quickly.
Overbowled by Sinclair. 4 runs from it. It's 134 for 5. Looking at how things have gone so far for the day, Sean, do you think that there's been a big difference between the bowling approach of Barbados Pride that we saw over the first day and a half and the bowling approach of Guyana Harp Eagles?
Yeah, certainly. McAllister, who was the quickest of the Barbadian bowlers, didn't go to plan B. When he came out, the tactics maybe from inside was the bowl short. And due to the pitch, he didn't adjust to the conditions of the pitch. He continued bowling short. And the bowlers in the first session, they weren't penetrative enough. And a lovely shot again.
Yeah, talking about penetrative, that one penetrates the offside. And Drake's now gets a boundary of his own.
Guyana must be starting to worry a little bit about this partnership building and building quickly. As I was saying, yes, the first session, even though Roach bowled a frugal spell, that was also contributing because of the batting of Chandrapal and Nandu. They weren't willing to play any shots unless the ball is really bad. So that contributed, but in a 4-day game, they were not penetrative enough. They were just steady. Guyana's been more penetrative at the start. Turn and Smith have gotten the wickets to fall to bowlers, while Braffett was unfortunately run out. So that's the difference, the big difference.
Oh, yes!
Yeah, they certainly have bowled better areas. I can definitely agree there. 1 or 2 looser shots, you would probably have to say. Maybe, in fact, no, because when I think about the wickets that fell at the end of day number 1 for Guyana, similar to what we saw for Barbados Pride here today.
Oh, yeah,
Jason Holder playing at 1 away from the body. Raymond Reefer, as I would have mentioned, pushes quite hard, and hence why I had mentioned the fact that I would have considered 2 gullies for Reefer, because you always knew it was going to be a thickest edge going to that gully region.
And what we've seen in this match also is very few batsmen, bowlers getting them out. Most of the batsmen played loose shots and contributed to their own demise.
Well, they dropped Isaiah Thorne back onto the cover boundary for Drake's, and that single brought up the 50 partnership between Drake's and Dowrich, coming off of 61 deliveries.
Good partnership, good strike rate also.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
They're not just going to stay there and push and prod. They're going to score runs also.
Would have been absolutely fantastic catch had Nandu been able to hang on to that one. Would have needed some super glue.
Yeah, that
more
would
than
have been
likely.
a reflex catch.
Yeah, so he had to stick in his palms, so you wouldn't necessarily consider that to be a drop chance at all. The end of that over, it's 139 for 5.
But back in the days, people like Fawad Bacchus, Clayton Lambert, Gus Logie, Desmond Haynes, those fielders at forward short leg might have taken those catches.
Anybody that would have taken that particular catch, I would have walked from this commentary booth, shook their hand, and asked them how.
There you got to be walking towards Lambert if you intend to do that.
It would have had to have been some form of superpower that I would have told them, okay, put your hands here. The ball is coming here. That's the only way. Bang into the chest. Yeah, so yeah. Anybody taking that catch, I would have personally walked out, no, stop the stream, shook their hand.
I remember a match at Bordeaux with Sir Vivian Richards batting to Clyde Butts. And he came down the track. Lambert came down with him, and the ball hit him on his chest, and he was caught by Hooper at mid-on. And Sir Vivian Richards asked Lambert, "Do you have on a chest guard?" Lambert said no.
Well, a change in bowling here. Morty replaces Kevin Sinclair.
And this should mean that Sinclair would probably go to the top.
Well, a bit of turn from Morty there. The first real signs we've seen.
Yeah, Moti
Of
is
anything gripping.
the biggest turner of all the spinners who've played in this game. So as the ball gets older and softer, gets more grip, you'll expect to see Moti turn the ball. Wouldn't expect big turn from Sinclair or Omar.
Uppish and
dropped. That could be a costly drop.
Well, it was a regulation chance. Uppish for quite some time
And right through him.
and should have been taken.
Yeah.
Ali Mohammed, the one putting that down. Short mid-wicket. And he's now been moved to deep backward square leg. You just wonder how much they will pay for that chance. He's been looking good so far, Drakes. That's in fact the first chance he's offered for the day, and it should have been taken at this level.
When Anderson was dropped on the first day, he didn't add many more. And he was one who got a good delivery. He didn't give his wicket away. That was a brilliant ball from Roach. So let's see what will happen here. Barbados didn't have to pay much for that chance. Would Guyana have to pay?
Well, an over in which Modi should have had a wicket. It's 140 for 5.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. No barker.
And the thing now is to keep the players motivated.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Hey, keep going,
You
boys.
can't look to drop a catch and then your head go down and your shoulders drop.
Keep going here, boys.
Those things will happen in cricket. You don't want them to happen, you don't expect them to happen, but they will happen.
Yeah, gets the single there. Drakes, and it goes back to something also that I would have mentioned a little earlier in terms of how Drakes usually gets. So usually a scenario where he kind of gives it away after a period of concentration, after a period of batting well. Not necessarily a very difficult delivery to contend with there from Modi. You might probably say he was a little lazy in how he played that shot. Given a reprieve though.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to capitalize on that. He's 7 away from what would be a well-played half-century
Keep going, boys. Keep
in the
going, boys.
context
Keep
of
going,
this
boys.
run chase
Yeah, legend.
and the partnership.
Oh, yeah.
His innings
Gunner.
is certainly one that Barbados pride needed. Today he got 84 versus combined campuses and colleges in that
Keep
first
going, boys. Keep going, boys.
match. Since then, just 12, 20, 31 and 9. So certainly juice some runs, Jonathan Drakes.
Oh, yes. Stop
2
it,
flighty
stop it.
deliveries in a row from Pomal. You don't often see that.
Held back in pace there. Dorich had to make the adjustment
Keep working,
in the
keep
shot.
working, fellas. Keep working, fellas.
292 runs still to get to pass Guyana's total. Take a 4 innings lead. Again he cuts. Didn't have the room to play that shot. Choked him. And that would give Pomal hopes of getting his wicket.
Oh, yes.
But he goes on the line of the leg stump this time and it's easily played away for 1.
It's interesting because 2 overs before this, in fact 3 overs before this, they would have employed the 2 mid-wickets, so to speak, or rather short, whitish mid-on and then a mid-wicket area. And that's where Dorich would have played that particular delivery, and that's where they were looking to kind of block his scoring option. Here now to Drakes. They put the man at the short mid-wicket in that exact same area. A dot ball to close out, 142 for 5. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed when they put the additional man on the leg side for Shane Dorich, because I mentioned the fact that those shots behind square are the ones that will pose the greater challenge here on this surface. Funny enough, they're also shots that Dorich goes to naturally, and as such probably might present the greater option in terms of the wicket. So if you're blocking up that scoring option in front of square in that mid-wicket region, the very easy single that he got in the over just now, you're asking him now to close that bat face
and play a high-risk shot, a more high-risk shot, yeah, if he wants to score. Good captaincy from Imlak, new Guyana captain. Went on the West Indies tour to Australia, so he's got some experience touring on an international tour. And the thing is that if you come back and you show improvement, you must have learned something there. And when you come back from an international tour, the international players are expected to dominate this regional cricket.
Yeah, that one getting a bit more turn from Moti. In fact, gripped quite nicely out of the surface, quite sharply as well. So this seems to be the better end for Moti to operate from. Probably a few foot marks just outside of that off stump of Shane Dorich as well. And the interesting thing about that ball turning, or what it kind of puts into the batsman's mind now,
is when the one comes back in. Exactly. Yeah, that's the opposite. But if you can turn the ball, the more you can turn the ball, the more potent the straighter ball or the arm ball. Oh my. Looking to play an ambitious drive. Got to be careful. Don't get too over ambitious. Just bat. The bad balls will come.
Well, that's the end of that Moti over. A maiden. It remains 142 for 5.
Even if Sir Curtly Ambrose is bowling, a bad ball will come eventually. And he doesn't like to bowl give away any free runs. Sir Curtly, good morning to you, Sir Curtly, if you're listening and watching.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, boys, keep going, boys.
One of the outstanding cricketers produced by Antigua, starting with the godfather of fast bowling, Andy Roberts, Sir Andy Roberts, Sir Vivian Richards, Sir Richie Richardson.
Oh, hey!
The Benjamins, the names can go on. Jacobs.
Keep bowling, ledge, keep bowling, ledge. Stay patient, ledge, stay patient, ledge. Oh yes, Reggie.
Yeah, Sabri just asking him to stay patient. Yeah, certainly. Patience will be required on this surface.
For both batter and bowler.
Back. And it peels off the outer edge of the bat. And that's going to take Drakes up now to 47.
But that wouldn't bother Pamal too much. That's a dangerous shot. Got to the boundary, but an element of danger in that shot.
Yeah, certainly a lot of danger there. Playing it in fact off of that off stump.
And Guyana's got a relatively good cushion in terms of runs.
Oh yes.
So they wouldn't mind a couple of boundaries being leaked here and there. No shot.
Wide.
Horn.
Considering 2, but won't get it. Thorne gets around quite nicely. Throws it a mile over the head of Savory.
That's a strong young man there, Isaiah Thorne.
Now, he certainly is a very well-built
Yeah.
young man from the base up. Funny enough, I was having a conversation early this morning with Vasper, Drake's coach of Barbados Pride, and we were talking about the build of Isaiah Thorne. He was saying, yeah, he definitely does have that base required to be a fast bowler. He was looking at his thighs. Oh, well, he uses the feet, Dorich, and he uses them quite nicely to the tune of 6.
So he continues to counter-attack the bowlers. He's not going to push and prod. While Drakes is going to complement him in a partnership which is growing ominously for Guyana. .436 Guyana made. And Barbados 153 for the loss of 5.
Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. We thank Sean and Joel. 153 for 5, Mali. Things have just changed here. Shane Dorish has moved into overdrive. 41 from 56. Jonathan Drake's 48 from 116. He's done all the hard yards, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, 64-run, 5th wicket partnership here. Mainly led by Shane Dorish, 41 of 56. He's played absolutely beautifully, Vernon. It's been ultra positive.
Like the look of Moti from the media center, and he's now beginning to really get into his stride. Still feel him missed a trick.
I think Drakes has played a good hand here. He's played that supporting role. Dorish being the aggressor of the two.
Well, that's how Dorish normally plays his cricket anyhow. Since he's come back, he's going to be aggressive. He's going to play some shots.
He times the ball sweetly, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
As we were saying, it's such a conundrum as they come scampering through for another single.
Ooh. Just for a moment, Mali.
50 for Drakes.
50. Beautiful. According to yours, the scoreboard has him here as 49, Mali. So yeah,
well, I just saw him recognize, raise his bat. So
yeah,
yes, the scoreboard here
yeah.
says 49 of 119.
So maybe not there yet.
He's probably following the manual scoreboard, which says he's on 50.
Yeah. I think somebody needs to get a walkie-talkie to Mr. Blacks to just make sure. You get the real celebration sooner rather than later. Maybe not in this over. Barbados fighting back.
That's close.
No, going down. I think he would have pitched outside the line of the leg stump.
I think umpire Bassarat maybe just signaling to Moti there. Maybe just sneaking down the leg side. Oh, bit of turn as well. Maybe height a bit of an issue there?
Could be. But at least he got out the broom earlier clock. 154 for 5. Comes quietly forward again.
What I like about this innings, though, as the over comes to an end, Shane Dorish looks an international batter, doesn't he? He's come here first. He hasn't gotten the runs that you think you would expect for a player of his class, but here in this innings, he's looking every inch the top wicketkeeper batsman that we had grown accustomed to seeing.
Well, at this level, Mali, if you played for some time for the West Indies and around the region, it comes a time when you could be able, if you have a clear mindset, you can come and really dominate this bowling. It's something that we don't see consistently happening all the time, and it just depends on the mindset. Today's mindset is unsung. No doubt about it. Nobody will never question his ability. He's always been an accomplished player. He's got 3 Test centuries. So he's not a rabbit with the bat, as people would say. He's just maybe not being consistent. And support system sometimes helps in all the processes.
He's had his off the field issues, hasn't he?
Yeah, a lot too.
This one's worked away, and it'll be 50 now to Drake's. This one's going to go close to the boundary. Anderson does the fielding, pulls it in just before. Come back for 3. So Drake's now picks up his second first-class century here.
Half century.
Half century, sorry.
Yeah, we're
Moving on to 52.
Yeah, according to our scoreboard. So please bear with us. And that came off 121 balls with 6 panking boundaries. A strike rate of 42.98. Jonathan Drakes. So you'll have to start all over again.
Very composed innings from the young man. Bit of whiff presented there from Permal. It's interesting to see. We've seen the 4 spin bowlers now bowling on this pitch. Oh, Jamel Warrican in that first innings, and Moti, Permal, and Sinclair here.
Oh,
It's
yes,
fair to
Ledge.
say.
All are different.
Yeah, they're all different, but no real prodigious turn on show here at the CCG.
Except maybe in the last over, we just saw
The last few
tinges,
overs, yeah.
from Moti.
Brilliant catch.
Brilliant catch there by Niall Smith. Oh, that's a screamer.
Against the run of play, Vernon.
Oh, we're talking about Drake's having to start all over again, and it had to take something spectacular to happen. Oh, he can't believe it.
Yeah, he had to run quite a fair bit to his right to take that one now, Smith. And we
Dorish is...
It's Dorish that's gone.
Hold on. What they're trying to figure out, if he took the catch?
Not sure why he's still hanging around.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. He doesn't feel he's out?
I think he's just disappointed, to be fair.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Mally. That's an excellent catch. Listen, if we can get Jason to just pull that up again for us there, so we can see the matchups.
Very dejected Shane Dorish walks off for a well-played 41. Absolutely in control throughout his innings.
That's what we were talking about, Mally. Let's see Philip Spooner, like he was just landed. Let's look at this, Mally. Let's look at this catch.
Yeah, probably just bounced a bit more than he expected. Took the top edge. And Smith does fantastic work. Not absolutely known for being extraordinary in the field, but boy, did he get around.
And
Took that low to the ground as well.
And that's an example that I think should be sent to Ali Mohammed. That sitter that he dropped the shot mid-wicket.
Yeah.
You have to take those catches. When you see that effort there from Niall Smith, you got to understand why we're talking about first-class cricket.
Yeah, it seemed like Ali Mohammed didn't pick that ball up, to be fair. Got to him quite comfortably.
Got to catch those. Dorish is still in the dressing room. He still can't believe. He's walking. He's
Still got his pads on.
Yeah. But that's what happens. He's still figuring out that, hey, I should have maybe hit that over mid-wicket.
Yeah, but see now Smith at mid-wicket. Had to cover quite a bit of ground to get round to that one.
So who steps out now? Kamaruch. And just felt, Mally, that Tevin Imla missed a trick earlier. They could have put some more pressure on the Barbados team. But one has to really just recap on the knock from Jonathan Drakes. 121 balls, 6 fours, strike rate of 42.98 when his team really needed him. It's not over yet by a long shot.
Yeah, he's just quietly gone about his business, hasn't he? No real alarms. Per se, he's played well within himself, hasn't tried to overhit. At times played a few spanking square cuts.
What I like about him is that he's kept it simple. He's played within his range. He likes to hit the ball square on the offside. He's demonstrated that. And he's worked on his defense.
Yeah, he's exhibited quite a solid defense.
So that's important. That's what you're looking for a young player.
And we were saying earlier, competition for places probably with Kevin Wickham waiting in the wings to come back. He's put his hand up with the performance so far, but they'll need a bit more than this half century, to be fair, and I'm sure he'll be looking to bring up a maiden first-class century.
Now, Team Guyana have to understand, Mali, that they are at least 23 minutes before lunch. They got to be thinking about bowling out Barbados before lunch. That has to be their objective. Roach comes on strike.
$162 matches, Kamar Roach. 3 half centuries, a best of 53.
Yeah, yet to get a test half century. High score 41, so you'd want to maybe end his career by getting a half century.
But he's been a part of some pretty plucky partnerships, isn't he, Kamar Roach? He's someone who...
And he came back.
He shows good batting ability at times, a solid defense.
We saw him in Australia.
Yeah.
He wasn't afraid to take on Lion.
He's gone. That's
him.
glove.
Catch him.
Bit of turn on bounce there from Gudakesh Moti. He picks up his first. Roach departs. A quick stay for him at the crease. He goes for a duck. 7 down now. Barbados, 158 on the board.
So if that is happening, Mali, just picture having a silly point in front of Roach.
Yeah, we were saying Gudakesh Moti probably the only spinner that has seemed to extract a bit of turn and bounce here, especially late in here on day 3. Ominous signs for the Barbados pride.
Over in Jamaica, Mali, at Sabina Park, West Indies Academy scored 324 of 82 overs. Jamaica Scorpions, they are 338 for 700 overs bowled. And Pete, well, I don't know if Pete Salmon would have got out overnight, Mali, because the scoreboard is now showing that he's 65 not out. So I don't know if he had an injury overnight or something, but they've lost Morrison for 13, Mansing for 12, Devil Green is batting, and according to this scoreboard, Salmon, who overnight was 65, so maybe he's just coming. I don't know. We'll find out.
It's good to see Brandon King back, though.
Yeah.
In the first class arena.
He would have brought some credibility to that Jamaica batting lineup. They've got a number of injuries in Kuma Bonner, and the poor form of Jermaine Blackwood continues. It's just amazing. The wicket takers so far, Joshua Bishop 3 for 88, Kadeem Aline 2 for 29, Ned 1 for 71, and Joshua James 1 for 45. Who's come to the crease now?
It's going to be Jamal Warrican.
Plucky Jamal Warrican, and he too is a little bit unorthodox. He's not going to give his hand away. So let's see what's going to be happening. Need to get a silly point in front of the bat. You've got to close down there. You've got to build pressure.
It's a good sharp catch from Nandu there. Oh, beauty.
Got to get a silly point in.
How did that miss that off stump, Vernon? Almost played inside the line of that one, Jamal Warrican.
He was surprised. Get that silly point in. Guyana on top. He will be comfortable in that area.
He'll be comfortable with that pace as well from Moti. But a successful over comes to an end.
He's first of the game.
Still a long way behind the Harpy Eagles out of pride with just 3 wickets remaining. Just the 1 half century. Jonathan Drake's 53 from 123. He said he's been going about his business quietly so far in this innings. But as the wickets continue to tumble, I wonder if he'll look to start being a bit more positive here.
And they
maybe farm the strike a bit more.
Keep walking, fellas. Keep walking.
Look to face the majority of these deliveries.
Windward Island's in some trouble, Mali. 107 for 3. They've Salazano is not out 51, Jeremiah 19, Hodge not, and Athen is just out LBW to Brian Charles for 28.
It's good to see young Salazano actually coming back to the fore into a bit of form.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate with the
What would
incident
have happened
what
to him, yeah.
on Test debut.
Oh, come
And
on.
had he stayed in Trinidad and Tobago, he might not have made the team.
Exactly.
We're talking again about the movement of the franchise, having players move around into the different franchises. Ned, again, has also been a success rate. He was with the Leeward Islands, and he went back, and then he came back to the academy. So it has proven that it could work, and it could even work better. What I would like to see happening, Mali, is we have more or less in the franchises second team cricket. So if you have, let's look at the Leewards. You have Gore, Kofi James, Javier Spencer, and those guys now who have come back to play local cricket in Antigua and Barbuda this weekend. We could have had a second team 11 game going right now. Guyana Happy Eagles, Jamaica Scorpions, or some of those guys who would have been there. They'll be still playing some competitive cricket.
Good bowling, Ghana. Good bowling, Ghana.
Especially when you've seen a Russian primers go from
Keep going, fellas. Keep going,
being in the
boys.
Barbados Pride in round 3 to now turning out for the CCC in round 4. Probably want to see a few more players utilized in that same manner, a few younger players,
I'm almost
contracted players in the franchises.
very big point that you're making there, Mali, because you got a young man like Nathan Edwards who would have come back as the leading bowler from the West Indies under 19, and he very well might maybe not get an opportunity to play.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit like the CCC is only open to a few territories almost.
Yeah.
Not sure why.
But the conversation needs to be taking place, and if we're coordinating, then we want to be able to make sure that's Perez chasing that one, but no luck this time for Perez. All he has to do is retrieve.
We were just speaking about that positive intent from Jonathan Drake's. A bit of width there, presented by Permal.
Hands. Hands
through
went.
the hands. Quick hands through the ball there from Jonathan Drake's. A bit aerial.
Guyana on top. They have to believe that they're on top. I think he's going to take charge now, Jonathan Drakes, because he recognizes what's happening around him.
No point in just continuing to just poke and prod here as wickets continue to tumble.
We have a situation, there's been major talk about the Rivaldo Clark out of Barbados. How does he get into this Barbados lineup maybe in the future? I mean, he's one of the potential young cricketers in Barbados with a bright future. We almost saw the same thing happening when Kevin Wickham was playing for the West Indies Academy and him going back. He said he felt more comfortable playing for the West Indies Academy, but he's now settled into the Barbados lineup and has really looked like the top batsman and is missing here.
Yeah. That's why we spoke about Shane Dowrich at length, just highlighting that issue. Becomes a delicate issue, to be fair, in terms of when to blood these young players, and but with Dowrich in particular retiring from the international game, the West Indies don't stand to benefit from his talent at any time in the future.
We also have another situation in the Leewards, Mali. We got young Joel Andrew, who's the West Indies under-19 keeper. And you got Jamal Hamilton. These are real serious conversations. You're also going to have a Colin Boyne Tuckett, who's going to be coming out of the West Indies Academy system. Where does he go? Serious conversations that,
And I think it's the nature of the professional game. Professional sports is quite ruthless at the end of the day.
Of course.
It should be a true meritocracy in terms of the best candidates get the positions.
So when you look around at the keeping position, Mali, you got Rivaldo Clark, Colin Boyne Tuckett, Joel Andrew, 3 young keepers just right in the verge there.
Two of them actually from the Leewards,
from the
as you were
Leewards.
saying.
So it's a headache for somebody.
I think may the best man win.
Of course. Romaine Morris.
Young guy from Jamaica, young wicketkeeper. as we see the groundsman getting into position there.
Yeah,
Rain, just slight drizzle coming in.
Slight drizzle. But we saw that yesterday.
Similar time as well, just before lunch.
Yeah, Sean has been calling for rain, so he's brought
Actually,
his
it was tea. It was tea.
he's brought his Guyana rain clouds with him, and Guyana is on top here, 165 for 7. Why he calling for rain?
I think Barbados are calling for rain.
Oh, it's Barbados wants the rain.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm just checking.
They're the ones doing the rain dance.
165 for 7.
It's been all Guyana Happy Eagles in this match so
Yeah.
far. This one swept away. Slug swept in that vacant mid-wicket region. Swept quite powerfully from Drake's. So he's continuing this positive vein here, looking to put bat on ball.
He's strong in that area. So rather than going into the mid-wicket area, that's his strength. So Moti bowled some 11 overs.
Stumps has just gotten a little heavier now.
Yeah, but Kadim, I think Carl took it. I think they will come on.
I think they're going to go, yep.
Yeah, it's certainly got increasingly heavy. And just for precautionary reasons, you'd want to make sure you protect the players.
Yeah, so we're going to have another rain delay here.
It looks like it's playing cat and mouse game, Ali, because as they're bringing on the covers, it's kind
Lightened up.
lightened up.
The rain we've actually seen here in the last couple of days, very similar to English rain. It hasn't been a heavy downpour per se. It's just been spitting consistently.
And Mary, we have to congratulate Donald Shekels, who's made his debut as the third umpire here in this game.
I did say that to him on day one.
Yeah.
Congratulations to the young man.
I first spotted him, Mali, in 2017. When I say spotted him, I spotted him in Antigua, but took him to Montserrat for the Leeward Islands tournament. And I think had he maybe not gone off to study and get himself organized, I think he would have been one of the guys that would have been fast track even quicker. But he's got the opportunity now, along with Ogis.
Felix Ogis.
Felix Ogis, who's also got his opportunity as well. So, interesting times ahead. We just hope that the powers that be can be able to push ahead and get someone like a Bernard Joseph in the conversation. I want to see an elevation of a Carl Tuckett. Carl has just been around for a long time, and I will say that. I want people to understand you can't be saying that you want former players to get involved in the game, and when they get involved in the game, Mali, they almost like they're stagnant. Look how long it took for Dan Butler, who was consistent in the Caribbean Premier League. It took him such a long time. But as we've been talking about patience, Mali, maybe they have to be patient.
Yeah, and with this rain delay coming approximately 10 minutes or so before lunch, you anticipate the umpires will take an early lunch here.
Well, I think so. So, folks, we're going to take a break here. It's 169 for 7. Rain delay here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. Nothing much alarm to shout about in terms of what's going on. The rain, like it's aborted, but I'm not too sure if the umpires are going to come back out. Let's see what's happening, because lunch is not ready yet. The players were going across. Oh, they're so. Asher has just alerted us that they've taken lunch, Mali. So, 64, Jonathan Drake's not out. 135 deliveries. Jomel Warrican is on naught. And the morning's play, Mali, how would you rate it?
Well, it's been all Guyana, to be fair. They've come out, they've done the job, they've picked up those wickets. Just 3 away now from bowling out the Barbados Pride. Still a long way behind the Pride, 267 runs to be exact. So yes, it's been session 2, Guyana Happy Eagles here on day 3.
You think Craig Brathwaite is still ruined that he won the toss and bowled first?
I think hindsight's 2020, but to be fair, it must cross his mind in terms of what's happened since, what's transpired since making that decision.
What about the captaincy of Imla? You think Guyana have let Barbados get away, or they may be still in control?
Yeah, still fully in control, really. You do expect at times, for there to be a partnership. I think Dorridge actually came out and played particularly well. Jonathan Drakes, he's played well as well for his 64. So you expect that. I don't think the Guyana Harpy Eagles have been inaccurate or anything today. Maybe yesterday they didn't start as accurate as they possibly could have. But here today on day 3, they've been right on the money, all the bowlers.
I think when you look back at the Dorridge dismissal, that has opened the gate now for Guyana to really put more pressure on the Barbados team, because the way he was striking the ball.
He was threatening to take it away at one point.
Yeah.
The way he was striking the ball looked in absolutely top form. It looked ominous at times for the Guyana Harpy Eagles bowlers, but almost against the runner plate, taking that wicket, a massive, massive catch from Niall Smith. Yes, he picked up 2 wickets, but valuable contribution from the young man in taking that catch to remove Dorridge.
This is my opinion, Mali. Ghana now will go to lunch. They're on top, 169 for 7. It's going to be a cat and mouse game. They have to come back out at least a half an hour before lunch, dismiss the remaining wickets, and then assess and put some pressure on. It's been a long spell. Torner's had a long spell, and we saw him there. So there's going to be a calculation in Imla's mind. How do I handle Thorne? How do I handle Smith coming back from injury? But this wicket, Mali, based on what we've seen here so far from Moti, is beginning to turn.
Yeah, it is, especially this CIU road, actually the media center end. He was started from the CIU road end. He switched over, didn't get too much turn and bounce from the CIU road end, but since he's been switched to the commentary box,
our friend is visiting us. He brought
just a bit of turn and bounce.
He brought some goodies for us.
Yes, good to see Mr. Spooner here.
Oh yes, man, the main man, top man, whether we like it or not, top man. Oh, Zoral too. I wonder, we've seen a lot of celebrities popping in.
It's a full house.
Full house of celebrities. You know what I mean? Good to see these guys. So folks, we'll take a break, Jason, and we'll come back after lunch.
Well, welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in the island of Antigua, where we greet you with the news that it's still slightly overcast, but the rain which stopped play just before lunch, in fact 10 minutes before lunch, has abated, and the skies are now a lot clearer with lunch being taken, and now the resumption is on with Guyana in full control, despite a great innings so far being played by Jonathan Drakes. At lunch, Guyana had Barbados chasing 467, and they were 169 for 7. As I said, Drake's not out on 64, but Barbados still 267 runs away from Guyana's total. More importantly, they need to score 286 to avoid the follow-on. If they do, it will be interesting to see if Guyana will enforce that follow-on, and or if they will bat their second innings. So good afternoon to you wherever you are, whatever you're doing, across the length and breadth of the 83,000 square miles of Guyana. If you're listening across the 166 square miles of Barbados, or if you're in the 108 square mile island of Antigua, where this neutral match is being played. Pomal starts and aborts his run. So had a false start just after lunch. Barbados hoping to get as much as possible. That will be depending mostly on Drakes. Warrakan is forward and plays it into the offside, and there's no runs. We say welcome back and good afternoon to Mally Richards.
Good afternoon, Sean. Had a good lunch?
Yes, certainly.
I'm sure the players as well would have enjoyed their lunch. Back out for the fight here. Bit of a rain delay before the luncheon interval. Early lunch taken.
It's good to see the sun trying to force its way back.
Not sure that's something the Harpy Eagles would want to see too much of, to be fair. Overhead conditions have suited them perfectly. This match.
Well, if they enforce the follow-on, then they would not want to see that. But it wouldn't matter if the sun comes out, because they might bat again.
But for how long? Not too much time left in this match.
No.
This one's hammered down the ground.
And that's gone for 4. So Warrakan opens the account to the boundary, and you got to be careful if you're a Guyanese supporter that this partnership gets out of hand. You got Warrakan, there's Drake's looking good, but you don't want Warrakan to get off and score a big score. Oh! Good delivery there to finish the over from Pomal. At the end of the first over after lunch, Barbados, in reply to Guyana's total, they're 200, and they're, how much Barbados? 173 for 7. Yeah, 173 for 7. They need another over 200 more to avoid the follow-on, to get Guyana's total.
Yeah, and 286 actually would be their score in which to avoid the follow-on. Still a fair way behind that are the Barbados Pride, but with Jonathan Drake 64 of 135, he's absolutely key here in this situation. It's important that he marshals the strike. Still quite inexperienced at this level, but sometimes you've got to learn on the job, Sean.
As I told you earlier, yesterday, Shamar Joseph arrived in India for the IPL, and he's now named the tour ambassador for Guyana by the Guyana Tourism Authority. So a lot of work for him off and on the field. Good delivery as Moti starts from the commentary box end. That one spun.
Yeah, massive turn from Moti. It's where we've seen the ball tend to turn here at the from the commentary box end.
Yeah, because most of the bowlers who bowl from the other end are not prodigious turners. Moti bowled a couple of overs from that end, but that was when the ball was a lot newer and it tended more to skid. So Moti is the biggest turner of the four spinners that we've seen bowling here today.
I think it's also fair to say that it's not the most helpful of spin conditions. We've grown accustomed over the years in the regional championship, the spinners taking the bag of wickets, really helpful conditions. Not so much here at the CCG.
And in this match, you've seen 2 wickets taken by Turn, who bowled very quickly, and of course supported by Smith, who also bowled very quickly and also got reward. So at the end of the second day, 5 wickets were down and 4 were taken by the Pacers, 1 by the run out.
Yeah, and Pacers taking the 2 big wickets in my opinion. Craig Brathwaite, Isaiah Thorne, and now Smith removing Jason Holder earlier today.
Back in the days with Watson, Harper and Kalicharan, Ray Joseph and Leslie Lambert used to be called shine removers. They just bowled. That also happened with Trinidad and Tobago. But now most of the countries have gotten fast bowlers, which is strange because the pitches have gotten slower.
Yeah, it's interesting. You think of the fast bowlers coming out of Guyana.
Yeah,
Shamar Joseph, Isaiah Thorne, Niall Smith.
yeah, and they're quality, genuinely quick fast bowlers.
Yeah, and they grow up on on pitches that aren't the most helpful for them.
Over comes to an end. At the end of it, Guyana 346. Barbados in reply 176 for the loss of 7. So just 3 wickets for Guyana to get, and they wouldn't mind who they get, but they prefer to dismiss Drakes.
Yeah, they'd love to stay in control of this match. They're way ahead at this point in time, but they'd love to dismiss this Barbados Pride batting lineup for below that follow-on total. Gives them the option, as you said, to maybe just bat on for a little bit, give their bowlers a little more rest.
So, and they would hope that there's no more rain in this contest,
Yeah, can't afford to lose any
because
more
that
time.
would be suiting Barbados, because they need as least time as possible to be bowled out a second time. But I don't expect people like Brathwaite to fail twice.
Well, we've seen it before, to be honest.
Oi!
That's a
That's
good
a
one.
good ball that spun and turned and bounced.
So maybe just now on day 3 after lunch, we're starting to see this pitch start to take a bit more turn as the ball gets older
Yeah.
as well.
Well, this could influence Guyana if they dismiss the Bajans less than they follow on to enforce it.
Oh yes, Ledgy!
Well, to be fair, I don't think the fast bowlers would have had the heaviest of workloads
No.
in this match so far.
Because they've been used in short spells. Good shot. Out towards sweeper. There's protection there on the boundary. One of the fast bowlers you're talking about, Isaiah Turn, just back from the West Indies on the 19 series. One of the quickest there. And so Randy Roberts, in fact, came yesterday just to see him bowl. He's been brought now to conventional cover position as Warrington is forward, and there's no run. So Warrington has to be level-headed. He's a batter lower order bat who loves to play shots, but he's got to understand now that he's got to be careful with the shot selection and support tricks.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's got a test best. Jamal Warwick of 41, a first class best of 71. They'd love if he could make anywhere near that here in this situation.
Those scores suggest that he can bat, but it's more of a mental thing.
And playing the situation here.
Yeah.
Just
So-
has to support Drakes in this situation.
So another over is completed, 177 for 7. 51 overs completed. And reminding you that 94 overs have got to be bowled today, pending light.
Just in terms of the fast bowlers' workload in this inning so far, just the 20 overs between them, 11 bowled by Isaiah Thorne and 9 from Niall Smith. So still relatively fresh.
Who are the young batters in this tournament without international experience that you're impressed with so far? This is midway through the tournament.
There's a lot of cricket going on in the world, isn't there? to
No,
be
in
honest?
in this.
I know, I understand. I'm just setting it up.
All right.
And there's a lot of cricket going on recently. It's hard to keep up, per se, especially with the streaming going on. But a few players come to mind. Mikhail Louis jumps out. Opening batter from the Leeward Islands.
That's tugged away down towards the boundary for 4. So Guyana's got to be careful to don't allow these batters to score boundaries. Drake's gone with that boundary. He's gone into the 70s, I think, 71. And the total is now 181. Because all of a sudden, a good partnership, some aggressive shots, and they can avoid the follow-on. That's still a long way ahead. Just 3 wickets for Guyana to take.
I'd love to see that replay again, Jason. Dicey leave there from Jonathan Drakes. Almost seemed to misjudge the line there, almost close to that off stump.
Well, he would tell you he was in total control.
Most batsmen will.
Yeah.
But
So, Mikhail Louis,
he's one that jumps out
your
to
number
me.
1.
Yeah, young Joel Andrew making his debut in the previous round, coming up with that 80 out against Trinidad it was.
Yes,
He showed-
and he's the one that came back from the West
Yes.
Indies and went straight to the school and made 100.
Yep.
Certainly, I would like to see him. I've never seen him bat.
Really?
Except on TV.
Oh, okay. In
Yeah.
person, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never been at a ground where he's batting. So that would be a delight to see.
Who are some of the young batters that have stood out to you?
Well, Louis for sure. I've not really had the chance to follow the other matches because I've been traveling and I've missed the first round. So I've not really had the opportunity to follow the tournament as I would have wanted to.
Yeah, I think young Joshua Dawn would have picked up a half century as well. Young West Indies under 19 player. Had a disappointing World Cup, but a player with immense talent. Interesting not to see young Pascal around in
Keep going, boys.
the 4-day championship somewhere, maybe even in the CCC, West Indies under 19 captain.
Oh, yes. Go
And
on.
the CCC is a good team and the academy team to
blood these
younger
youngsters,
players.
yeah, to give them that experience.
Or even if you've got a player that has played already that can't make your national team, like for instance Ashmi Ned, he could play with another team because it's unlikely that he'll play for Guyana. Even when Pomal retires, there is still Moti and there's a left arm spinner, Adams.
Yes. It's back to those little batters, young batters in the West Indies. Jordan Johnson as well from the West Indies Academy. Jamaican left-handed batter.
Oh,
Still only
yes,
17. The young man. Picked up another half century. You've also got Kadeem Allen
Yeah,
from
yeah,
Barbados.
Oh,
Quite an explosive opener.
yeah.
keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
Really looks to get after that new ball.
And we talk about people who came back from the West Indies on the 19. There's a guy in Guyana called Loud Appeal, not out says umpire Tuckett. And the over's been completed 182 for the loss of 7. There's a guy called Mahindra Dindyal. He plays for GCC. Had a reasonably good on the 19 World Cup. But didn't score runs in the trials for Guyana. Guyana plays the intercounty, and then they had 2 trial matches. He is one to look forward to, but I'm a bit disappointed with himself, Perez, and the young guys. They don't carry on. They look good, they get half centuries, but then they don't carry on. Dindial has just scored 100 in a local match, so good for him. But I'm very impressed with this guy, Michael Louis.
Jeremiah as well. He's really.
That's his brother.
Yeah, he's come to the fore. He's been, in my opinion, the standout pace bowler in this edition of the West Indies 4-Day Championship so far. Ryan John comes to mind from the Windwards as well. He's put in some inspired performances. O.J. Shields bowled with a bit of pace from Jamaica. So as you're saying, there is a bit of young talent around.
Yeah,
it's all about developing.
Yes, developing them. And that has a lot to do with their respective coaches. Aggressive shot there from Warrican. And it's gone for, let's wait on the umpire.
1
4
bounce,
runs.
4.
Yeah. So he's taking the attack to the Ghana bowlers also.
Yeah, just well timed
Yeah.
from Jamal Warrican. With mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. It's an easy shot there for him.
There won't be pressure to push back the fielders just yet. Lot more runs to get. And what you would want to bowl like that and him play shots like that, because he could certainly miscue one. He's not a top order batsman.
Tends to want to play inside the line here to Moti though, which could be quite dangerous.
Forward he comes.
He's very conscious of the fact that he wants to keep that front pad out the way.
Yeah. So the danger man at the non-strikers end, Jonathan Drake, season 71, and he will need as much support as he can. I think he's been comfortable now to give Warrican the strike.
Yeah.
Warrican on 10. And he's forward, plays it into the offside. The over is completed, 186 for the loss of 7. But what we don't see now, we start here in this Guyana innings, partnerships, lots of partnerships, as opposed to Barbados where 2 wickets fell at 22, 2 fell in the 80s, and 2 fell at 150 in the 150s. So they didn't have partnerships except when Dowridge and Drake's joined forces.
Yeah, and it's the difference between these two teams, to be honest. No one yet to pick up a century.
Pomal now in bright sunshine.
But as you said, it's the partnerships.
Yeah.
Moti and Permal put on 103 for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, Pomal made 90, not out.
Stop it. Keep going, Gunner. Keep going, Gunner. Like you're teasing him.
They
Keep
call
going.
him Gunners. Pomal.
Keep working, Gunny.
I think it was Savory, actually Imlak and Anderson that would have put on 123 as well. So those partnerships would have gone a long way to wear down this Barbados pride attack.
Bad line there though from Pomal, drifting down the leg side and swept away. Might have been the under edge of the bat down towards Fine Lake for 4. So the runs coming, not as how Guyana would want them to come. Guyana would want them to come much slower.
Yeah, it's important that the Guyanese stay disciplined here.
You talk about centuries. Back in the days, there used to be 3 batsmen in one innings that's scoring 100. Now you don't even see 2.
Keep going, boys.
Well, we had a batsman score 2 in one innings not too long ago.
Yeah, 2 in different innings, 1 in each innings.
I mean, 2 in the same match, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm talking about 2 in the same innings. The last time that happened with Guyana was in 1998. That's way back when Hooper Chandrapal and Lambert scored hundreds in the same innings against Trinidad and Tobago.
To expect 3 batters to score hundreds is that. I think that's why it doesn't happen that often. To be fair, it's an extraordinary feat.
Well, the first time after independence, in 1967, Guyana played Barbados, and Kanai, Butcher, and Roy Fredericks scored hundreds in the first innings. That's Guyana's highest score ever. They made 641 for 5 declared, and then against Barbados.
Okay.
And then Sobers made 165, and Peter Lashley made a double century. In Barbados reply, they made 552. And then Fredericks again, he became the first batter to score 200s in the same match. He scored 115 in the second innings.
Yeah, I'm hearing about a lot of great batters from that era, but
Yeah.
in terms of the scores, I'd love to see those bowling figures.
Very, very high. So Moti will try again as an all left arm spin combination in progress for Guyana.
Haven't seen too much of Kevin Sinclair today.
No.
It's been mainly the left arm orthodox spinners operating. Had a short spell in between, actually, to begin with.
Yeah. A silly mid-off now in place. And that's pushed between the silly mid-off and the gully. And the slip. And down towards the backward point. There's a slip and a silly mid-off. No other close fielder. Would you put more attack if you were Imlach?
I'd probably be looking to attack Warwican a bit more, per se, as opposed to Jonathan Drakes. You probably want to bowl the majority of these deliveries here to Warwican as opposed to Drakes. This one's been hit hard down the ground
for 4. Yeah.
So he's come out after lunch in that positive vein. Jonathan Drakes approaching what would be a pretty well played maiden first class 100, a best of 84 coming in round 1 versus the CCC.
That would have been his 4th century. First half century.
Yes.
So he's got another one here. He's got a good chance of converting it. 20 runs more, and needs to convert it into 100. That would be very good for Barbados and West Indies cricket in general. Because when I look at this tournament, I'm happy if one of the teams win, which would happen. But more importantly, you want to see how the players progress to the higher level. And West Indies cricket is more important than regional cricket. Of course, regional cricket is important in the terms that it's the trials for West Indies cricket.
Yeah, that single for me was just a bit too easy for Drakes. Just the one delivery now for Jamel Warwican to face. As they push back long on, Isaiah Thorne goes back to the long on boundary. Smith comes up from long off.
And I'm sure if the ball is hittable, Warwican
is going to go
will
after
hit it. Yeah.
Let's see if this one's tossed up by Moti. Or does he go into the pitch? It's tossed up and stroked.
And he takes the single, and he'll keep the strike.
He'll keep the strike, so Drakes is pretty confident with Warwican facing up.
So 196 closing in on the 200 mark for 7 wickets. As the Barbadians call for the helmet.
Looks like it's going to be Niall Smith coming in. Big 46 on his back. Bowled superbly in that first spell. 2 for 43 from his 9.
And as soon as you see a medium pace now, you call for a helmet. Your dad didn't bat with helmet, and he faced Lillian Thompson and all of those fast bowlers.
Yeah, he's one of many, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think that's why he stood out.
Yeah. I remember him coming in, chewing his gum with his swagger, with his maroon West Indies cap as a little boy.
Yeah, he did admit to me, though, that it wasn't the fact that it wasn't a bravado thing with him in terms of not wearing a helmet, even as helmets became more prevalent
It was
as the
just
game wore on.
comfortable.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was just more comfortable batting in a cap.
Yes, and it sent a strong message to the opposition. I believe, and I was talking with somebody last night, good afternoon to you, Arlie Rutherford, if you're looking at this. I was saying that your dad was the most dominant West Indies batsman. And he played as an entertainer. He had the passion because in his era, we were just emancipating ourselves from mental slavery of
Times were different.
indentureship and slavery and so on. So that's why he played with that pride and passion and West Indies cricket. He played for the people of the West Indies.
Yeah, I think he was just one of many, to be fair, of that era.
Most in that
played with that
those
pride,
era,
yeah.
Smith is back, and the sun is back also. That's good to see, and that's punched away out through cover. And it's going to go a long way to the boundary, but Chandrapal will win the battle, and he'll pull the ball back, and the batsman jog trot for 2. So Niall Smith, 2 for 43. This is his 10th over. 199 now for the loss of 7.
And those 2 wickets, Raymond Reefer first, caught in the slip region, and also Jason Holder, bit of a nothing shot, just hanging the bat outside that off stump. Big wicket in the context of the match.
Yeah, because Jason Holder scored a big scores at Test cricket level and regional cricket. He's a full-fledged all-rounder. And the big wickets were, of course, Braffett and Holder and Reefer, because Reefer was beginning to look good. But this tendency to just lean at the ball away from his body and stare it.
Coming back to haunt him in this innings.
And you were talking, or Vernon and Joel were talking about people who go to different franchises. Reefer is a prime example of that. He wouldn't have played for West Indies if he stayed in Barbados. That's caught behind, looking to hook is Drake's. And could this be the final nail in the Barbados coffin? Or could there be another partnership orchestrated by Warkan?
Well, now Smith has come on again and done the job here. Back of a length, Warrican looking to play that pull stroke. A bit late onto that one, just managing to take that edge through to the wicketkeeper. Comfortable catch. Barbados 8 down now for 199.
And Drakes would be hoping that he would have been there a longer time to support him as he got closer to his maiden 100.
It was that single just coming back to haunt him at the end there. Jamel Warrican. Just looking to be a little too aggressive for my liking, especially in these conditions with a set batter at the other end. The main job is really just to support him as much as possible. And to contribute to his own dismissal in that way, he'll be very disappointed. Even though he's not a frontline batter, you expect more from your team, especially from a Barbados pride perspective. Shamar Holder walks to the crease now, though, coming in at number 10.
So Drakes would be almost in a situation that Pomal was in yesterday.
Yes, very similar situation indeed. We saw how Permal went about that in the end. Left stranded 10 short of a maiden first class 100. It would have been a sweet first class 100 as well, considering he would have played 160 odd games in his career. What, 9 half centuries?
Yep. In the end, it only turned out to be his 10th half century.
Yeah. Falling agonizingly short.
And that's the thing. If you make 50 or 99, it's called a half century.
Yeah, those 40 runs or so just aren't accounted
And even
for.
Brian Lara's 400 is still 1 century.
It is. It's considered a century.
Yeah, that
even
should
though
have
he
been
scored
4
4
century.
in one. Wow. That's a good point, that. Just overstepping there, striving for a bit of extra pace was Niall Smith.
And that has been Niall Smith's problem over the years,
He has,
his no ball problem. He
Yeah.
just seems to overstep.
Every time he looks for striving
Yeah.
for that extra pace, he tends to overstep. I think his rhythm has looked particularly smooth in this match. Last time seeing him here, really struggled with his run-up. Seemed quite choppy.
That might be because he's coming back from a hamstring injury and don't want to really stride out and put pressure on his hamstring. So it's affected his rhythm, maybe. Who knows? Only he and the physio would know.
He's got a long run-up as well.
Yeah, and that one came back, but Holder equal to the task.
Tailing back in there. Well played in the end from Shamar Holder, 26 years old now. Just a one test match, one ODI as well, 2 wickets. That would have come against New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken. Shamar Holder, we spoke about his injury issues. He's fought to be back here, to get back onto the park. And here he is with a best of 34 in first class matches. They're going to need that and a bit more.
A lovely shot there. Maybe peeled off the edge. He looked to hit it squarer than it intended. When it went square, not square, fine. He intended to hit it square.
Yeah, he
But
tried.
a boundary is a boundary.
Yeah, 4 is 4, isn't it? Into that vacant third man region. Just missing his length there was Niall
And that
Smith.
brought up the 200.
204 now
Yeah.
for 8. A milestone achieved by the Barbados Pride. Still
6.
82 or so away
Yeah, because that's,
from that follow-on
Yeah.
score.
they need 286. Good bouncer, good leave. And good end to the over. 204 for 8.
Successful over for Niall Smith.
Yeah, he's
His
picked
third.
up 3 wickets now.
He'll be happy with his comeback performance. Guyana Happy Eagles as well. The coaching staff, backroom staff, physio, trainer. They'll be happy with what they're seeing from the young man.
I want to say good afternoon to those people in the US. Derek Ali Charan, Basil Butcher Jr. So Moti. And that's edged. And that's well stopped at slip.
Also with the possible threat of rain.
Yes, that would come into the equation. Maybe influence the thoughts of wanting to bat again for a short while and let Barbados bat last. But then, if there's the possibility of rain, that could change the mindset. So a captain and a coach had so much to think about.
Definitely. This one's just kept down slightly. Well played though from Drake's. 19 away from what would be a very well played maiden first class 100 here.
Yes, it would be superb batting, especially in the context of the match. Played the supporting role to Dowridge when he was going, and now Dowridge is gone, and he's got to manage the tail end.
Yes, he's been very compact. He stayed composed. His shot selection has been good more often than not. He's particularly strong square of the wicket.
And that's another thing he has to think about, when to take the single, when to cover holder. So many things you've got added onto your plate.
Exactly, for an inexperienced player as well. As we were saying, just learning on the job here
Yeah.
in terms of marshalling the strike.
Final delivery, barring a wide or no ball. And Moti rarely bowls those things.
Wonder if he's going to toss this one up here.
No, he
He
bowls it
doesn't.
flat.
Mm.
So that's the end of the over. The end of the overseas. The total, Barbados needing now 231 to pass Guyana's total. They're 205 for 8. More from you, and then it's going to be Vernon Springer and Joel.
We say good afternoon and say thanks to the folks who are viewing via the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. Thanks to Mali and Sean Devers for starting after lunch. Just to give you an update in terms of what's happening at Sabina Park in Jamaica, Kadeem Aliin is on fire. That's all I can tell you. The West Indies Academy in their second innings, they are 69 without loss. And Kadeem Aliin has hit 52 of 39 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes. 205 for 8 here. Niall Smith will start to Drakes. Drakes is timing it sweetly. Doesn't want to run. I don't like this at all. Got to run for everything, son. You don't want to end up. Shamar Holder has shown that he's capable. He's quite capable. There has to be communication. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon, Vernon. That communication coming now in terms of how I think they're going to approach this period of play. Of course, yes, Shamar Holder can stand up blocking in. However, I think it's a scenario where you don't want to necessarily expose him for too many deliveries, especially to Niall Smith at the moment.
You know, I'll tell you, Joel, I somewhat don't believe in this. I'm saying just play the cricket the normal way, because sometimes when you go into that mood, then you tend to be left stranded. It's a team game. Trinidad and Tobago fighting against the Windward Island. Windward Island leading by some 52 runs with 5 wickets remaining. They're 155 for 5 in their second innings. So they're certainly not batting well at all, the Windward Island Volcanoes. They scored 191 in their first innings. Trinidad and Tobago hit back with 294 in the process. Total of some 48 half centuries have been scored to date, make it 49 if we include Kadeem Aliin's knock. And then we go a little further down to Trinidad with the combined campuses and the Leeward Islands. 167 for 5 combined campuses and colleges. They lead by 181 runs. Remember, Leeward scored 259 in their first innings. The reply to the combined campuses, 273 all out. So over to you, Joel.
It's very interesting the field set at the moment. It tells you that it's going to be everything outside of that off stump. Just 2 fielders in the leg side, both of them were on the boundary for Jonathan Drakes. 3 deliveries now for Shamar Holder to contend with. He might be a little heartbroken here, Drakes, if he's left stranded at the other end. His highest score of 84 came this season in the first game. He's now on 83. Holder tries to get after that one. Can't get it past Shandapal at cover. But he certainly batted well today, Drakes. You just got the feeling that he would have been that key piece, as I mentioned a little earlier, at the start of the day's play. Just given the manner in which he goes about getting his runs, given the surface. He's played quite fantastically so far. Well, the edge was found. The catch was taken, but it was a no ball. So only has himself to blame.
So once again, Niall Smith's no ball problems continue. And I just find, Joel, Mali and Sean were on. And Mali did indicate that that Niall Smith was coming off of a much longer run than we normally see him. So I think he's trying to get a run out. His stride pattern has just not been consistent. How you walk is how you run.
opts to leave it this time. It's going to be a very tricky period here for Drake's batting with this lower order. And here's where you're seeing signs of why he opted to turn down the run off the very first delivery of the over. He's going to have to do a lot more of that as well, Drake, if he's going to find his way towards what would be his first-class 100.
Sure, it won't be his last, Joel. So there'll be situations like this.
And behind it. And that brings us to the end of an over in which Smith could have taken another wicket. It's 207 for 8.
Yeah, 207 for 842.1 overs. Quite a lot of overs bowled by Barbados in the Guyana's Happy Eagles, 436 all out. And already Guyana bowled some 59 overs. Coming to the Caribbean and to the world is the ICC's Men's T20 World Cup, the biggest event in the T20 World Cup, the 9th edition. West Indies and the United States of America 2024. A total of some 54 matches, 40 group stage matches, 20 teams. Matches in the United States of America, in Dallas, Texas, Fort Lauderdale, and in New York. The big game on June 9th, India versus Pakistan. And in the venues in the Caribbean, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And right here in Antigua and Barbuda. So it's all to play for. Make sure that you get your tickets early.
And to 17th over now is Gudakesh Modi. Returns of 1 for 31.
Starting to look at the groups in the World Cup. Well, folks who like to take some stats like Basil Morgan in Montserrat and company, even though he would have those stats already. Group A, India, Pakistan, Ireland, Canada, and the United States of America. Group B, England, Australia, Namibia, Scotland, Oman. Group C, New Zealand, West Indies, Afghanistan, Uganda, and Papua New Guinea. I'll come back with Group D.
Probably just sliding on with the arm on that particular occasion.
I think where he delivered the delivery from would have been also very important here. Zaid Bassarat making the call. Yeah. That was close, but I think that was going down.
Yeah, got a bit of turn, yes, but I don't think it was turning back enough to hit into that leg stump. Umpire Bassarat agrees.
One delivery to go. We've had 5 spot-on deliveries so far. Can Moti produce that special delivery?
Yeah, you just wondered if they might make a change here for this final delivery, and in fact, Imlat is signaling such. Just making it a lot more difficult for Drakes to get that single. Brings himself across to cover. Pramal comes off the boundary to short mid-wicket.
If he can't get a single, he can get a boundary, which can get him closer to his score. He's 17 away, 1 away from his highest first-class score so far. Scored 84. All sorts of scenarios will be going around in his mind. Too easy. Too easy. Permal really needed to give himself some room. He was just in no man's land. He really was in no man's land. So at the end of Moti's 17th over, 1 for 32. Wickets fell at 22, 22, 49, 81, 89, 89 for 5, 157 for 6, 158 for 7. And now we're talking about 208 for 8. Talking about the groups. Group D, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, and Netherlands. Talking about Montserrat, we want to say good afternoon to the folks in Montserrat. The St. Patrick's Festival will continue this Saturday and Sunday and also Monday. There's Juvie on Monday, and there will also be some action taking place on Saturday. Art exhibition. So Montserrat celebrating British colony, St. Patrick's Day. So good afternoon to all the folks in Montserrat, all of the Basils. Conversation taking place here now. Drake's 84 is equal to his highest first class score. So sort of cat and mouse situation taking place also this weekend. Come back as Niles Smith bounding away. This weekend we have the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association 2-day semi-final action for the top teams after 45 matches in the competition. You have the Pigots Crushers league leaders. They'll be taking on Empire Nation, and that game will take place at the Pigots Sports Field at Bethesda. PIC Liberta Blackhawks, the home of Kofi James, Kareem Agor, Javier Spencer, Raheem Cornwall against the Jennings Tigers. So a lot to play for this weekend in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association 2-day competition. But we're back with regional 4-day action.
Opts to turn down that single as well, Drakes. It's just an always interesting scenario for top order batters, but they have to come to the bottom and pretty much farm the strike. Also when nearing a landmark, because it would have been pretty much easier for them to do it should have been about, let's say, 40 odd, 60 odd or so, but nearing your first class 100 and being in this scenario is a very interesting one here now for Drakes.
Now, as armchair broadcasters, we can also share our own thoughts.
He uses the feet, Drakes.
Yeah, he's got to just stay. He's got to stay with the moment. Stay with the moment. Don't try anything different. Just stay with the moment. And it's also a matter of how do you trust Shema Holder? Shema Holder has got to put his hand up and say, I'm going to be there with you. You could remember a partnership in which Courtney Walsh and Brian Lara would have won a game for the West Indies. Many persons would have said, hey, Courtney Walsh is not that good enough, but he trusted Lara. Could talk about even when Sir Viv scored, I think it was 100 and add in England in a one-day international. He battled with Michael Holding. And Holding said he was almost like, you know, he just told his skip, I'm going to be there with you. And the Roberts last night, Joel, reminded me that he can bat. And so when he was playing, he never considered himself to be just a bowler. And I think that has to be the mindset of almost everybody who is part of a cricket team. Too many times I think we stereotype personals and we say, well, you know, Joel can't bat, this person can't bat. You have to apply yourself, because at some point in time, during your career, you're going to have to put your hand up and support Drakes, as Shema Holder will be asked to at this time. It's unfortunate yesterday that for Sammy Pomal, nobody stayed with him at the end, but that's life.
Oh, that one flies through the hands of Sinclair. And they're able to pick up two.
Sloppy cricket again by Guyana. Real sloppy cricket, just sitting back on their heels. You know, somebody got to back up whoever is in the short mid-wicket area. You have to.
Yeah, chasing that wide one.
I think it was high from him. You'd have had to take a Superman.
Yeah,
but he is super. Don't want to put him up there as an AI. I think we might have had to get an AI Kevin Sinclair to catch that one in the air.
This 86 now stands as his highest first-class score. The end of that over, it's 210 for 8.
I think he looks like he wants a bathroom break, so he just got that approval from Mr. Bassarat. Could be nerves. But that's okay. He's really working hard to get this 100.
Should he get there, he thoroughly will deserve it. Jonathan Drakes coming out this morning at 59 for 3. He started the innings on 20. And it was a scenario where overcast conditions, things all in favor of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. lost Raymond Reef relatively early in the day. Jason Holder didn't do much, and that certainly would have added pressure to the equation as well. Found a good partner for some time in Shane Dorich. Together, they weathered the storm, so to speak, and he still stands there, Drakes. You'll be hoping that today could be his day, and it looks like we're going to have the drinks break here now.
Yeah, so just before we go, just to remind the folks that the Cricket West Indies Women's Championship T20 Blaze will start off on Sunday at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. All of the teams, all of the matches will be played there. So that's going to be an exciting time, taking place Sunday the 17th to the 28th. And then we have the girls under 19, 2024 in Trinidad and Tobago from June 30th to July 14th. The boys under 15 tournament right here in Antigua and Barbados. Training camp for the Leewers and Windwards start this weekend at the Pickett Sports Complex on the 15th, March 24th to April 4th. And the matches here at Coolidge Cricket Ground will be carried live on the West Indies YouTube channel. And then on the 19th, June 30th to July 31st, right after the ICC Cricket World Cup. On the 17th, boys tournament, August 11th to September 3rd, 2024 in Trinidad and Tobago. The under 19 will be in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And the Sir Garfield Sobers competition returns. The Sir Garfield Sobers International Schools Cricket Tournament returns to Barbados June 30th to July 15th. And we know the big one. The Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League 2024, 34 matches from the 28th of August to the 6th of October. Finals in Guyana. First game right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The Antigua and Barbuda Falcons taking on the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots, 7 p.m. New franchise returning to Antigua and Barbuda in 10 years' time. I'm alongside Joel Manning. Everybody is seeming to be clearing the field. Jonathan Drakes is on his way back out. And he's been assured by Shemar Holder, I will be there with you, son. So you just bat. Going to the men's test rankings, you'd recognize that India lead with 122 rating points, Australia 117, England 111, New Zealand 101, South Africa 99, Pakistan 89, West Indies 81, Sri Lanka 79, Bangladesh 51, Zimbabwe 32. And a tour is set for England in July, first test. Sounds like it's going to be about July 10th. Looking forward to see the West Indies test team. The IPL start in a couple of days' time. And the West Indies have 11 players on show. Sunil Narayan, Andrew Russell, Rovman Powell, Nicholas Puran, Elzari Joseph, Shea Hope, Shimon Hetmar, Sherfin Rutherford, Roman Harris Shepherd, Carl Mills. And I call him the deliverer, Shamar Joseph. Exciting times ahead. A lot of cricket taking place. Over to you, Joel.
Yeah, certainly a lot of cricket will be taking place over the next couple months. It's gone to that stage where I just don't think I'm able to watch all of it. It's just too much.
But if you love cricket, you will see some and you will miss some, Joel. Because outside of the cricket in the West Indies, we're still even talking about the Women's Premier League, the Indian Premier League. And as broadcasters, you know, we try to make sure that we keep up. We might not see everything, but we get flashes of what is happening. It's a good thing we could go back and look at the highlights.
Well, it's Moti bowling to Shamar Holder. And Moti will favour himself in this particular matchup. Of course, Guyana Harpy Eagles will be hoping to get through this Barbados tail and then make a decision with regards to whether or not they might enforce that follow-on or not. Barbados Pride, however, will be hoping that they can pull together another 75 runs or so to get themselves past that follow-on total.
Windward Islands in their second innings, 165 for 5. A lead of 62 runs against Trinidad and Tobago. So they're not out of the woods as yet. Trinidad and Tobago fighting back in that game. Sabina Park, it's lunchtime. West Indies Academy has 69 without loss, and Kadeem Aline is on 52 not out. Jamaica Scorpions scored 372 in their first innings. The West Indies Academy, they recorded 324. At the Sir Frank Wowell Memorial in Trinidad and Tobago, the combined campuses and colleges, they're fighting 178 for 5, a lead of 192 over the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And here at Coolidge, alongside Joel Manning, Barbados 210 for 8.
Turn on that one. A maiden over by Moti, 210 for 8.
But I think when you look at the context, Joel, Ghana would not want to bat last on this track. So the obvious would be to at least maybe bat for an hour, get as quick runs as possible, and maybe give yourself a chance, depending on when they bowl Barbados out, that you know that you have all day. If you want to go that route, or whether you want to send Barbados in this evening a half an hour, 40 minutes before close of play, so that you could sort of put some pressure on them with the new ball. But it's going to be a cat and mouse situation. It also will bring Barbados into context where they can be also dictate and slow the game down, which also can then frustrate Guyana.
Yeah, a lot to consider here in terms of the possibilities of what might happen come a little later today. I can tell you will happen with absolute certainty. It's going to be Ronaldo Ali Mohammed with ball in hand now. His first bowl of this innings.
And he's picked up a fifer in this season so far against the Leeward Islands. So not a bad option. Maybe just giving Thorne and Smith a chance. And he's a sort of bowler, Joel. I know you have not seen him. We've seen him before. Who it's almost like a hop and skip run up like, and you might be tending to maybe concentrate and looking on him. But he can land the ball in certain areas, and he can nick you off if you're not tight in your defense or your shot selection. I really thought that he really would not have been bowling today, but he is now.
He's bowling wide to Drakes, and Drakes taking that initial step towards that off stump. Field set in a manner that certainly you might almost want to telegraph where that ball is going. Two slips, long off, man at cover, man sweeping on the cover boundary. Tajan Shandaball finds himself on the backward point boundary, and then Thorne at third man. Looks to get inventive, does Drakes. In fact, it's the 12th man, Perez, on the field, on the point boundary.
Does that mean that Thorne is on the field, so who's off? Is it Niall Smith? Yeah. Think Smith is off the field? This is the issue that I'm having, Joel. The ball was coming from on the offside, and nobody on the leg side looked as if they were interested in. Somebody shouted, somebody got to look to back up. I think Ghana will have to be very, very, very careful, because this partnership can grow into some confidence.
That was quite close to that off stump. Holder will want to tell you that it was a fantastic leave on his part.
He had a good stride in. Certainly he did have a good stride.
You felt as if,
And he was well left too.
yeah, you felt as if the wind was blowing a little stronger. It might have clipped that off stump.
No wind today. Slip cordon strengthened. 2 slips a gully.
Well, no harm done after that shot from Holder. 1 run from Ali Mohammed's first over. It's 2-1-1 for 8. Not the best of scorecards there for the Barbados Pride. Standing out is Drake's, who has been their anchorman. 87 from 186 deliveries.
Talking about so much cricket happening, Joel, the Pakistan Cricket Board will host its first series, tri-series in 20 years. It will involve South Africa and New Zealand in an international tri-series. It seems to be like a long time ago. Last time Pakistan holders hosted a tri-series was in 2004.
Turns down another run, does Drake's. And certainly has to become a bit frustrating at this stage for a batter who is approaching a landmark such as his. And knowing that it's really more so about you taking majority of the strike. You just have to hope that he doesn't give it away, looking to get inventive, and something that we saw in the previous overs, him taking that large step outside of the off step and looking to whip it towards the fine leg position.
Kind of surprised, Sean, that no short leg for Holder. Moti's an attack, and you have to look for your options. Once Holder gets on strike, you have to look to try to see if you can prize him out. There's an area that I feel they've let down. They seem flat, Guyana. Like they're just waiting for something to happen. They gotta make something happen. The partnership is 13.
Navigates another over successfully. It's 212 for 8.
Yeah, 64 was bowled. Barbados Pride trail by some 224 runs. 224 runs. Holder is 4. Jonathan Drakes, if he gets there, it'll be a well-deserved first-class 100. But he'll first have to contend with Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. Dropped the sitter today.
Oh, well, it works for him this time, Drakes. And he finds that fine leg boundary, takes him now into the 90s.
We know that was coming out. Not quite the real scoop, but at least it did work. And he kept his eyes, head was still, and he watched the ball right onto his bat. Goes to 92, he's 8 away.
This time, he takes a single off the second delivery. Takes him now to 93. The only batter left to come for Barbados Pride, Jerry McAllister. And knowing how Jerry McAllister bats, you don't tell yourself you'll be hanging around too long. So it probably is here. Drakes knows his best chance of getting that 100 is in terms of this partnership right now with Shamar Holder, who at the moment is doing the job. Faced 20 deliveries so far, Holder.
Jai, I might not like to hear you saying that, Joel.
But the one thing he will not tell me is that I'm lying. And Holder has a woof. That one was caught for a slip off a no ball off the bowling of Nell Smith. You know, ask the umpire how many balls remain, to which he responds and lets him know 3 deliveries left in this over.
He's trying to be a real batter. That's good. At least he's communicating. He knew that he played a naughty shot. Get his composure back.
This time, behind it correctly, as you would say, according to the manual. Yeah, he might not be the best of batters, but I think this is a scenario where you have to fake it till you make it here today. His team needs him to stand out there and hold up an end, Shamar Holder.
Go to the nets, you got to work on your batting. All areas. He's played a solitary test for the West Indies. Has been plagued by injuries. This is almost like a comeback kid story from injury.
It certainly has been. He had a chance to play in Super 50 coming on to the end of last year, and that would have been his first time back at this level in terms of the competitive scene of cricket. Spent quite a bit of time working in England after his shoulder surgery to get himself back to the ability to play at this level.
I think coming out of England with that rehab, it would have been a success story, spearheaded by a Carlos Batwet.
And behind it, the end of that Ali Mohammed over is 217 for 8.
So it's almost like the game has slowed right down, Joel. Yeah, you just get this feel that what is happening, nothing much is happening. The entire focus now is on Jonathan Drake's 93 from 191 deliveries.
Yeah, he certainly is the focal point, and deservedly so, given how he's played today. If only he had a bit more help from a few more batters in the Barbados side.
He's certainly getting support from Shamar Holder.
Field well spread again, and if Drakes is to find his way to that 100, he might have to do it in ones. Might be able to find the boundary if there is a bad delivery.
He did get one from Ali Mohammed.
Or he might have to get inventive again.
Yeah, so let's see if he would take that chance against Moti. No, I don't think he will. But you never know. Anything offline, he can be able to break down backward point and beat Perez. He can get a boundary. But Moti for sure is not thinking about bowling anything short. He's more or less trying to entice Drakes to hit the ball down the ground.
Yeah, I think it could be a scenario of calculating risk. And I think playing that aggressive shot to Moti at this stage presents the greater risk to Jonathan Drakes.
Just find that the feelers were closer, were in, as we would say, an imaginary 30-yard circle here for Guyana. Just not tight enough in restricting Drakes from getting the singles. We've just seen, they've just given away too many easy singles without building that pressure to force the pressure back onto Drakes to try something else different.
Well, Savory, there's a bit of advice here now for Moti.
Got to get the short leg in. It's just, you're a test bowler. If you're the test bowler, you got to be looking to wrap this team up. You've got to get the short leg in for Holder. If If you look sharp, you get the leg slip in. You don't have anything to lose.
There's one delivery now left in this multi over. Long off drops back to the boundary. And behind it. Overcalled, it's 218 for 8.
I think it's time to try Sinclair. Moti just looks, there's no zip. When you get a chance to bowl to Shema Holder, you gotta put more pressure on him. Silly point, short leg, leg slip, make him think. Make him wonder what's happening around him. He has to look out of his right eye, he has to look out of his left eye. You know, he has to deal with, you know, close fielders so you can build that pressure. If you get 3 balls to him, you have to figure out in the back of your mind that we're going to get him, you know, in one of these 3 balls. You're going to dismiss him. It's like you want to win the game, so you have to create that atmosphere. 94 to Jonathan Drakes.
Yeah, let's see how he goes about the start of his over, whether or not very early in it he looks to use that pace again of Ali Mohammed, and that's where the difference is between batting versus Moti and batting versus Ali Mohammed. That additional pace factor makes it just a little easier to find the boundary. Yeah, he tries to go there, does Drakes.
And I think he tried to hit it too hard, Joel, because normally that is his scoring area, anything short and wide. But because he was concentrating, hoping that Ali Mohammed was going to angle the ball down the leg side, he wanted to hammer that one. But it's a sort of tricky situation for Ronaldo Ali Mohammed bowling to Drakes in this situation. I think it's a big risk, Joel, bowling without a fine leg, based on what he's done already before.
Not particularly, because I think you actually want him to take that particular risk in terms of exposing the 3 stumps looking to work the ball behind square on the leg side.
But he's now forcing Ali Mohammed to bowl wider and wider, which could then overcompensate himself, just as we saw how close that one was.
Yeah, I think at the moment they're happy even if Carl Tuckett is to signal a wide outside of that off stump. It's just one of those scenarios where you're going to ask Jonathan Drakes to do all of the work, essentially, even if this happens for the next maybe 5, 6 or so overs. They're hoping at some stage he makes that mistake, takes that additional risk. This one in front of square and challenges the boundary. That takes Drakes now to 98.
You've got to get your angles worked out savory. With the pace of a Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, Perez was just more or less too fine and needed to be square. If he was square, he would have been able to stop that.
He's 2 runs away now, Jonathan Drakes. This could be the moment. A maiden first-class 100 for Jonathan Drakes. A day where he has been tested, and a day where he has shown his worth.
I was showing you everybody for the Barbados team standing, Sean. That's what, Joel. 200 balls. And we almost had a collision, and then everything happened so fast.
Absolutely fantastic knock by this young man. He deserved this moment. He deserved to be celebrated as he was by his teammates. Showing up here, not many would have given him the nod in terms of that batter who would have stood up for the Barbados pride, other than me. But no, honestly, it's been a fantastic knock by him. And hopefully he can continue, because the job is not done just yet. Yes, he's gone to a personal landmark, but there's also that team landmark in terms of getting past that follow-on target. The end of 67 overs, it's 225 for 8.
And the man of the moment, a century that we've been waiting for in this game, finally bears some fruit. Jonathan Drakes delivers at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. What a knock. Congratulations, young man.
That 101 stands tall in that 225 for 8.
From all 90, Anderson 87, Sinclair 72. But Jonathan Drake stands top of the leaderboard. And when you come to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, you would see that name, Jonathan Drakes. They're still persisting with Moti. What has happened to Sinclair? The Guyana team just lacks some innovation. They have to get something happening. I wonder if it's a situation where nobody else wants to go to Silly Point. Or is there a rule that, you know, you're only supposed to have a short leg? No Silly Point, or a Silly Point and no short leg?
Modi changes his angle. And will it bring a change in fortunes for him? Well, this is the wicket for Moti. The innings of Drakes comes to an end.
Very soft. Very, 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 very soft. And he was trying to get fancy, Joel, just by just chipping it down the ground. See, he had to play around the ball. The right hand came into play, but what a knock. He's patted on the back here. Could have just maybe just checked the drive with his top hand more or less. The bottom hand came into play. But for sure, a beautiful knock from this young man. He'll remember this century for a long time. And I want him to walk with his head high. You're talking about Barbados pride? This is the pride of Barbados. This young man, as he walks back into the dugout, he receives a round of applause, and not only a round of applause, a standing ovation in the dressing room of the Barbados team. Well done, son.
Well done indeed, Jonathan Drakes. 101. A maiden first class 100, and as you mentioned, certainly a day that he will not forget. A job still though at hand for the Barbados Pride, and that probably is where the disappointment came in for him, knowing that yes, personally he's gotten past that milestone, but his team still needed him. And yeah, the context of what we've seen, relatively soft in terms of how he was dismissed there. Of course, knowing that the long on was in place, he wasn't necessarily to the pitch of the delivery, and that is why you didn't necessarily probably see the full flow of the bat come through in the end. Just chipped up a very simple catch to Modi. He picked up his second, and it's now 225 for 9. Still trailing by 211 runs, Barbados Pride.
So good afternoon to Coach Henderson Springer, Franklin Stevenson, Milton Small.
It's going to be very interesting here with Jerry McAllister at the crease. We could probably expect a swing or 2 or 3. Oh, instead gets back and cuts that one away.
That is a proper cricket shot, Joel. What are you saying? Look at Jair. Back on the cross. Look at him. Oh, keeping his eyes on the ball. None of the batsmen have played anything as nice as that for the day, Joel. He survived, Joel.
Well, he left that one in the dark. 229 for 9.
I like how you said that. He left that one in the dark. 68 overs bowled. Jonathan Drake's 101, his maiden first-class century in regional cricket. And make sure that you just write that name down as I go to my leaderboard to write him down on the century list. He now becomes the 14th player of the Cricket West Indies 4-Day Championship to score 100. Talking about some of the legacies that we'd like to see being left from this World Cup. Certainly would like to see the Providence Stadium in Guyana being named the Sir Clive Lloyd Stadium. That would send an entire message to the world, but the contribution of Sir Clive Lloyd.
Well, it's that time where Holder realizes he can now, in technicality, have his free swing. He no longer has that responsibility of guiding Drakes to the 100. However, certainly every run will matter in this Barbados Pride cause. Can they squeeze out another 10, 15, 20 runs, Barbados Pride?
I listen to somebody in the stump microphone saying, "What's your length?" He's got a ball to the stumps. If he goes wide, somebody says he has a good bat. Well, he's got a ball in his hands. So he's looking to make sure that he goes to the castle. The idea for Holder would be to defend this castle.
Catches the cry, but it falls into no man's land. Looking for 2, and this could be the run out. It is.
He's out. Once it's Perez, you could say goodbye. Once it is Perez going after that ball, you can say goodbye. He is lightning quick.
And that brings us to the end of the Barbados Pride innings. The question is, will Guyana Harpy Eagles enforce the follow-on?
No, I think they'll bat again. Might be the right thing to do as well to Sean. Joel? So just to give a recap, Joel, for the folks who just maybe tuned into the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, Craig Brathwaite seems like a long time ago was run out by Perez for 14. Zachary McCaskey caught Savory bowled Isaiah Thorne for 8. Shaim Brathwaite on debut caught Ali Mohammed. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed bowled Isaiah Thorne without scoring. And today, the man himself, Jonathan Drakes, 101, caught and bowled Moti for 101, 204 balls, 13 boundaries. Raymond Weaver caught Sinclair, bowled Niall Smith for 44. Jason Holder caught Anderson, bowled Smith for 4. Shane Dorish caught Niall Smith, bowled for Sammy Pomol for 41, an excellent catch. Kemar Roach caught Matthew Nandu, bowled Moti without scoring. Jamal Warrican caught Savory, bowled Niall Smith for 13. And Holder was run out by Perez. In the end, the wicket takers, Moti 2 for 34, Pomol 1 for 50, Smith 3 for 54, Isaiah Thorne 2 for 37. Guyana Harpy Eagles 436 all out, Barbados Pride 230. And we'll wait to see in terms of what's going to be happening. I'm joined by Philip Spooner in the commentary booth as Joel Manning leaves for his break. Say good afternoon to my colleague and my friend. We've got some 1400s to date in the West Indies Championship. How are you, comrade?
Hey, Vernon. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to all the listeners, viewers all around the world. I take pride in saying all around the world.
Well, of course, the
And we
entire world is listening.
And we will soon be saying out of this world.
Certainly. So we have the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, the biggest event ever, the 9th edition. 55 matches in total, 40 group matches, 20 teams. The United States of America and the Caribbean spread across 6 venues. Dallas, Texas, New York, Fort Lauderdale. New York will host 8 games, Dallas 4, Fort Lauderdale 4. And then in the Caribbean, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Antigua and Barbuda, the home of Cricket West Indies. What's happening with the World Cup?
Everything, Vernon. And I'm very impressed by your wealth of knowledge, being able to rattle off all of those details for what will be the biggest world tournament ever. As you said, 55 matches, 20 teams. That's no mean feat. That's a huge, grand occasion, and it's going to be happening. It's going to be out of this world. It's going to be hugely magnificent. It's going to be, I don't want to say extraterrestrial because that's another realm altogether, but it's going to be huge. And we want to welcome everybody to the West Indies and to the USA for this magnificent event. First to the 29th of June. I don't think you want to miss it. I know, Vernon, you won't miss it.
Group A, India, Pakistan, Ireland, Canada, the United States of America hosts. Group B, England, Australia, Namibia, Scotland, Oman. Group C, New Zealand, Afghanistan, Uganda, Papua New Guinea, and host West Indies. Group D, South Africa, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, and the Netherlands. It's the 9th edition of the ICC Cricket World Cup. The biggest event, the biggest game is on June 9th in New York. And I call that the biggest game. Guess what? It is India versus Pakistan.
Who told you that, Vernon? Who said that's the biggest game? The biggest game is probably when the West Indies win on the 29th.
Well,
in Barbados.
before we get to the Super 8 stage, I'm just dubbing this as the biggest game in New York.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. It's the largest capacity in terms of stadium. That's Nassau County on the border of, where is it? Just outside New York City proper. Long Island, New York, yeah. And it's India, Pakistan needs no introduction. The last time they played at the MCG in T20, that was 100,000 seats. Everyone was full. So this is obviously going to be major as well. Next week we're going to have the start of the Trophy Tour with Chris Gayle taking over New York, and from there it will go across the US and then into the Caribbean. So it's going to be, as you said, huge. At India, Pakistan, very big game. Any format they play, Test cricket, ODI, 50 over people. So that's a major attraction in the US, and then all the matches in the West Indies will be major attractions, especially those with the West Indies team playing. And then there's a grand final in Barbados on the 29th.
The Cricket West Indies issued a release over the last couple of days, and so we'll have, as we would say, ticket sales going on sale, especially to the folks in the Caribbean. There was a little rumor banding around from the 19th of March, so Cricket West Indies just dismissed that pretty early.
Yeah, well, we're here to do what the fans want. The fans are major stakeholders in the tournament, and we want to ensure that everyone gets a chance to get a ticket for this great event. So whatever needs to be done to accommodate, facilitate, and assist our fans, we will be happy and willing to do that. So there will be ticket box offices opening date to be announced, but you can guarantee that if that is your mode of getting tickets for the matches, you will be given the opportunity to get a ticket. In the meantime, tickets are as always, I should say from the get-go, were available on online. So that's tickets.t20worldcup.com. Tickets.t20worldcup.com. You can go there and get your tickets as well. But box offices will be open in all of the 6 venues in the West Indies for you to go and get your tickets as well.
Who are all of the ambassadors? We know we got the world boss, Chris Gayle. Who are some of the other ambassadors across the region?
Well, I don't think all the ambassador program has not been rolled out yet officially, but as you said, Chris Gayle, excuse me, he's been involved so far. Then we had Dwayne Bravo in New York for the 100 Days to Go event, the official launch. We had, excuse me again, I'm here struggling with this dust situation, so bear with me. Dwayne Bravo, and he needs no introduction. He's the undisputed champion of T20 cricket. He's won it twice. Then we had Samuel Badri. He was in Trinidad. He's also a two-time T20 World Cup winner. And as the tournament gets nearer, we'll have other ambassadors being rolled out. One of the things that we really, really want to do as well is to engage our legends. We have been doing that already, and we want to get better, more involvement, I should say, from our legends. We're looking at, the creme de la creme of world cricket, some of the greatest cricketers who've ever walked the face of this earth. So you will see some of our greats as well being involved, and we also have some of our female cricketers who have won the World Cup here. Haley Matthews, Melissa Aguilera, she was at the launch in Trinidad, Stephanie Taylor, and players of that caliber. So there's a lot happening, a lot of interest developing. Vernon, what is very, very interesting is that this is a massive sporting year. You've got the Olympic Games in Paris in July and August. You've got Euros in June and July all across Europe. The football fans will tell you more about this Copa America, and this which is Women's Copa, ongoing. But cricket has trumped them all so far in terms of the public space and the social media attention. So people who used to think cricket was just this game that was played among the British and the Aussies, well, they're now realizing that this cricket thing is massive, and it's now competing favorably alongside Copa America, European football, Olympic Games for the attention of sporting fans across the globe. We can expect over 1 billion eyeballs on the tournament during that month, and that's a massive amount of publicity and visibility for our countries here in the West Indies. So it's all happening, and they say 1st to 29th of June. I don't think anybody wants to miss this.
And with the World Cup going to the Olympics in 2028 in the United States of America, it's great signs for cricket in the region. Coming up also in the region, right after the Cricket World Cup, will be the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League 2024. 34 matches from the 28th of August to the 6th of October 2024, with the opening game being played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The Antigua and Barbuda Falcons will be taking on the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. A return of a CPL team to Antigua and Barbuda. Exciting news. 11 players in the IPL for 2024 Spoons: Sunil Narayan, Andrew Russell, Rodman Powell, Nicholas Puran, Alzari Joseph, Shea Hope, Shimon Hetmeyer, Sherfin Rutherford, Romaro Shepard, Kyle Mears, and Shamar Joseph. Can the West Indies win the ICC T20 World Cup?
Vernon, if you were to pick your 4 semi-finalists at this moment, based on form, skill,
or on paper?
Well, we don't pick on paper. I've never seen a cricket match played on paper, at least not a serious one. And we're definitely not going to play the World Cup final on paper. So let's park that for the moment. But if not only on sentiment, but on skill and know-how, and possibly even stats, if you were to put the stats in a bag and shake it up, I think one of your 4 teams will be West Indies. Being at home, knowing the conditions, the power. We saw them down in Australia the other day. They didn't win the series, but they created a record. Only team to have ever made 200 plus in a series on 3 occasions. Every time the West Indies batted, they made 200 plus in their 20 overs, whether it was chasing or setting. So you'd have to put West Indies in your final 4. And once you get to the final 4, you're a dangerous team. Any number can play. And the West Indies in global tournaments, give and take, they have a very good record once they reach the sort of the business end. So a West Indies team in semi-final stage is a very, very, very dangerous, almost threatening team, and I would have to say definitely a top-tier contender. So they're playing good cricket. They have good leadership. They have a coach who knows how to win on the big stage. He knows how to set up for the big occasion and how to prepare his team both mentally, physically, and some people in this era of modern sport emotionally for these grand occasions. So I think West Indies would definitely be in my final 4, and I would back them if on any given day to win a 3rd World T20 title, and that would make it a first because they've got 2 titles. England have 2, and it would make Darren the only player coach ever to win it separately. He's won it as a captain twice, and he would obviously win it as a head coach. So park everything. Stop whatever you're doing on the 29th of June, no matter where in the world you are. If you're on a Boeing 747, tell the pilot, hang on, let's fly around in circles for a bit. I have something to do. I have to watch a World Cup final on TV. But in all seriousness, whatever you're doing on the 29th of June, unless it requires something absolutely hugely important to you, stop what you're doing and be in Barbados for that World Cup final.
Don't go yet, Philip. We're just about to start the second innings of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, who lead by some 206 runs. Barbados Pride, just in case you've just joined the conversation here on the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel, they've been bowled for 233. Tej Chandapal and Macho Nando have walked out. Barbados starting with 3 slips, no gully, and a wide third man. So earlier clock, we're looking at some defense. And they will maybe have to try to see if they can be able to slow the game down. If I know Craig Brathwaite, who's the West Indies Test captain, he certainly will slow the game down in a very big way. Here goes the man himself, Kamal Roach, around the wicket, and he's on the money straight away. In terms of what's happening, 2 not without loss. We have a situation in terms of what's going to be happening. Barbados Pride opting to field first in the first instance of what has been happening around here. Or maybe get ourselves sorted out here. So Vasbert Drake's walking around. Here is Chandapal back and punching the square. They come back around for 2 runs very aggressively. So a different style, a different approach here from what has been happening.
Verna, you just said Roach to Chandapal.
Did I say Roach?
Yeah, you did. Roach to Chandapal, and you're accurate, but it took me back to 2008.
Oh, okay. That's a long time ago, Spoons.
When it was Shiv Chandapal.
It was Shiv Chandapal facing.
Yeah. Almost had to do a double take and clean my glasses. Then I realized
it really is Chandapal.
It really is Chandapal, but of a different era.
Yeah, here is Chandapal just working this into the short mid-wicket area. Racing in his Raymond Reefer. He can't stop the second. In fact, he can only stop 1 run.
Should Guyana have enforced it for one, Vernon?
Well, they certainly. No, I don't think. I think they don't want to bat last on this track. Spoons. That'll be the first objective. They certainly don't want to bat last.
Okay.
Guyana Harpy Eagles leading by 209 in this game. 3 without loss. Macho Nando, he's a knot. Roach around the wicket. Clipped away. That's his strong area. Out to Reefer, who's 3/4 of the way. Umpire Carl Tuckett just glides away side on, so you could see in terms of what's going to be happening.
How long should Guyana bat now? What target would you set?
Well,
I mean, I used to be asking me this question.
It's 2:07 as we speak right now. They at least have to give Barbados at least 375 to win. I don't know what rate. It all depends on what their mood will be like. Barbados also will be trying to slow the game down and try and see if they can be able to also pick up wickets. So that's going to also be critical in terms of what is going to be happening.
So 350, 375 is
Yeah.
it's perfect. Okay.
On this track, because it already started to turn. And maybe an attractive total that can give yourself some time to figure out, how you're going to go after this Barbados Pride.
No, I agree with you.
Team.
So that we can expect Barbados to be batting again tonight.
If I was Tevin Imla, that's what I'd be thinking about, especially with the new ball. If Barbados have to bat 45 minutes tonight, anything can happen.
Yeah. So if they can get 120 runs in a session and make Barbados bat 45 minutes tonight, yeah, that sounds good.
Driving
Well,
uppishly.
call that gully if there was one.
No gully, and down to the third man boundary for 4. So the objective here by Guyana Harpy Eagles, who are the defending champions, looks like it is to get quick runs. And so in getting quick runs, Craig Brathwaite has gone to his most senior bowler, former Test captain Jason Holder, And Jason Holder will be picking it up from the media center end. Let's sort of see what sort of lengths that he'll be looking to bowl here. Most likely he'll pace off deliveries is what Holder will be looking for.
Okay, so the field should be, well, there's a point on the boundary, but yet there are 3 slips, which is kind of different. So maybe you should have 2 and 1, 2 slips in the gully.
No, well, I think in fairness, for how Nandu plays, I think the concept here would be to get Nandu to drive
Away from the body.
Yes, out to cover. And so that's why they're enticing Nandu. In fact, they got 2 slips in the gully now. And they got a wide third man, more or less. And a very inviting gap to get Nandu to really drive. Holder is really going to try and get the ball to go across Nandu. Short ball very early. And this looks like a different Jason Holder, completely different in this delivery compared to the first innings. I guess maybe just trying to get some 40 miles under his legs. One of the things in talking to Sir Andy Roberts Spoons, he says that he don't feel that the younger bowlers in the Caribbean are running enough. He says you've got to put some miles on your legs. You have to run. That's something I've always heard Sir Kirtley and Courtney Walsh talk about. Backing across and punching that right up to cover.
Well, I have no idea about fast bowling. I've never even thought it as a profession. I probably wasn't even tall enough, even though I'm taller than Kimara Roach. Let's set the record straight. But no, on a serious note, obviously fitness is the key to not only fast bowling, but the cricket in general, sports, as we all know. So, so one of the level and skill set and legacy of Andy Roberts should definitely know everything there is. And I guess it'd be very good advice to transfer to any young cricketer or any cricketer of that matter.
Here was a Jaffa bowl by Jason Holder. It turned Macho Nandu right around. And Nandu maybe just has to make that slight adjustment in his stance. He's trying to be side on. You can't be side on now, especially to Jason Holder, who tends to get the ball to run across you. So he just has to just slightly just open. But when he gets back and across, he has to make sure that his left foot is side on to the ball. Oh, he's in trouble. Oh, he's in trouble.
No doubt.
That's what I was talking about. He's in trouble. Have to make that slight adjustment in your stance. And if you stand in that area, you're looking out of the weakest part of your eye. Nandu caught on the crease and hold the strikes for Barbados. 8 for 1. Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Errant judgment from Nandu. I guess he thought that one would also gone away, but it jagged back. Expert bowling from Holder, who knows this inside out, has a very good skill set when it comes to new ball bowling. And from the time I hit the pad, it was clear that Nandu could have walked, really. Umpire didn't have to give him out. That was dead. And a good start from Holder, leading by example. And is it beyond the realm of possibility that Barbados can turn Guyana over for 65 and then have a go at these runs? Vernon, what do you think?
I think I'm going to have to bring Sean Davis on commentary if you're talking like that. He's been bringing the rain, so he might maybe have to stop the wickets if you're talking about Guyana Harpy Eagles being dismissed for 65. I didn't say that. Philip Spooner was just speculating that it could be. And that's the possibility because we're playing a cricket game. So please, the people on the live, don't get too angry. Just understand that it's a real game. And anything is possible.
I mean, Guyana, they don't need to go chasing anything here. Obviously, they want a victory, but they shouldn't get too ahead of themselves and push it too hard. Barbados now looking ultra attacking. They've now got 3 slips in a gully, cover catching and a point catching. So,
yeah, they sense something here. They want to put some pressure on Savory. Holder, can he strike again? He just turns that off-line delivery. And he knows that. He straight away kicked himself, Holder. He says, how can he get away like that? I think he thought he was still bowled into Macho Nandu. I said Imla. 9 for 1. Shanda Paul comes into strike. Let's see how this contest is going to be. He's taking the middle stump guard, and he tends to square up completely. That's the next thing here.
This is Shana Paul.
Yeah, this is Shanda Ball.
And
I think this is going to be a good contest here as well, too.
Imlak.
Imla is on the non-strikers end.
Right. Imlak is the 18 keeper when De Silva is playing as a batsman.
Comes right across and defends that one nicely. Over is completed, so Holder strikes for Barbados Pride. Ghana Up Eagles, they are 9 for 1. 9 for 1. Machu Nando. LBW to Holder for 1. Tate Shandapal is on 7. Tevin Imla, the Ghana captain, is on 1.
So see this, Vernon. Okay, so De Silva is the test keeper, and Del Rich is former test keeper who's in good form. Imlak is the 18 keeper when De Silva is the captain and playing as a batsman, but Imlak is playing as a batsman for Guyana and Savory is keeping. So does that mean that we've now got 5 test keepers in the pecking order, or what? How is that? Because that's a very intriguing and interesting situation. That the test keeper keeps sometimes, the assistant, the number 2 test keeper keeps sometimes, and everybody else.
Well, the good thing about it is that Imla has not played a test match yet.
Okay.
So you don't think he'll be considered as the test reserve wicketkeeper, but there's
No,
something.
but he was the test reserve wicketkeeper in
well,
Australia.
he went
was
to
down-
Australia.
Yeah,
he
that,
went to
that
Australia.
fantastic.
Doesn't make him
That fantastic Shamar Joseph test.
yeah, but it doesn't make him the test reserve keeper, because he's certainly said right now that he's not interested in being the test keeper. And
No, he never said that. For him.
well, if he's not keeping here, he's sent a statement.
He's concentrated on his captaincy.
He's on his captaincy. All right, thank you very much.
No. I'm just being.
10 for
No,
1.
I just find the situation very interesting, and
It is interesting.
but what it's doing is creating an opportunity for Savory to get a game, and I guess nothing wrong with that.
Well, I think it's going to be greater than that, Philip Spooner. If we look around in terms of what is happening, so let's look at the situation as we speak right now. We're talking about the Leeward Islands Hurricane.
Yeah, Joel Andrews.
We have the West Indies under 19 wicketkeeper. We also have Jamar Hamilton. We have Jonathan Carter, not Jonathan Carter, Rivaldo Clark, who is also being vying as one of the top keepers. And then you got Colin Boyne Tuckett. So you got 2 keepers in the West Indies Academy vying for some places. So we have a lot of keepers moving around.
Yeah, Australia have a situation like that, don't they? They have Wade, who is the T20 keeper, and then Inglis plays as a batsman. Then Inglis is the ODI keeper, and Carey plays as a batsman. And then Carey plays in the test team as a keeper, and sometimes Wade used to play as a batsman. I remember the situation very well because my brother, the late Levy Puckering, he played for Barbados as a batsman, even though he was a keeper. He batted at 3. Ricky Hoyt was a keeper. He batted at 4. And Courtney Brown was the captain. He batted at 6. So in the Barbados top 6, you had 3 specialist keepers, but they were so good players, especially against the spin in Trinidad and Guyana, that they just played as batsmen. And if to a lesser degree, Roland Holder then, who could also keep wicket, he batted at 5 and stuff like that. Phil Wallace, who could also keep wicket, he opened the batting. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility, because it happened in Barbados where the top 6 or 7 had 5 keepers.
Yeah. It's an interesting headache for Dr. Desmond Haynes. I certainly don't want to be in that room when that conversation comes up. I just want to read the team to England. And that would be pretty interesting. 10 for 1. Exciting times ahead. I want to say thanks to Jason and the 360 team. What an excellent job these guys have done in St. Kitts and Nevis for the Women's Championship. In fact, the T20 Blaze, CG T20 Blaze, bowls off on Sunday at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. All of the teams, Jamaica crowned Super 50 champions. They came back with a vengeance. Barbados without their captain, Haley Matthews.
Yeah. Well done to Jamaica, Stephanie Taylor, and especially Chanel Henry and Shadeen Nation leading from the front. The value of experience and skill, and know how to convert winning positions into victories. And
Although they lost the final game and they're still upset about that one against Guyana.
Yeah.
but that's life.
Guyana also played some really good cricket. Young Munasar,
Munasa.
leading wicket taker, saw a bowl on the 19 camp a couple of years back with Steve Leibert, and immediately you were impressed. Such good control, maturity beyond her years. And I think now that Anisa Muhammad has gone into retirement, passing on the baton, it looks like Munasar is the kind of bowler, kind of cricketer that you believe can sort of fill that void. Big shoes, well, I didn't say Anisa had big feet, but big shoes to fill if you're replacing Anisa Muhammad. But here's a young lady in Munasar who you believe can fill that sort of void over a period of time. Not that it's going to happen immediately. She needs to, get the opportunity to play and build and get some experience. But the fact that they made her the under-19 captain too to the T20 World Cup means that they can see evidence of her ability, her maturity, as they said, and she definitely understands the game. There's no doubt about that from what I saw. And I'm happy to see that she's emerged at such a young age as a leading wicket taker, and hope she can continue to learn and grow in the game. What a shot.
So here is Imla, easy on the eyes, half volley from Holder, and spanked away to cover for 4. Holder kicks himself again, not with his left foot, this time with his right foot, because he knows that he just missed the length, because Jason just shows up the replay there.
I'm going to say something, and I know I'm going to be cursed left, right, and center by everybody in Guyana and Barbados primarily, but across the region. That shot brought back memories of Carl Hooper. That was such an amazing... nobody moved. The batsman, he knew he touched it. It was a class shot. And for those who doubted Imla, whether he should have gone to Australia or not, I'm not saying you get the pick on one shot, but that's class. And the Carl Hooper fans would probably look at that and said, so Carl, is that you?
Holder, we're in the 98, goes past umpire Carl Tuckett, and comes back with a good delivery. Where is he going? He was in no position. And Barbados, they're just losing it there. The ground feeling in some patches today in this game has not been brilliant. A lot of the fielders have been caught on their heels, really. Looks like McCaskey there wasn't tight enough in the area. In the meantime, the score goes to 15 for 1.
Well, he did a really good job of getting to the ball and cutting out the single, created a run-out opportunity, but then he threw it at the stumps, nobody on the legs, so he backed up, and then they got the easiest of singles. So, yeah.
Tej Chandapal down the onside. Holder working away. 15 for 1. They lead by 221 runs.
Vernon, I was just remarking how Imlat shot brought back a memory of Carl Hooper. Well, we can't help but say that every shot that Tej Chandapal plays brings back a memory of Shivnaraj Chandapal.
It depends on which shot.
If ever there was a carbon copy, this is it. They tell you, most people say when I grow up, I want to be like my dad. Well, I think Chandapal Jr. has taken that to another level. He's obviously several thousand test runs short, but I guess he's a work in progress. But if ever somebody looked like another person in terms of a sport, well then, Tej Chandapal and Shivnaraj Chandapal are exactly the same.
He faces Holder, goes across him, he squares up, but he would say that was wide enough. So Holder completes his second over. 4 overs bowled. Guyana Happy Eagles are 15 for 1. I want to say good afternoon to Leon Johnson, my good friend, former Guyana Happy Eagles and West Indies player. Must be glued to his television. Ramit Sarwan, how are you, Sars?
Well, yeah, I actually owe Leon Johnson a call. We spoke earlier. I was due to call him back. So, John I'll be showing you shortly. And Sarwan, I haven't heard or seen him for a while. So all the best to you, Ronnie.
Well, he's a big businessman, growing in confidence. We wish him all the best. I want to say good afternoon to Omari Banks and Anguilla as well, too. As Roach bongs away to Imla. Imlay is almost caught in the crease and sort of trying to play around his pads there. Roach up in a gear here. Barbados sensing that they could maybe pick up a couple of wickets.
Well, Roach, 260 plus test wickets. That's some achievement. One test wicket in my book is something special, and it's an achievement to get 200 plus test wickets in this era. Well done, Kimar Roach, and he's managed to.
Warwick caught on the heels again.
Managed to transition from being a tearaway fast bowler when he first came into the team. He had some injuries, and he managed to rebuild his game and find a new way of taking wickets, and he's been even more successful as a swing bowler than an out and out fast bowler.
I was looking yesterday, Phil, and I was talking to Joel. I think he was on the Joel Mali, and I was saying, just look at Jimmy Anderson, 700 wickets. How does one get 700 test wickets?
Well, that's ooh, dropped.
Ooh, I think that was dropped. You have to take those.
Oh my God.
Let's see that, Jason. I think that went to hand.
He's hurt.
I think that went to hand.
Oh, gee.
No, he dropped in front of him. Am I right, Jason?
He's hurt.
Dropped in front of him. Didn't carry.
Seems to have clipped the finger and there's blood.
Yeah. Jackie,
So
the
Drake.
faithful Jackie comes on.
Well, Jackie King, we got to pay a lot of respect. Jackie King has been his physio since 1985. That's unbelievable. We talk about longevity and Kimar's test numbers and how long he's played, and Jimmy Anderson, 700 test wickets spread over 20 odd years. And that's amazing. And to have someone like Jackie King, Dr. Jackie King, who's been a physio from the days of Malcolm Marshall and Joel Garner, Viv Richards, to this era of Jason Hole and Craig Brathwaite, and that's nearly 40 years of service, and we got to pay a lot of respect to Jackie King for sure. And when she takes Drake's off to look at that finger, but there's blood, and that means that he's off for a bit.
Warwick now comes to first slip, and Shandapur comes quietly forward. I was talking Philip Spooner, and I was saying that we have to start looking after our legends, and I think that when this World Cup, part of the process that I would like to see happening, Philip Spooner, is that we name the Providence Stadium after Sir Clive Lloyd. We name Arnersvale after Winston Davis. Really feel that these are two areas that we really seriously need to address. We already got the Darren Sammy Stadium, we got the Viv Richards Stadium. We need to put Sir Clive in Guyana. Sir Clive has been somebody who's really served this game in all facets. In fact, he was a politician as well too. So not just only a West Indies leader and a leader of men, but automatically to take the Caribbean on your back and journey all around the world. Brought, even up until now, the respect that Sir Clive's get anywhere he goes. He went to India last year. You only have to just look at the reception. I think it is time that the Ghana government seriously look at renaming Providence after Sir Clive. Single, nudged into the onside by Shandapur.
Yeah, Vernon, I don't know what the criteria for naming stadium, so I can't say too much about that. I don't know what the protocol is, so that's a matter for those in charge. But
I'm just
no,
triggering the
Sir
debate.
Clyde, his legacy, it's unprecedented. One of the greatest ambassadors for the Caribbean region of all time. Winning the World Cup twice, dominating the sport.
Both in the Caribbean and in England.
Yeah, and then Winston Davis.
Who had that
Champion.
that unfortunate accident.
Yeah, champion for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Windward Islands. In the first Shell Sheet title, he was at the forefront. And then for a long time, the best bowling figures for West Indies in 50-over cricket. 7 for 51 against Australia in 1983 World Cup. So these are two outstanding ambassadors for the game. And as you said, we show great respect to our leaders, our cricketers, our giants of the sport who, as you said, put the region on their back and champion the cause. So I'm sure those who are listening would appreciate what you're saying, but again, the protocol dictates certain things, so we're not sure how that works. But I'm sure if it happened, it would be a welcome honor on behalf of these two esteemed gentlemen. So last time I saw Winston Davis was obviously everyone's where he's wheelchair bound. He had an accident, but he's still in very good spirits. He was sitting with Colin Croft, Trent Bridge, when the West Indies played against Pakistan in the World Cup in 2019. So if you're listening, Winston, all the best to you. And Sir Clyde, he was recently in Guyana, where he would be conferred in the coming months with CARICOM's highest honor and most deserving icon of world cricket, as I said, the most successful West Indies captain in our history. You don't win 2 World Cups by accident. You have to take a lot of planning, expertise, and leadership. And whenever you hear Sir Clive Lloyd, you stand and you bow. You show respect and acknowledgement, admiration for someone I rate as the finest cricket captain of all time.
And that's the power of sport, Phil, in terms of, the progress. We're celebrating 50 years here in Antigua and Barbuda and the wider part of the Leeward Islands for Dr. Sir Andy Roberts, who made his test debut on March 6, 1974 against Australia in Bridgetown, Barbados, Kensington to be exact. Last year we celebrated Sir Elkamida Willett, who became the first player from the Leeward Islands to play test cricket. And then later on in the year we'll be celebrating the great man, national hero of Antigua and Barbuda, Sir Vivian Isaac Alexander Richards, holder to Shanda Paul sort of stabbing position. He was thinking about playing and not playing, but was forced to play.
Yeah, you've just called some names that revered. Sir Viv Richards. I think the Andy Roberts debut game, Lawrence Rowe made 302, which is still rated by some people, I know definitely by many Barbadians, as the greatest knock ever played in the history of cricket. And that's the level of respect that is held for Lawrence Rowe and that particular performance against England.
2 songs. He did get a nick onto that, and earlier clock he signaled that earlier clock. Holder knew that as well too, as we look at the replay here, Phil.
Yeah, clear inside edge, no doubt. Probably would say line as well, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But then Sir Viv's debut in Bangalore, I think it was it Bangalore? I think 1974 against the Prasanna, Bedi, Chandrasekhar, and Venkat. Gordon Greenidge also debuted in that game. So that's really a massive occasion in West Indies Test history. 2 of our greatest batsmen of all time that went off in the next decade and a half to make tons and tons of runs and drive fear into the hearts of bowlers. Imagine bowlers fearful to bowl Gordon Greenidge with that most powerful square cut. He made 200s in England, 2 double hundreds in England in '84. Won both Test matches in Sir Viv in '76 in England. Made 230, was it 231 and then 232 and then 291.
291.
These are the best that have ever lived, and to have the 2 of them start in the same Test match really is a moment that we could commemorate, if not I dare say celebrate. And I'm sure that come November, that this is something that the occasion will be marked by some sort of celebration. Vernon, thanks so much for having me. I have to leave. Another duty calls, and that will be followed by a good sumptuous lunch. Thanks for the persons who did the catering. I think you've outdone yourself again.
Just before you go, just let the folks know about the World Cup Trophy Tour that will be moving to the Caribbean. I think that's important.
Starts in New York on Monday. Chris Gayle will be there to light up the world. He promises to give another out-of-this-world performance. When Chris Gayle comes to town, it all happens, and it all happens in grand style. Then it goes to Dallas, Texas, with Grand Prairie, where they'll be playing World Cup matches, and then into Miami. Not into Miami, the football team, but into Miami. And then in April, it swings across the West Indies, Antigua, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Barbados, Trinidad, Guyana. I think we'll be seeing it at the Pitons, and we'll also be seeing it at Kaiser Falls. Sean, I'm sure you'll be there when it swings into Georgetown. So we want everybody to come out and enjoy this festive atmosphere and enjoy the fact that the world's biggest cricket event is coming to your shores. Don't miss it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great. And the cricket is going to be exceptional. Somebody's going to win. Somebody's going to lose. But we all want to see West Indies win on the 29th of June. Rovman Powell lifting the cup. Darren Sammy having a good time. And everybody across the Caribbean united again as one. We knew how we felt in 2012. We knew how exceptionally amazing it was in 2016 when Carlos Brathwaite put on a show. And why not do it again on the 29th of June in Barbados?
Folks, the ICC Men's T20 World Cup, United States of America and the West Indies 2024, 54 matches in total, 40 group stage matches, 20 teams, starting in the United States of America, New York, Dallas, and Fort Lauderdale, and 6 venues across the Caribbean: Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Antigua and Barbuda. Here is a hook down to Shemahola. He gets 1 run, and Sean Devers has disappeared. Where he's gone? He's somewhere around. We were talking to Philip Spooner, who gave us a comprehensive update in terms of what is going to be happening in the ICC Cricket World Cup, June 1st to the 29th. And just to give you an idea in terms of what's going to be happening, semi-final 1 on June 26th in Guyana, semi-final 2 on June 27th in Trinidad and Tobago, and the final at Kensington Oval in Barbados on June 29th. Who will it be? 20 teams. Will it be the West Indies, and who? We don't know. You got to be able to make sure that we support the ICC Cricket World Cup coming to the United States of America and the Caribbean. Here is Chandapur punching out to cover. There's a protection there. And they get 1 run in the process. Guyana Harpy Eagles, in the meantime, they lead by 228. The score goes up to 22 for 1. It should be 22 for 1 because Imla is in strike. Chandapur just got a single. My scoreboard is on the monitor, and my boot is taking a little long time to run away. But somebody will get it right sooner rather than later. McAllister is thinking about it. It's going to come in out to bowl to Imla. Jaya. Oh! He's out like before! He misjudged that. It never bounced. And he can't believe it. Jaya strikes. Imla goes. Almost like a brain freeze. And Zayed Bassarat had no indication but just to give him out. He was looking for a short ball. He never got up. And he goes back into the hut. Great work from you, Jason. That was magnificent replay. Sean, where are you? Guyana in a spot of trouble here. Imla goes back for 8. Tej Chandapur is still there. Kevlin Anderson comes out. Could this be a turnaround in this game? It's wicket playing, a little tricky. And I'm sure that Guyana didn't want to bat last on this track. Sean might be just in for at least this final over before tea, we hope. Sorry, Sean, but you had Philip Spooner on. You know, that's a long conversation. Can't get off Philip Spooner. We don't normally get an opportunity to speak to the great man, Philip Spooner. Welcome back, Sean.
Yeah, thank you, Vernon. Good afternoon to everybody across the region, especially those in Barbados and Guyana. Guyana needs to score quickly and declare.
They're being pegged back, so I don't think they can score quickly again.
But that's the problem here.
You can call this one, Sean. Go ahead. It's your call.
McAllister. And that's a wayward delivery. Down the leg side. No pressure on Anderson. Batted very, very well in the first innings.
Yeah, McAllister is an effort bowler.
Yes.
I like him. I think he's raw. I think it's sort of remind me, not in stature, but like a Wayne Daniels sort of situation. You know, Wayne was a lot more bigger, bulky. You know, you heard him coming through, but I like him. I like his attitude. The first time I saw him, I think it was against the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
By far the quickest bowler in the Barbados side. Of course, Roach on his second legs. He's 35 now. He's slowed down a little bit, but
You mean
he's
on his third leg?
Yeah, he's certainly got his control intact. More like a Malcolm Marshall when he came back. And of course, Holders just above medium pace. Swings the ball. And the other holder, is quick, but not as quick as McAllister. So he's the quickest bowler in the Barbados side. He's bowling now with 2 slips and a gully. And a good delivery there to Anderson. And that's the end of the over. Would it be T? Let's wait and see.
No, I think they were getting one more.
Yeah. So
According to our watch, I think the only thing is that we don't have a big clock here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. But umpire Carl Tuckett, he does have a big watch on his hand, and he's walking gingerly to make sure that this will be the last over before tea.
23 for 2. Guyana started with a lead of 207. So you add 23 to that, and you know how many runs Guyana's got. Far from what they would have wanted. They've got the last session, plus they've got to look at time to bowl out the Barbadians. Of course, we got to take into context the deterioration of the pitch. That's going to be helping Guyana. Turned into the onside, and Chandrapal will look for 2. He'll get it easily. But Chandrapal, we'll discuss this after the break, because it's going to be a long discussion. Who are the other openers making runs in this tournament now?
Well, I think it's early days there, Sean. So it's not a matter of who are the other openers. Before the team goes to England, you still have a lot of matches. And like I said, this competition.
That's why I
on
asked
your
who are the
program.
other openers. If there are any other openers, well, I heard Powell.
Powell. Oh, you mean Kyron Powell?
Yeah.
Yeah. But in a nutshell, Chandrapal has to score some runs. He needs to give himself some confidence. Yeah, Salazano's got some runs as well too. So there's
So
still some people.
those are pressure on Chandrapal to score. He's not been in the best of form in Australia in the last year's 4-day tournament, and he's got to try and get some runs.
Well, maybe he's putting himself under he's the test opener, and he should see himself as the test opener. I think that has to be his approach.
That's why he's got to come down here. Oh, geez, he's squared up there by Holder, and he hits out into the offside. But he's got to come down to this level and dominate. Even Braffett, who was out of sorts in Australia, got 100 against Jamaica.
Early days, Sean. Early days. Just be patient. Just be patient, Sean. Just be patient. Just be patient. Just be patient. Just be patient. It will come. It will come. Let's encourage him. We know he's got the hunger and the appetite. And today could be his day.
Holder in, bowls. Chandrapal deliberately pulls the bat inside, and it goes by to be taken by the keeper. So Barbados, Guyana in full control at present. And the sun is out in all its glory. We hope, for cricket's sake, that tomorrow is not a bright and sunny day.
You keep calling the rain, Sean.
When did I call the rain?
You keep asking, is there no rain going to be coming? You know, don't worry. Everything is good. We don't want rain at this time.
I wouldn't want rain too, because rain would save Barbados.
It might save Guyana too. It might
That's
save
pulled
Guyana.
away out towards the backward square position and down to the boundary for 4. So positive shot there from Chandrapal as he pivots and pulls for 4. So the total now goes up to 29. Yeah, 29 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Over at Sabina Park in Jamaica, the West Indies Academy in their second innings. 112 for 4, Royal 19, Aline 52, Dawn 9, Bishop 2, Jordan Johnson not out 21, Colin Boyne took it not out in 6. So that's a huge contest taking place there in Jamaica.
Again short, and again Chandrapal pulls. This time the fielder on the forward square leg boundary comes in to do the work, and Chandrapal goes through for a single, brings Anderson back in strike.
We go over to Trinidad and Tobago. The Windward Islands lead by 137 runs. They're 240 for 6 in their second innings. After they scored 191 in their first innings. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they registered 294 of 87 overs. And then we move along to the combined campuses and colleges in Leeward Islands game. The combined campuses and colleges, they lead by 239 runs with 3 wickets remaining. They're 225 for 7. Leeward Islands Hurricanes scored 259 in their first innings in reply to combined campuses and colleges 273 all out. So that's a good game. That's a game on there.
Yeah, certainly a T, as the umpire Bassarat and Tuckett remove the bails at either end, and Guyana at T on the third and penultimate day of this 4-day encounter. They're 32 for 2. You add 207 to that, and that's the Guyana score. 2 wickets already gone though, and it's going to be a nice epic last session, and hopefully 3 full sessions tomorrow.
So on behalf of our entire team, we had a visitor today, the man himself, the veteran Philip Spooner, Marley Richards, Joel Manning, and the voice of Sean Dees, and I'm Vernon Springer. We'll take a tea break and then we'll come back in under 18 minutes time. Thanks to Jason for his excellent work and the cameraman.
Well, welcome back to a sunlit Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua, where we greet you with the news that the tea break is over and the players and the umpires will soon be out. Well, in fact, the umpires are already in the middle and they're awaiting the fielders and the two batsmen. Imlach was caught, it was LBW to McAllister for 8, and Nandu was LBW to Holder for 1. But the dismissal of Imlach was a little strange one because he misjudged the length and the bounce of the ball, and he ducked and was LBW. I remember back in the days, Nicholas de Groot was hitting on his helmet, and he was leg before because he ducked so low and he misjudged the bounce of the ball. Chandra Paul is still there, looking very good, very positive in this innings. He's on 20 from 30 balls. With him is the top scorer, well, the second top scorer in the first innings, Kevlin Anderson, of course. Pomal was left unbeaten on 90. Good afternoon to you, Malik.
Good afternoon, Sean. I think, to be fair, skipper Imlach be a little unlucky in terms of that dismissal. The ball was hammered in halfway down, and it absolutely scuttled through, hitting him on the pad, and he had to go. Very strange dismissal, that inconsistent bounce that we've been talking about, just creeping in here on day 3.
So at 32 for 2, Guyana lead now by 239. If you were the Guyana captain or the Guyana coach, what would you plan to do in this session? How would you bat?
Well, obviously you just want to pile on the runs here to get as big a lead as possible. Obviously, not much time left in the game. You've got yet tomorrow, day 4, one session here, final session on day 3. They want to score as quickly as possible to give Barbados, actually put Barbados in this evening to have a bite at possibly removing 1, 2, maybe even 3. That would go a long way in terms of Guyana Harpy Eagles winning this game.
So first ball after the break, McAllister in bowls outside the line of the leg stump, and a nice positive flick straight to backward square by Chandra Paul. Chandra Paul looks in a very positive mood in this innings.
Well, the situation dictates that, doesn't it? He's playing that situation. He can't come out here and absolutely block it the way that maybe he plays regularly. The situation demands that he puts back to ball, and it could work in his favor here in terms of just making him more positive.
This time he's out caught. Short ball looked to be positive, and that really caused his undoing. That was hit hard though, and straight toward the backward square fielder, and he's gone. Caught off the bowling of McAllister, who's gotten now his second wicket, and Chandra Paul has to go without addition to his tea time score. He's gone off the bowling of McAllister for 20. It's 32 now for 3.
Yeah, so he came out after tea, still looking to be positive. Short delivery, more poor execution, I would say, than a good delivery from Jaya McAllister. It was short, it was there to be hit. Chandra Paul didn't roll the wrists, decided to go aerial, picked out that man at mid-wicket. 3rd wicket down for the Guyana Harpy Eagles here. Still got a very healthy lead though.
Yeah, they've got 239 coming out from tea.
It's going to bring the in-form batter, Kevin Sinclair, to the crease.
Yes, and he's one of the batters that would look to play shots. That's his natural game. But that's not Chandra Paul's natural game. He was forced to do that because of the situation. But the batter's now in the middle.
And I think that's the beauty of the longer format of the game, isn't it?
Yes, it changes rapidly, and you've got to adjust, and different conditions play differently. It's a battle of attrition, really.
The first innings probably would have just been looking to see off that new ball, but here the situation demanded something different. He falls in the end.
But he played trying to play for his team.
Exactly.
Yeah.
More than playing for himself. You commend that.
So Sinclair comes in to join Anderson.
2 for 2 is Jaya McAllister now.
Yeah, wonderful figures.
Struggled to pick up wickets in that first innings. Just picked up the 1. But here, just the 1.2 overs bowled. He's already gone with 2 wickets.
Well, he's aided by the shot selection of the batters. They have to score quicker. They have to, the risk would be higher.
I mean, even in that first innings, a few batters would have contributed to their own dismissals.
Yes, a short delivery again as he continues to bowl short. But the short delivery got the wicket. And even with Imlak, it was a short ball. Unfortunately for Imlak, it just didn't get up.
Yeah, and with the inconsistent bounce just creeping in now, those short deliveries become even more dangerous when
So-
they don't get too high.
Yeah, once Guyana can get 300 plus total overall, and with the variable bunks of the pitch, the unpredictability of the track, this could be a good situation for Guyana bowling on the last day.
Yeah, it just depends on how quickly they could get that lead up to 300, past 300.
Well, it's going to be more runs now than time. They got to score quickly and look at runs.
I think it's a bit of both, to be fair. You've still got to be cognizant of the time left in the game.
They got to make sure they got enough time to bowl out the Barbadians. A single there, quick single, good running between the wickets. As Anderson stabs it away into the onside and scoots through for a single. Good response there from Sinclair. Good running.
And apart from the balls actually scooting through a bit lower than a batsman expect, still pretty good batting conditions here.
Yeah, still pretty good batting conditions, and they have to take into account that in the second innings, a couple of batsmen that's outside the line of the leg stump. A little half appeal from Dowridge as he gathers nicely to his left. 33 for the loss of 3 wickets, 9 overs gone.
I think from a Barbadian perspective, they'll be just hoping to make run scoring as difficult as possible here for the Guyana Harpy Eagles batters.
And that would cause 2 things for Guyana. It would lessen the time they would have to bowl to dismiss Barbados, and it would give them a lower total to chase.
Just make them work extra hard for these runs. Don't want to be bowling too many boundary deliveries. 33 for 3. Barbados Pride behind the 8 ball in this 4-day encounter. Trying to find a way to get back into this game. It's going to take a flurry of wickets, that's for sure.
We got to remember today they will be bowling 9 to 4 overs, and tomorrow the entire day, and we're hoping for good weather. Roach moves in, and that's slapped away. Might have taken a little bit more time than the batter expected for him to get into for the ball to come to him.
Yeah, it was a bit. He was through that shot a bit too soon, was Kevin Sinclair. Kimar Roach, definitely towards the back end of his career now. He's lost a bit of pace as the years have flown by.
Roach with just 2 slips, and this one is hit in the air, just short of the mid-on coming across his right. But you have to expect these risks being taken. Guyana needs to score as quick as possible without really throwing away their wickets. But you need to increase the risk factor.
Definitely got to put back to ball. Still got to play the situation, though.
Yeah. Still got to be responsible. So Roach, a good servant for West Indies and Barbados. This is a good delivery, struck on the pad. And Kevin Sinclair.
Looks like Anderson actually.
Yeah, Anderson bends down, does the fielding for Barbados. I remember in an inter-county match when Leon Johnson made his debut. He was just about 16 years old, and he was at the non-strikers end. He hadn't faced the ball, and Semple just drove the ball down, and Nagamutu appealed when Jono picked up the ball. He said, "We have feelers. We don't want you to do that."
Was he given?
Yes, umpire Eddie Nichols asked Nagamutu if he was serious. Nagamutu said yes. I'm sure he would never do that again. And never again did Leon Johnson do that. Good afternoon to you, Leon. I'm sure you remember that game at Albion in Barbados.
So he was given out for obstruction?
Yeah. Handle the ball. That was it's now obstruction of the field. Handle the ball goes into obstruction of the field. There's no obstruction and handle the ball anymore. But that in those days, it was handle the ball.
As in, you mean there's no handle the ball anymore? It's just obstruction.
Yeah, just obstruction. Handle the ball is part of obstruction.
Yeah.
So umpire Passerat out of Trinidad and Tobago, and of course Tuckett from the island of Nevis, the officiators in this game. And this is turned nicely into the onside. And will he find the gap? No, he doesn't. McAllister comes across to his right and does the fielding. And it over comes to an end at the end of it, 36 for the loss of 3 Guyana in their second innings.
Just squirted away into the onside there from Kevlin Anderson. It's important that he still looks to play straight, though.
Yeah.
Gives himself as much time as possible, even though the situation demands back to ball at this stage. Still got to give himself the best opportunity in which to do so. Still got to adjust to conditions here at the CCG.
And try to play as much as possible cricket shots. I remember Carl Hooper at Bordeaux. He was going to get quick runs to set a target. And he was looking ugly when he slugged. He was trying to hit the ball too hard. And when he stroked the ball, it went for 4 or 6.
Yeah, it's all about keeping your shape, trusting that talent of yours.
And some batters cannot slug. They struggle to get the ball out of the square if they try to slug. Most times the elegant, classy batsmen.
Because when you tend to slug, the eyes come off the ball.
And you lose your
you
shape.
lose his shape as well.
Oh
That's a
my,
good delivery
that's a
from
good
McAllister.
delivery. Kevin Sinclair didn't move his feet across.
Yeah, I think he was anticipating a short delivery there, because McAllister has been generally short more often than not. But here in the second innings, just tending to pitch the ball up a little bit more. Every time he pitches the ball up, he tends to be a bit more penetrative, a little more threatening, poses a few more problems for the Harpy Eagles batters, but just not enough in this match so far.
McAllister taking all 3 wickets. That's played down towards the man at the long on position. Or did Holder have Nandu?
Holder did get
Yeah,
Nandu.
Holder. So he's taking 2 wickets
Yep.
so far. 2 for 4. And Jason Holder, the veteran, back against Guyana for the first time in first-class cricket for 4 years. He bowled fairly well in the first innings. And that's again a short delivery, and didn't get up as Anderson anticipated there again.
As I said, these short deliveries that don't bounce pose real problems for the batters. They've also got to worry about being hit on the body.
Yep.
Just another thing for them to worry about in this situation. So the up and down nature of this pitch, it's just becoming more and more frequent as this match plays on.
McAllister outside the line of the leg stump, and again well taken by the keeper. So total now 37 for 3. This is the 11th over. So it's not a real flyaway strike rate. Just just over 3 runs per over, and they need to score far more than that if they're to give themselves a good chance. But on the other hand, with the pitch playing like this, they could lessen the target they would have first thought of getting. This is a proper bouncer, and he goes under it. And that ball would be in two minds. He would looking to duck and thinking if it would bounce or not.
Yeah, exactly. More problems being posed here for the Harvey Eagles as opposed to in that first innings. Maybe the pitch just starting to deteriorate now.
Which would technically be in Guyana's favor because of the huge lead they've got.
Barbados to bat last.
Yeah. It's turned away off the hip, and they come back for 2. So Anderson goes up by 2, and the total goes now to 39.
On a pitch such as this, it's just important for the batters to keep their eye on the ball for as long as possible. Bit up and down nature now, creeping in.
And it's important also for the bowlers to bowl on target.
Yes, got the ball straight. A good exponent of that here at the CCG that we've grown accustomed to seeing over the past 2 seasons or so is Naeem Young, especially in particular from this commentary box end. Looks to exploit the low bounce, bowls in between wicket and wicket, and tends to get most of his dismissals either bowled or LBW. It's going to be Roach again, though. Looking to find that groove, find that form going into that test series in England in the summer.
Which might possibly be his last test series.
I don't know. I couldn't project that far, to be honest.
But he's still looking fit. He's still working up. He's still got the desire to play. So there are 5 test matches left in this year. He might play all 5.
Well, I think
ending with Australia.
Yeah, I think the conditions in England absolutely suit him.
Yeah.
At this stage of his career. It's a bit down on pace, but looks to exploit the movement, the overhead conditions.
525 first-class wickets already from 163 first-class games, and he still has this innings to go. And 270 at the test level.
Yeah, he's been a valuable performer for the West Indies over the years. Will have had his injury issues. Lost a bit of pace, but definitely increased his skill and nous, especially to the left-handers round the wicket. Probably one of the bowlers that would have started that trend.
And we've been around this level since 2008 against the Windwards. He made his first-class debut. Again, hit on the ribs.
Yeah, when he was young, an absolute tear away quick. Not the tallest guy, but was quite skiddy.
Reminds me of a Malcolm Marshall.
Very much so, in the same stature.
And the same style. When he got older, he cut his pace and tried to swing the ball around. And used all his experience. Clive Lloyd would say that he was the analyst of the West Indies team. He was the computer. In those days, there were no analysts, no computers.
Beautiful.
This is a beautiful shot. Elbows cocked. And hit it straight back over the head of Roach for 6.
That's a shot, something that wouldn't have happened to Roach too often in his career. Look at that. Just hammered back over the bowler's head with absolute disdain.
And he paused for the after he played it.
From Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah.
Maybe just illustrating to Kamar Roach. You don't have the pace, sir.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Just hit him in the ribs, the delivery before that.
Yeah, well, that must have been a revenge
What
shot.
a response from Kevin Sinclair.
Even if Guyana was not trying to score quickly,
I think he would have played
that's a shot
that
he
anyway.
would have still played.
Yep. It's just an extension of a forward defensive, really. Held the pose. Brilliant timing. Also just illustrating still a pretty good pitch for batting, bar a few balls keeping a bit low. There.
And again goes over the top. This time it won't go for 6. It will go a couple of bounces into the boundary. It's a small ground, but it still would have gone over mid-off. Even if at Melbourne, once the ball goes over mid-off, that ball would have gone for 4. So consecutive boundaries from Sinclair.
He's taking a liking to Kamar Roach here. Playing through the line, long half volley, a player of Kevin Sinclair's class. He's going to put that way more often than not. As we see Shamar Holder now back on the long off boundary.
This one is keeping a bit low. No movement of the foot across again as he tried to just cut, and it passed under the edge of the bat. And he's now saying to his partner or somebody that the ball kept low.
Did. Yet another one.
So 39 for 3. Sinclair has gone to 13 and Anderson on 6.
Bit of a discrepancy in the scoring here. The manual scoreboard is
Says
saying 49, which is
Yeah, so well
it's actually
this got to be wrong because Sinclair hit a 4 and a 6. So you can't be on 9. McAllister from the airport end bowls down the leg side and wasted delivery there. Maybe not so wasted because it was a dot ball, and in the context of this situation, the longer Guyana takes to make a reasonable challenging score or a winnable score, it would be benefiting Barbados. McAllister. And that's played on the up. Nice control shot there by Anderson.
that single actually brings up the 50 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
So Anderson goes to 7, 13 to Sinclair, and the 50 is up.
Yes, just having a few technical issues here in terms of the updating of the graphics, the scoreboard on screen.
McAllister in now bright sunshine bowls, and that's a ball that's short and fended away in good, nice control though. Didn't get himself into any problems and just fended it away. But for the benefit of Barbados, it was a dot ball.
It was.
So the longer Barbados can keep Guyana out there, it would be the less time for them to be bowled out. Unless they can bowl out Guyana for about 4-1, which was Guyana's lowest score ever. Short lifting delivery again, and tucked out of the way. And the umpire will tell McAllister who won for the over.
I think that's a bit harsh, to be fair. I think that one was right on the money by McAllister. Well played in the end from Kevin Sinclair.
My opinion is that ICC deliberately had a limitation on bouncers because of the West Indies era.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's just my opinion. It doesn't have to be right.
Right.
McAllister in bowls, and that's pitched up. Good thinking though. 2 short balls and then bringing it up. And of course, he couldn't bowl another short ball. Could have bowled the back of the length.
And not because he's picked up 2 wickets here in this second innings, but his overall work has been a lot better, Jaya McAllister, in this second innings.
Yeah, because he's analysed the pitch now and he's understood how to bowl on a pitch like this.
Probably taking him a bit too long, though, to work that out. Final session here on day 3.
Nice shot down to the third man position. Nice slash, deliberately so, and down to the boundary for 4. So nice flowing boundary there, Brings the total now to 54.
As we see that one again, well controlled by Kevin Sinclair. Just use the pace of Jaya McAllister.
And Sinclair goes now to 17. So Sinclair is on 17. And the total is on 54.
Sean, just the 100 in this match so far. Jonathan Drake's, I think, absolutely superb batting conditions. You mentioned the multitude of Harpy Eagles to get 50 but not get to that 100. What did you make of Jonathan Drake's innings?
It was a superb innings, especially since he's a young player. Well, not young in age, but young in his career.
Experience, yeah.
And he scored a brilliant half century last week, and now he got 100. That was brilliant for him.
Yeah, he's made in
So
first class 100.
It means that he's converted early in his career. Converted from 50 to 100.
And would have come into this game under a bit of pressure.
Short ball again.
Holder into the attack.
Shimar Holder. So 17 to Sinclair. Anderson on 7. Guyana losing Chandrapal, playing a full-blooded pull, but straight to the man at forward square of McAllister's short ball. He made 20. And before that, Nandu was leg before to Holder for 1 and Imlak. Good short ball. Good. Well handled though by Anderson. He gets his 8th run. And Imlak ducked into a short ball which he thought would have bounced higher and was strapped leg before to McAllister. For his 2nd wicket, he made 8. Not often you see a batter ducking and getting out LBW.
Yeah, it happened today. Tevin Imlak, unfortunate to go via the LBW route. One that didn't bounce at all. It's good delivery that from Shamar Holder.
Yeah, moved away a little, and he followed it. And just got it for a quick single, but the running has been very good between these two.
Yeah, Kevin Sinclair is running throughout this
Yeah,
West Indies 4-day championship. It's been superb. He's been fantastic in the field. He's been very good with the ball. Stand out with the bat.
yeah.
He's having a very, very good 4-day championship indeed.
Especially with the bat. 165 not out, the only centurion for Guyana. And then he got a 50, 72 in the 2nd innings. And he's bowled quite well too. Not outstandingly destructive, but quite well, steady.
Anderson, quite unassuming, isn't he?
Yeah.
Quiet guy, just gets on with the job. As we said, absolutely loves batting here at the CCG. He's got 200s, 2 half centuries in his career, all coming here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Loves batting anywhere, Anderson. He would bat on the road.
Oh, well, I know he'd love to take this pitch with him to Guyana every chance he could.
Yeah. Because this is a successful pitch, and this ball is pitched
and it's
and
dropped. Drop chance, an easy one really.
Well,
Shamar Holder.
yeah, especially the reaction from Holder. It wasn't a bomb ball, it was a drop.
Yeah. Probably anticipated that one coming a bit quicker than it actually did. Hit the hands, went down, chance goes a begging.
We saw Sinclair from the same end get a slow ball and play before its time. Previously, in this same innings. Holder. And that's a loose shot, slashing at it outside the line of the off stump. Again, no real movement of the foot across.
Yeah, that one started wide, and when it passed, Anderson kept on swinging. To the end.
So that's the end of the over. 56 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Apparently, it was a drop chance on that one. Let's see that one again. Yeah, seemed to get an edge on that one. Dowrich, low to his right. Puts another one down, his second of this match. So 2 chances in that over. Carlton bowled and Dowrich spilling that one off Shamar Holder. That lead inching up to 300 now. 56 for 3. As I'm joined, I will be joined by Joel Manning in a second.
Good afternoon, Mal.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Not too shabby. I think the first time in this match I've sat in the chair beside you.
Yes.
I don't want us to work together.
It's taken us 3 days, but similar to the Barbados bowlers, probably just now working out how to bowl in these conditions here.
The 56 for 3 is where we stand, and Jamel Wargan will be introduced into the attack.
Sinky.
Yeah, picked up 2 for 98 in his 33 overs in the first innings. Bowled 12 maidens. It's quite steady.
Enjoy the Mel.
Not the most helpful conditions that we've seen here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground for the spinners, though. It's been hard work.
Yes, Rory. Yes, Rory. Yes, like any person is Rory.
See if there's any assistance here for him here on day 3.
I heard the conversation a little earlier with regards to Sinclair, the fact that his batting has stood out thus far across this first-class championship, and certainly he truly has been impressive, especially straight back down the ground, Sinclair.
He's got a very solid base, actually, Kevin Sinclair. He uses that base as a foundation in which to launch. He's very solid in defense, front and back foot. He plays that drive as well. Very accomplished driver, as you said. Very strong down the ground. That's well played. They're going to push for at least 2 here.
Yeah, placement perfect on that occasion from Kevlon Anderson. Another young man that has certainly been impressive. I think back to last season in that Headley Weeks Championship as well.
Keep going, Joe. Keep going, Joe.
A few young batters would have announced themselves in that Headley Weeks.
How is that?
That's a beauty. Bit slower from Jamel Warwick and a bit of turn there, beating the outside edge. Good end to that over. .58 for 3. A lead of 265, if my maths is correct. Maths not my strong suit, Joe.
Don't need math, Mally. Just look at the screen.
Yeah,
it
but
was
it's
just
not,
there.
I didn't see it.
Well, it's here now. It's there.
I'm practicing. So my math is very good. Better than I thought. It's gone down. Doesn't go to hand. Past that second slip. Another boundary for Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, short and wide from Shamar Holder. And Jason Holder Well, his tall frame, unable to get down in time to get a hand to that one. Takes the partnership now into the 30s.
It's taking him a bit of time to get back to his feet as well. Big Jace looking very sore there at second slip.
Yeah, I can't imagine that this is what he expected on his return to regional cricket. Spending a day and a half in the field to start things off, then back here again on day number 3.
Yeah, he played one spanking extra cover drive as well when he had his turn at the crease. And then was nicked off not too long afterwards. So you'd say overall a pretty disappointing comeback for him and the Barbados Pride. Looking to just find some rhythm here in the 4-day game is Jason Holder. He's been on the T20 circuit. Missed that tour of Australia.
What I can tell you about Jace is that he's practiced that golf swing at least 30 times across the course of these 3 days. So probably where he would prefer to be at this stage. Currently there in the top left-hand side of our frame. Let's see if maybe that golf swing comes out again. Come on, Jace, give it to me. Let's go, Jace. Don't disappoint me here.
It's good to see he's working on his golf game. Apparently a scratch golfer is Jason Holder. Shot again from Shamar on this occasion. Easy single for Anderson. I don't know how much of Shamar Holder you would have seen this season, Joe. But what have you made? Obviously, we've spoken at length about his injury issues, his rehab. What have you made of what you've seen from him so far in his comeback season?
I don't think he's really hit the straps or the areas that he would like to hit consistently as yet. Shamar Holder still working back into playing at this level and playing the longer format. I know that he will be disappointed naturally with the returns that he's had so far, and any bowler honestly would be disappointed if you're not picking up, let's say, 2-3 wickets per game. That type of a scenario, maybe have one at least 4 or 5 wicket haul under your bag, by the time you get into round number 4. But yeah, based on that, yeah, he's certainly not going to be happy with the returns. But I think also he needs to just balance it on the basis that, hey, this is your first 4-day season back into things, once again, just working yourself back into it. Of course, I believe at some stage you're going to also look to manage his workload as well, because you don't want to run him back down to where he was before, he came back to cricket.
I think this is his 3rd match of the season. Shamar Holder. I think what's encouraging is that he stayed on the park.
Yeah, that certainly is the most important thing for him. The end of 16 overs, it's 68 for 3.
Yeah, 68 for 3. Still got Kamal Savory, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, and the top scorer from the first innings for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Vesami Pamar, still in the hut. Looks like it's going to be Warwican to continue. Last delivery of his first over. Just a bit of turn here for him, especially from the CIU road end. Haven't seen too many turn from that end. It's been predominantly here from the media center. And it's been predominantly Gudakesh Moti in particular, the bowler, to extract some turn out of this CCG wicket. And he's bowled. Slow delivery there from Jamel Warrican. Absolutely outfoxed Kevin Sinclair. He was a bit too early through that stroke. Lost his shape. Warrican picks up his first wicket as we see this one again.
Yeah, playing all across that one, Sinclair. Very straight delivery there from Jamel Warrican.
Almost just seemed to lose concentration, Kevin Sinclair. Going across the line. Not something we've seen too much from him. Tends to favor straight down the ground. But that's the fourth wicket down now for the Harpy Eagles. Brings Kemal Savory to the crease. Only made 7 in that first innings. Caught at second slip by Jason Holder. It's been a good fight back here, you could say, from the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, it's certainly been a good fight back, but also balancing it on the basis of the fact that Guyana Harpy Eagles will be approaching the batting just slightly different in terms of looking to pile on those runs and pile on those runs relatively quickly. So you're going to definitely see 1 or 2 strokes that you wouldn't naturally see should the complexion of the game been different in terms of, okay, we're in a pressure situation. So, of course, you have that padding going into it, knowing, well, hey, I started off with 206 runs, you know, to the good in terms of the scenario here. So, you know, should I falter and lose maybe 4 or 5 quick wickets, I don't necessarily have to feel, you know, too pressured about it. So yeah, for sure, that's why I believe that you're not going to see 1 or 2 out of character shots, especially at this stage, knowing that more than likely they might be looking, or rather should be looking, to reinsert Barbados before the end of the day's play.
Yeah, Barbados is making things rather difficult for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, especially with Sinclair removed now. An opportunity for them, and Warrican in particular. Pull a few deliveries here to Savory. Keep stifling that run rate. Still got a man in at short leg, so Barbados still hunting for wickets here. Not being defensive per se. Just to find balance, a nice balance of defense and attack. Oh, that's in the air for a fair bit, just going past that short leg fielder.
Yeah, just short of McCaskey there. We need to go forward as well, and always difficult to do that short leg.
Swept and swept nicely down to the boundary. So Savory is away. Just poorly lined from Jamal Warrican. Savory's first boundary.
Yeah, just getting it wrong there. Warrican, of course, always going down leg side on that angle with the left arm spinner coming over the wicket to the left-handed batter. Just had needed to get back onto that one, Savory, and I think he will savor that result. Well, there we have it. That's the golf swing there, Malia.
Okay, what's that, the 31st golf swing?
32nd,
32nd.
because I caught it. Thank you very much, Jess. I knew that you were going to do it. Thank you very much.
Boy's practicing his chips, his short game. I'm sure he's looking forward to another crack with the bat as well. Jason Holder. Looking for time in the middle. Find some rhythm here in the longer format of the game. We were saying just how much of an asset and in-form Jason Holder is for West Indies. He's probably had some lean times in the last year or two in Test cricket. But we all know what a player he can be. Just the one delivery remaining, or is it over? Over from Jamal Warrican, a successful one, picking up that wicket of Kevin Sinclair. That run rate 4.29, so they'll be happy with that aspect. They've come out and they've scored their runs at a good clip.
Yeah, there certainly will be stark contrast to the run rate that they had in the first innings. Granted, they did what was required in terms of putting up what was a very competitive. Now that we've seen both teams bat in the first innings, a very good first innings score.
Skipper Brathwaite is having a bit of a conference with Shamar Holder. Still got 2 slips, gully, extra cover, mid-off, point on the boundary. On the onside, fine leg. Deep mid-wicket. And a very wide mid-on. Kamar Roach in that mid-on position. Once again going past that outside edge. Something we've seen from Savory on quite a few occasions, Joe. Just a bit airy-fairy outside that off stump.
Yeah, but so slightly occasionally. But I also like it's a bit of pace that Holder's working up at the moment.
And I think he's bowled some quick deliveries in this match. Maybe hasn't been as consistently quick as maybe Isaiah Thorne just yet. As we said, he's coming back from quite a serious injury. But he's definitely bowled some quick deliveries in this match. Still trying to find that rhythm. Left 11 wickets so far in this 4-day championship. And in what, his 3rd match. So decent returns, I think, for the young man. Ten. Seems to have the wrong C Holder. I'm thinking of Shem Holder with his 10 wickets in the 2024 4-day championship so far.
Yeah, just the 3 wickets for Shamar Holder. They won in this first innings and 2 before that in the games prior to this.
Good delivery outside that off stump. Good carry through. His lead now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, 280 and counting.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they're looking at numbers or are they looking at time, in this particular scenario.
Bit of both, I should think. I would think. It says 24 overs remaining in the day. I think just having the one spinner in this Barbados bowling lineup as well has just affected that run rate. I've been going behind the over rate, so far in this match.
Yeah, it certainly has. I also don't think that Warrican has been given best use across this match. As well in terms of the time periods in which
he's been called on,
he's been bowled.
Also the end in which he's been employed from. Saw Gudakeshmoti really extract some turn here from the media center end.
Brilliant hand reaction there from Zachary McCaskey, having to go up and to the right. Almost had to take that one behind his head, Zachary McCaskey.
It would have been one hell of a catch.
Yeah, even the fact that he got a hand onto it really tells you about the reaction time on that particular occasion from McCaskey.
Went to him very quickly. Look at that. Almost snatched that one. Kept his eyes on it all the way. Moved with the batter as well. Good short leg fielding there. Not quite being able to poach that one. But sharp stuff nonetheless from Zach McCaskey.
No!
I think the Barbados Pride would be better served maybe moving Warwican to the media center end and rotating the fast bowlers from the CIU road. Warwican will be playing the holding role here. Just trying to keep things quiet as long as possible. Good delivery to end. Another maiden. That run rate dips below 4 now. 74 for 4.
Yeah, just a couple overs where Barbados Pride have been able to just slow things down ever so slightly in terms of that run rate for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and that certainly plays into their favor, because then once again that question of runs or time, if it's a case of runs, then what they're doing is pretty much pushing back the time at which Guyana Harpy Eagles can get to that point whereby they're feeling comfortable enough to declare.
And in these conditions, I think they've got to be thinking 350, at the very least. This one squirts past the fielder there at square leg.
I tend not to side with you there on that particular number. I reckon that 350, if that is a target, puts the game completely at a draw, almost, because looking at the amount of time left and the fact that batting on this surface tomorrow, there's no way Barbados Pride are looking to chase down that 300 plus, then you've pretty much resigned yourself to the possibility of just blocking out here and there. Granted, playing that negative style of cricket still also could produce the result for Guyana Harpy Eagles in terms of bowling out Barbados Pride, but I think that as a number is just a bit too high, and if you think you need 350, it probably tells me that you don't trust your bowlers enough on this surface.
Well, I think slightly different attacks. I think the Guyana attack has proven to be a little more penetrative so far in these conditions. But as you said, still a few class batters in that Barbados Pride. You've got Jonathan Drakes in form, Craig Brathwaite, Jason Holder, Raymond Reefer.
Agreed, but I mean, if a side chases down 350 and what might be, let's say, 6 overs at the end of the day plus the 90 that we get tomorrow on a last day on this particular surface, I'm going to, take my hat off to them.
Might as well pull out now, though. 281. Probably have enough, really, in the big scheme of things.
Yeah, I just think that 350, and I know that certainly at certain stages we get to a point whereby we find comfort in numbers, so it is understandable. Because, for example, I always ask the question: what's the difference between 341 and 350? You know, in a situation
or
like
320
this.
and 350. Yeah.
Because certainly, if a team is able to do that, chase down 350 on this particular surface, as I mentioned, with those 90 overs tomorrow, yes, plus what you might get today, then you know what? It means that it had to be a fantastic batting effort or an absolutely horrible bowling performance.
Me personally, and this is something that you've seen in the modern game, teams are quite reluctant to enforce the follow-on, aren't they? Me coming a little bit from the old school, especially with the two fast bowlers in Thorne and Niall Smith maybe not having the heaviest of workloads in that first innings, and also that luxury of the 3 spinners. Me personally, I definitely would have reinserted the Barbadian Pride. He's chosen a different route here of the Harpy Eagles. And as you said, it's a big difference between 300 and 350. At the end of the day, you do want to get Barbados Pride in this evening. Give yourself as much time as possible in which to bowl them out.
Yeah, something you always have to factor in scenarios like that time factor, because somebody will stick up and bat.
There's
Somebody
always
will
a
stick
partnership.
in.
Always a
and bat.
partnership. Yep. No ball there. Driven down the ground from Savory. Going to look for 2. Bit of misfield there from the captain, Craig Brathwaite. And they didn't come back for 2. Yes, they did. So 2 runs in the end, and the no ball. So he's going to have to bowl that one again, Shamar Holder. Man, I've been giving Shamar Holder an extra 9 wickets for a day and a bit. It's good to see him on the park, though. I followed that rehab process on YouTube at that speed camp in the UK. It's good to see him back.
That's over.
End of that over. We'll have a commentary change now. Vernon Springer will come into the commentary box to replace me, and it will be Joel Manning. And actually, no, it will be a double change. Vernon Springer and Sean Devers.
The lead now stands at 284 for the Ghana Harpy Eagles. Where he can into his 4th over here now in this 2nd innings. Picked up 2 for 98 in the 1st innings from his 33 overs where he can. Taking the man from short leg and placed him at a leg gully.
Yeah, well, good afternoon, everybody. Warren, 2 wickets in the 1st innings. Didn't really spin the ball. He's not getting too much turn. 284 the lead. Maybe a 300 lead would be enough, taking into account the condition of the pitch deteriorating, balls keeping low. Turned into the onside, and the total going up by 1. So 284 the lead, 78 for 4. Gerald, how many runs do you think Guyana need to win this match or don't lose it?
I'm always the controversial one. I think they have enough already. Yeah, but I just always know that certain teams enjoy what maybe that safety net of an additional, let's say, 20, 25, 30.
Or just
Or
the
so.
psychological factor of getting to 300? that would make them feel safe.
Not just that, but I think also that in this type of scenario, especially given how they're batting at the moment, and that's the end of the over. 79 for 4, and it looks like we're going to have some drinks now. But yeah, just looking at it in terms of how they're approaching it now. Obviously, when they started off, very attacking, lost a couple of wickets, gone into what you might consider to be a bit of a shell at the moment. And I think that's because there's a factor of time as well. So yes, they might have enough on the board in terms of what they might feel comfortable bowling out Barbados Pride under, but there's still a lot of time left this evening to begin with, in terms of the fact that we're going possibly right down to, let's say, maybe 5:25, 5:30 light permitting. So that gives you an hour and a half left of cricket. So if you're going to reinsert Barbados now, that's a lot of time in the evening for them to kind of carve out an innings and set themselves up for tomorrow. So I think it's also right now a case of taking just a bit more time out of the game. Yes, we're going to accumulate a few more runs here and there. When we get to that position, let's say maybe about 4:30, 4:40 or so, change over being 10 minutes. You have that burst at Barbados Pride in the evening. Maybe hope to pick up one, maybe hope to pick up two. And if not, you know, they've not really made many inroads into the target that you set for them. Then come tomorrow and you can actually control the entire game with the perspective of, okay, if they get off to a good start, you can slow the game down. If you pick up a couple of wickets, then all of a sudden things start to go in your favor. So I think right now it might not even be a case of a number that they're looking at, but just looking to just take a bit more time out of the game. That way, when Barbados Pride comes to bat, they can't necessarily take control of the game in a way that they would like to.
Well, usually Savory is a circumspect, cautious batter, and he doesn't really blast the ball away. Anderson similarly plays the ball in its merit and plays fast when the ball is in his arc. He strokes it for 4. But down the order, there's Moti, there's Pomal. So it could be two ways, two sides of the coin. Is either the Warrican is bowling pretty well too. So, and he's bowling to mostly to the left-handed Savory, who is not known to be a pugnacious batter. But I would say that 300 runs, which would come in maybe 4 to 5 minutes maximum time, would be adequate on this track to not lose. You want to put your position, you want to put your team in a position, first of all, not to lose, and then to win. And if they get 300 runs on a track like this, I doubt if Barbados could chase down that runs in a couple of overs tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. There are certain scenarios where if a team is able to chase down targets, like what Mali would have mentioned, remember that 350, etc., you know that it had to be a very special batting performance or an absolutely horrible bowling performance.
Yes, and Guyana's bowling attack, with all due respect to the Barbados attack, is more penetrative in this game. Especially the spinners, who will maybe bowl longer in the second innings and get more out of the pitch.
And behind it quite easily is Kevlon Anderson.
He's been one of the informed batters. Only Sinclair has gotten 100, but he should have gotten 100. Sinclair should have gotten another 100. Very good delivery. Pitched and left the right-hander. Stabbed at it. Went by to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah, across the spells that Shamar Holder has bowled in this game, we've seen deliveries like that where you say, okay, he's getting back to the Shamar
Yeah,
Holder
he's
that we
looking
saw.
better and better and better the more he bowls. And he's bowled some quick balls too.
Uppish, but away from Cheyenne Brathwaite, who's on debut. Didn't have the best of times with the bat in the first innings, Cheyenne. In fact, was dismissed for a duck. He'll be hoping that his second outing at the crease, whenever that time comes, will be a better one for him.
I saw Sir Andy Roberts having a long talk with Isaiah Turn around the corner there on those sidewalks.
Again, that one entirely wrong. And a couple of choice words, the result of it, apologizing to his teammates. Just one run so far, though, in this over.
Holder goes round the wicket now. Well, he goes over the wicket to the left-hander. Round the wicket. So he started over and he's transferred to wrong. As the over comes to an end, 80 for 4. Harpy Eagles lead by 286 runs. The run rate has gone below 4. It was above 4.
Things just slowly moving along here at Coolidge.
Warrington continues to bowl tight. A miscued shot, but it will fall safely. And they will come back for 2.
Probably consider that one to be the release shot after a period of time.
Yeah, that was Anderson looking to slug sweep. And Warrington is now has the confidence to toss the ball a little bit more, give it a little more flight. Swept again, but straight to the fielder in the boundary, just the single. Holder sends the return. Total inching along. 289 now. Savory struggling to get the ball off the square. He's 8 from 26 balls. 19 is Anderson, former Guyana captain. Imlak taking over the reins of captaincy from him as the over comes to an end. 83 for 4. Shimar Holder to continue from the commentary box end. This is his 6th over. None for 17 so far. But he's hit the right areas more consistently than in the first innings. Off drive, played straight to mid-off. Another dot goes into the scorebook. There are not many scorebooks these days. Most of the scoring is done electronically.
Yeah, it's true, but there's still that one guaranteed purse at a run with pen and paper as the backup for when things fail with the digital scorebooks that we have these days.
Lovely shot, played out towards cover, and they will get 2 as McAllister comes off the sweeper position. And the lead now inches up to 289. 85 for 4. Remember, if you've just joined us, we've got to bowl 94 overs today. There was a short stoppage when they took tea. And then they came back. Since then, the sun has been out in all its glory. So a slow period in this game. Good bowling by both Warrakan from the airport end and Shamar Holder from the commentary box end, bowling in tandem, putting a brakes on the Guyana free scoring. Just out of the reach of the diving fielder. That's the skipper at mid-on. And it went close to the boundary. And the batsman came back for 3. So that's the end of another over. At the end of it, it's 85 for 4. The lead now 291.
Yeah, that lead creeping up to that number. Some people probably have in their mind that number being 300. It's been slow going, you would have to say, probably over the last 5-6 overs or so. 88 for 4 they are after 24 overs, Guyana Harpy Eagles. So just over an hour or so left in the day's play, light permitting.
So you might have about 15 overs in that period of time, light permitting. But with Guyana, we can have a little more overs because they're likely to bowl spin during that period. Warrakan continues and Anderson just turns it into the onside. Anderson, who batted brilliantly in the first innings, 87. And pulls. That's a slug sweep, and it's gone down towards the boundary for 4. So releasing the shackles, Kelvin Anderson, with the boundary. He's now gone to 24. So it's 88 now for 4. The lead now 2 away from that 300 mark, which will be psychologically safe for many people. Because you don't expect the Barbadians to go helter-skelter tomorrow on a track with variable bunks. Even though we got to take into context the size of the ground and the fastness of the ground. It's very fast outfield. Again, going on his legs, on his knees, and sweeping fine. Good stop there in the end to his right from backward square by Shewan Holder. And 2 more to Anderson. So this has really been a productive over in the context of the last 6. So the lead now 300, 94 for 4. How much longer Guyana would bat is left to be seen. Another sweep shot. And they get a single.
The way Anderson's batting at the moment, you just wonder if now they've been told, okay, maybe just a couple more overs to go. Okay, let's start to go into that zone where now we're going to just add on just a few more runs here, bat with a little more intention.
Yeah. Guyana would want to put themselves in a position where they can bowl out Barbados, but Barbados can't get the score. And on a track like this, as I keep saying, it will be hard for Barbados to make 300 plus on basically the last day. So the end of another over, 25 overs completed, 95 for 4.
Shane Durrich and Jason Holder trying to be a part of the conversation happening at the moment between Savory and Anson, saying, hey boys, maybe you've got enough, hey, let's have a turn, our legs are tired. Or maybe they're saying, hey, keep going, because the further they go, the greater the possibility of that draw comes into play as well.
Well, for sure, Guyana wouldn't want to draw because they're 6th. Barbados on 3rd. The Windwards first, going into this round, Leeward 2nd. Especially if the Leewards lose or draw the match, the Windwards, in fact, and Guyana wins, they could get a sniff of retaining their title. But still 3 matches left after this. 1 in Jamaica, the final one in Trinidad. And they play the Windwards here from next Wednesday. That will be a key match for Guyana.
Yeah, it certainly will, given how the points table has shaped up at the moment. Some very interesting results could be possible come tomorrow across all of the fixtures. And you maybe might see a change in how things shape up at the end of round number 4.
Surprised that the academy team made 350 plus against Jamaica.
Definitely not surprised, and not anything to do with opposition or anything like that. It's a case of the academy side is a side of young, promising West Indian cricketers. Simple as that. So my expectations for them are no less than my expectations for any other team who are currently playing in this first-class cricket setup.
Holder still to pick up his first wicket, even though in 1 over Sinclair could have been dismissed twice.
Yeah, dropped one off his own bowling. And then one was put down by Shane Dorrich.
He could have had 1 wicket, even though the batter was dropped twice. It was the same batter. And it would have looked better in the wickets column. The first one was his fault, but the second one was not his fault. Oh my dear, that's one beaten and caught behind. The edge found the catch taken, and Kelvin Anderson is gone. Played timidly, pushed at it, and I'm a bit confused with this approach now that the 300 target has been achieved. If you're going to declare, then declare, but you've got wickets in hand. You could push the total up to like 325 and then declare. But it looks like if they're batting time.
Yeah, just pushing out one outside of the off stump, Kevlon Anderson. A bit of a way of movement as well. From that delivery from Shamar Holder. He's toiled, he's worked hard, and he's picked up his first wicket of this second innings. Just pushing at one, and the catch easily accepted by Shane Dorrich.
So drinks are brought out for a couple of the fielders.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is new batter for the Ghana Harpy Eagles. He won't be on strike. Another sharp chance to McCaskey. This time unable to get a hand onto that one. Brings Ali Mohammed now into strike.
Ali Mohammed, usually an attacking batter and being taunted by Holder to play shots. In local cricket in Guyana, he plays for GCC and usually plays a lot of shots. So he's off the mark with his first ball. 99. Another landmark to be had. Smashed away. Lovely cover drive, and that's gone for 4. So, Savory now has come out of his shell. And they total the 100 coming up with that boundary.
Yeah, gets to the pitch of that one and picks the gap between extra cover and the man at mid-off. Well placed by Savory.
Yeah, he found the gap to perfection there. Wide open spaces though on the offside. $103 for the loss of 5, Guyana. Savory looks to sweep. Forward short leg slip, the 3 close catches, short mid wicket, also catching, and the over from Warrakan is ended. At the end of it, Guyana lead by 309 runs. It's 103 for the loss of 5 wickets. As we say, good afternoon once again to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon, Sean. Game sort of
Mirandering
featuring
on.
out.
Yeah.
Trying to understand the Guyana Harpy Eagles'
I'm a bit
plan.
confused here now because
I'm not
the
confused. I
lead
think
is over 300.
they may be just circling for a draw, just as Joel called it. Maybe just playing right into the hands of the Barbados team. And I think you, as a coach and the backroom staff, you have to evaluate. 310, the lead is now 309. You mean Barbados would need 310. If you look at the fantastic stroke play of runs scored in a session, it's unlikely that Barbados will get, let's say, 150 unless they get off to a flyer or opening start that can really put you under some pressure. It's almost like a fearless sort of situation where Guyana feels like, well, hey, this is not, here's another wicket being given away.
Wicket going down.
They're going to declare now. They certainly should be thinking about that. Is that the option? Joel, tell me what's happening there. Anybody? No, somebody else is coming out still. So, sort of strange to me. I'm confused, Sean.
So am I. Holders picked up his 2nd wicket and his 5th overall for the series in 3 matches.
So the score is 103 for 6. So you're likely to, like you're saying, you want to get bowled out here. Sort of strange to me.
But if they want to get bowled out, then try to up the tempo.
Well,
So
they are
you
trying
got-
to up the tempo. That's why they're getting out.
No, not really.
Well, the shots that they're playing, have you seen any good balls that has gotten them out?
No.
So that's what I'm saying. That shot that he played just a while
That was
ago,
a nothing shot.
but he got out.
Yes.
That's the name of cricket. So they're trying to up the tempo. And I can't see them trying to. It's now 4:32 in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda, which means that with 13 overs to go, you still have another 13 overs to go. You'd want to be able to make sure that at least you have a burst this evening, especially with the new ball.
Yes, I totally agree with you.
But I'm not in the backroom staff, so I will sit back in the chair and we will just call the game.
Yeah, that is middle. 5 to come.
Vasami Pomal comes out. He scored 90 in the first innings. The lead is 309. Shema Holder 2 for 24. Much better outing this time around. Big effort there from Jason Holder, but it's gone down to the third man boundary for 4. The West Indies and Barbados captain Craig Brathwaite can ill afford that. Maybe what he really needs is a third man. And once this had been the second boundary that has gone down to the third man area for the day.
And Pomal off the mark immediately with a boundary. Takes the total now to 107. But 6 wickets are down.
We've seen stranger things have happened during this game. Holder is taking a long time to get up. Don't know if he hit his knee, his right knee. Wonder if he's okay. Jackie maybe has to come out. No, looks like he's. No, she was coming and then she changed her mind. She's been on the field. She's gone back off. Maybe he sort of pulled a bone. Jason Holder.
Is he that thin?
Of course he is. He might be tall. It makes it a lot more easier. He still, I think he hit his knee on the ground. Maybe doesn't need Jackie. She's still on the border, still trying to wait, wonder. No, he's down. Again, steered past Holder. Down to the boundary again.
So consecutive boundary, it's 2 balls.
He's got to be
8.
a third. Yeah, he's got to be a third man. He's in no man's land where he is. Can't understand these tactics here by Craig Brathwaite in terms of the field placing. I think he knows better as well too. Is he asking Shamar Holder to bowl short deliveries because he's got a deep backward square out there as well?
Shamar Holder in his 8th over, 2 for 32 so far. Should have had Kevin Sinclair twice in 1 over.
4
and
more?
That's 4 more. So 3 boundaries to the same position and no change in the field. The lead now goes into the 320s. 115 for 6. $325 should be enough. And then you give yourself enough time
Save your energy, Sean.
to bowl the players, to bowl the Bajans out.
Save your energy, save your energy. Doesn't matter. They have a different plan. Certainly not up in your street that you're talking about.
Still no third man. The backward point has gone a little wider, but not close to where those balls went. Is a short ball coming now?
I think that'll be wasted.
The fine leg has come around to long leg, and the backward square has come to forward square on the boundary. That's another boundary in the same area. So 4 fours in the over. And Shamar Holder could have said that he wanted somebody there, because he's bowling and he's bowling the ball in that area. So the Harpy Eagles now 119 for the loss of 6 wickets. And the lead now has gone past 325.
So 16 runs out of the over, a wicket to Shamar Holder, sort of spoiled his figures. He's now 2 for 40 from his 8. Trying to understand the tactics of Craig Brathwaite. Really, still, I'm amused. I look at both captains in this game and question some of their tactics, whether it be defensive or attack.
Well, certainly they can't continue to bat if they're not bowled out, and they reach 350 lead.
Like I said, Sean, I really don't know the objective here of the Guyana team, but they would know best. They know what they're looking at. Certainly doesn't look like they want to bowl this evening. They look like they want to bowl tomorrow morning.
And that will give them less time to bowl out the Bajans, who can't likely.
Yeah, well,
They're not likely to make 325 runs tomorrow.
But it's neither here nor there, Sean, because even if they declare now, they still have 90 overs tomorrow and maybe barring maybe 8 overs today. So
In that time, they could bowl out Barbados.
it wouldn't make a difference anyhow. They would have to bowl real well. And Barbados would have to bat poorly in the second innings.
But they did bowl well in the first innings. And they've got 3 spinners to utilize this pitch, which is going to deteriorate on the last day.
Well, you don't know that, Sean. You sound like you would like it to deteriorate. Down the onside again.
It
Another
will
boundary.
deteriorate.
You'll be here, Sean, and you will see it for yourself. Boundary.
It's already deteriorating. Balls are keeping low now
But
more often.
Sean, there's no perfect
No,
cricket pitch in
yes,
the world.
I'm saying that
How many balls, Sean, have you seen that have throughout the entire game that you can say consistently have just kept low? The odd ball.
the one that had Imlak.
Yeah, but he didn't watch the ball. So you can't blame the wicket on that. He took his eyes off the ball. The ball
But
was
that
banged
ball was supposed to be
But
up.
the ball was banged into the ground and he was ducking, Sean.
Yeah, but he was ducking because
He didn't watch the
anticipated
ball.
the ball would have gone over the stumps, over his head. Anyway,
Let's look at the context of the game. He had to watch the ball. The ball come in, he has to look at the ball. He didn't look at the ball. Took his eyes off the ball and he was out leg before.
Alright, here you go, Joy.
Warren continues. Clipped away to Raffet at short catching position at mid wicket, just on the outskirts of the square.
Craig is asking if somebody needs one more. So I think we more or less just going through the motions here. There's no movement. I think Ghana's plan has changed dramatically. Then they look like they're going to be maybe just batting out the rest of the day. There's no movement to declare the innings. Some 13 overs to go. It could be that maybe Thorne or Smith maybe have a niggle or two. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they maybe not trying to force to go back out this afternoon. We did see during the game in the Barbados first innings that Thorne sort of got a physio came out to check him. So maybe he might be getting some treatment and they maybe want to give their seamers a rest today and then come back tomorrow morning. That's got to be the option. And back themselves to bowl out Barbados with some 90 overs. And that'll be a good game. That'll be a good ploy if they want it to go that way. Over to you, Sean.
McAllister is back and pushed into the onside by Pomal. He stays on 16. He had 4 fours in that 16. It only came from 5 balls, so at least he's looking to score. 17 from Savory. His normal approach would be sedate batting. He's not known for swashbuckling innings.
I think it'll be time enough for us to give an update as to what's happening in the other matches. And at one point in time, young Otley was approaching 100 against the Leeward Islands. Maybe by now he would have hit the button with that one. In fact, as we look, we can see that the combined campuses and colleges have been bowled out for 301. I'll give you the scorecard.
We've
Otley
got-
scored 99. It was bowled by Justin Graves.
We've got some good scores in this round.
So the Leewards, I think that's going to be an exciting game, Sean. That is no mean feat. We go over to Trinidad and Tobago, and the Windward Islands are in trouble, more or less, but they're fighting back. Give you an update in terms of what's happening with that game.
That's the game the Guyana camp is keeping their eye on.
You know, they can't keep their eye on it based on how they're playing.
I agree with you. And they've got to play them next. And they're number one.
This is a long, long, long tournament. Very, very, very long. Windward Islands Volcanoes 191 and 288. I think you have half centuries in that game. I'll give you the, just in case you're wondering what's happening. Half centuries from Salazano and Ambrose in that game. 71 from Ambrose. Shamar Springer got 40. Ryan John 34. Seals and Phillip. Seals 3 for 45. Phillip 2 for 65. And Brian Charles. Long time we haven't heard his name, but he's been there. 2 for 67. Carrie Pate 2 for 67. Terrence Hyde 1 for 30. We go to Sabina Park. That game is building up nicely as well. Combined campuses and colleges. And we see, let me just switch back. Missed that one for a little while. My hand got a little busy there.
And they've got more time because they're an hour behind the Eastern Caribbean.
All right, so we have the West Indies Academy who lead the Jamaica Scorpions by 149 runs. They're 197 for 7 in their second inning, so that game is winding up to be a good game. Aline got 52. Colin Bowen Tuckett is on 45 not out. Joshua James is on 14, so that's a good game.
That's a good delivery also.
Yeah, it certainly is. Let's see where that one landed. Yeah, he's got to watch the ball. He's got to watch the ball. He's got to keep his eyes on it. Every time the ball is banged in short, everybody's turning their head. You can't turn your head when you're facing a fast bowler. Got to either look to drop your arms, but you still have to be able to keep your eyes on the ball. See, he was not in position. It's just
Yeah, that got big on him.
but he was not in position
It reached him faster than he thought.
because he'd made up in his mind that he got a shot delivered before and the other one was going to be banged and he was just going to swing without even looking at the ball.
So the over is completed. 30 overs gone. Harpy Eagles now 124 for 6.
Trinidad and Tobago Red Force require 178 runs to win. They're 8 for 1. Look at that. Final round is going to be an exciting round, Sean.
Yeah. And depending how the Windwards bowl, they could come back and win that match.
It's going to be a big axe anyhow on that track. Wonder if it's turning. Because at Queen's Park Oval, you do expect it to turn. But I like how Warwick on his bowl here so far is taking his time.
He's bowled slower.
Yes,
Yeah.
and you could see that something is happening when he's bowled slow.
Yeah, because he's giving the ball more time to the revolutions are going quicker and the ball will turn more when you bowl slow. But you still got to bowl with variety. Just can't bowl every ball slow.
Big effort there in the field there by Shine, putting his body on the line. Young man who made his debut for Team Barbados Pride. It's always a welcoming opportunity when you get a chance to represent your country. There goes the Jason Gulf swing. That's 34 by the time. Let's see if he's going to have another one again, as Joel Manning called it. Jason Hayden Walsh also plays golf. Alzari is a big golfer as well. Most of the cricketers these days spend some time on the golf course.
Good afternoon to Franklin Stevenson in Barbados. He's got a cricket academy and a golf academy. Very accomplished golf player himself. Was very good with the slow ball. Great exponent of the slow ball. Franklin Stevenson.
You see the Valley Golf Course, you'd have Dr. Sir Richie Richardson, Eileen Baptist, Sylvester Bongson Joseph, Sir Viv when he's here. Mali himself is also not a bad golfer as well. So Bartley. The St. Kitts Open, I think, is this weekend, next weekend. I think it might be next weekend. Well, I think it's Golf Open Championship.
Oh my dear, that was hit hard.
Yeah.
And
Heard when he hit his fingertips there.
yeah,
Umpire Bassurat had to scamper out of the way.
lucky thing it was his right hand, not his bowling hand. Tomorrow in Guyana, the two-day First Division tournament, the GCIS Trophy Stall in Georgetown, will be played at Maltinos, GCC, where Muhammad Ali plays for. Ali Muhammad, Ronaldo Ali Muhammad, plays for GCC, and they will play Guyana.
Here in Antigua and Barbuda, the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association semi-final action will kick off at the Piggott Sporting Complex. Piggott Squashers will be taking on Empire Nation. That's a big game. And PIC Liberta Blackhawks, they will take on the fast improving Jennings Tigers. So semi-final action. Kadeem Phillip, who you see here, the groundsman, he plays for PIC Liberta Blackhawks, and he's been having not too bad season. That's the home club of Kareem Agor, Kofi James, Raheem Cornwall. Raheem, in fact, last weekend would have played some two-day cricket before going back to St. Kitts. Javier Spencer, Kareem Agor. Joel Anjo plays for the Piggott Sports Club. So quite a number of players. In fact, even Nathan Edwards from St. Martin, he plays for Empire Nation in the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament, and lucky not to have made his first class debut as yet, either for the combined campuses and colleges or for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. Contracted young man. But we're back with the action here.
127 for 6. Their run rate just over 4. And that's hit away down towards the mid-wicket boundary, and that's 4 more. So they're going, they're looking, I think, to reach a lead of 350.
They're not going to declare this evening, Sean. I don't see any movement of anything happening down there in the dugout. I think they're contented that they will maybe just get bowled out. There's 11 overs to go. Neither 330, 340 or 350 makes a difference right now to the Guyana backroom staff. They may be thinking something else that we're not thinking about. So Bradford has now gone on the semi-defensive mode.
McAllister bowls a ball that has Pomal jumping back, and it didn't bounce as much as he would have anticipated. It went by to be taken by the keeper. Lucky thing that wasn't on the line of the stumps.
Well, if you know Versame Pomal, he was just thinking about just getting bat on.
To steer it
Yeah,
to third man.
just steer it
And
down to
there's a
third
third
man.
man now.
So you know what he was. You know what his intentions are going to be. So he's got a boundary in this over. So let's see what his body language will be.
On top of it and clipping it, looking for the second, but that's all he'll do. Look, explore the possibility, and
Something,
aboard the ID.
something I've observed, Sean. Savory has batted for 45 balls, but he's not rotated the strike. Unlike you could see Versame Pomal just come tuck it and get a single. Savory has just be contented to just block.
Well, Savory is a batter similar to Chandra Paul, not as the standard of Chandra Paul's batting, but similar in style and approach.
You know, you can't bat all day, Sean, and not get runs. You've got to be able to look to push the ball into the gaps. Got to know, how can I get a single? That's what you have to assess here. Vast acres of land here. You've got to be able to work out how you're going to get a single.
Just hit the ball between the gaps, rotate the strike. And there is a 4.
Kadim.
Don't need a single when
Just
you can
looks
get a
like-
4.
Yeah. It was wide.
Yeah. Short and wide. And that's his favorite shot. And that's the shot that most times get him out. He loves the cut. Most short people like to play on the back foot. They like to pull and cut.
The partnership so far has quickly gone from 33 to 27 deliveries, and maybe Craig Bartlett is not bothered by what's happening.
This is playing into his hands. Can't lose. If they, well, they could lose still.
342. Stranger things have happened, Sean. And I'm sure you've been around a cricket game, you know that.
Well, you see now some intent being shown.
You know, every time you talk about intention, something else different
Yeah.
happens. So please. That's why I told you to leave it alone. As we would say, control the controllables. Over completed.
That's over.
10 overs to go. And in Antigua and Barbuda, it's 4:55. Expect to maybe go right down to 5:30 today. The sunlight has been right up. So almost like if we recap and we rewind, we could say maybe we just came here this morning at 9 o'clock. Sun blazing down as it's setting here in Antigua.
And with Warren bowling at one end, the possibility is that we'll get through those overs. He's the only spinner in the Barbados side, well, apart from Braffett, who's got a 6-wicket haul in Test cricket.
Now, Versame Pomal is rehearsing his inside-out shot. Like Holder, practicing his golf shot. Versame is deciding I'm going to split the long off and the cover. Hit the ball right by Kadim Phillip. Maybe he's going to look to tee off here. Let's see what's going to happen. Dorish and Holder assisting the captain, Craig Bartlett, to get the angles right.
Bowled him. Down the track, played over the ball, beaten in the flight.
Have they declared?
Maybe.
Moti coming out. Jeez. They're not serious, Sean.
So Moti now has come out. Pomal, who made 90, his highest first class score, unbeaten innings in the first innings, has been bowled now.
Don't mind that. Stop running.
136 for 7.
Maybe they're going to bowl 5 overs this evening, Sean.
Yeah, that's if they get bowled out.
You've been very optimistic, Sean. I'm just trying to keep a conversation with you to keep you going.
No, that's what I said. If they get bowled out, that's the only way they might bowl 5 overs.
Oh, my. They're certainly on the card of getting bowled out. 136 for 7. You question the tactics here of the backroom staff. But they know best. By tomorrow afternoon, we might sit down here and look back at it and say, well, hey, they
We
were
were
right.
all wrong. Yeah, we were wrong and they were right.
A lot of chatter taking place since Moti has come out.
But I still believe if the weather is fine and everything, Barbados are likely to be bowled out tomorrow.
Well, the way Shane Dawes was batting today, you have to be very careful. If Shane Dawes comes out in that fashion mood tomorrow, you never know.
But then the match would be drawn.
Oh my.
Hit the ball high into the air,
No,
and he's
no,
going to be out first ball.
No, Sean. They're
They
declaring now this
must be
time.
declaring now.
There's no indication?
Yes, they are both going off. So they've declared. Warrington gets a gift of a wicket.
So why Mooti came out if they're declaring?
He came out looking to get the score going.
So, the Guyana Happy Eaters have declared the innings on 136 for 8. It will give the Barbados pride. They would need 343 runs. And as Sean called it right, I think on the break he'll take off about a couple overs?
Yeah,
Two overs. So 7 overs they will have to bowl. So Sean, I wasn't too bad. I did say that. They will bowl 5 overs. So we see in terms of what's happening. So just before you go, Sean, let's give a recap. And hold on, let me just give a recap in terms of what's happening around the region. Leeward Islands require 306 runs to win. They're 10 without loss. Okay, so we can move from that, Sean, and we can go to what's happening with the Guyana Happy Eagles and the Barbados Pride. So, folks, just let me pull up my screen on my computer so you'll have an idea. So, the Guyana Happy Eagles, 136 for 8 declared in 32.2 overs. Tej Chandapal scored 20, Nandu 1, Imlak 9, Anderson 33, Sinclair 25, Savory 22 not out, Ali Mohammed 1, Vasami Pumal 24, Moti not. Bowling figures, Warwick 3 for 32, Holder 2 for 40, Jason Holder 1 for 15, and McAllister 2 for 21. Okay, so we switch from that and we will go and give you an idea in terms of what has been happening. Barbados Pride would need 343 to win, so we know that. So let's go quickly, Sean, before we take a little quick water break. Trinidad and Tobago require 178 more runs to win 8 wickets. They're 8 for 2. So Sean is right. That game is going to be poised for action. West Indies Academy against Jamaica. What's happening there? West Indies Academy, 220 for 7. Let's go to the scorecard and give you an update in terms of what's happening. What is happening is that Colin Boyne Tuckett is on 59 not out. And he's supported by Joshua James on 23. Tuckett, 59, 105 balls, 6 fours, 1 6. So something is happening in that area. We switch now, Sean. So we've covered Sabina Park in Jamaica, Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad. We've covered here, and we've also covered the Sir Frank Warwell Memorial Center. We will take a break, and when we come back, we'll have 7 overs before the night's play. Will we get in the 7? We don't know.
Well, welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua, where the sun is still shining in all its glory, and Guyana taking the field for the last innings of the match. Barbados set an improbable 343 to win from 7 overs and 3 full sessions on the last day. Guyana batted first, inserted by Barbados, and they made 336, and then they made 138, 8 declared in the end, just declaring, and Barbados in their first innings were bowled out for 230, which was highlighted by a wonderful century. And, well, leaves Barbados now to get 343. Can they do it? Can Guyana bowl them out? Can the match be drawn?
But there are a lot of scenarios that you've just worked out, Sean, but the main scenario is who is starting for Guyana?
Isaiah Turn.
All right, let's look at the field placing, Sean. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a leg slip, a short. I don't want even to call it a short leg, Sean. It's going down. It was a peel. Everybody could have seen Savory moving, going down the leg side. I'm looking, Sean, at where Nando is, and I don't know if he's going to catch something there.
You'd never see Clayton Lambert or Desmond Haynes or Gus Logie or Fawad Bacchus at forward short leg. That's not a forward short leg. That's a short square leg.
I love that, Sean. Beautiful description. Ton. Rhythm just not right.
So Guyana starting with 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, wide space between the backward point and the man at wide mid-off. There's also on the onside a leg gully, a forward short leg, which is not really a forward short leg, it's too far back, and mid-on, and the fine leg on the boundary.
Something is not right.
He had his left ankle heavily taped up.
Yes. Well, it's something that is, when he's come back from South Africa, that I have observed. And the footholds there, from our camera vantage point, Sean, look a little worrying. Maybe that could be playing on Ton's mind. You'll have to focus. Ball pitched on the stump, turned by Brathwaite, diving effort by Machu Nandu, a short square leg, keeps Brathwaite a knot.
Fielding a short square leg with a helmet.
Ton just remarking his run, just for safety.
What time does the sun go down in Antigua usually at this time of the year?
Well, what's the time now? It's 5:12, so it's gonna hold up. Maybe by 5:30, you might still be there. In here, I'm talking about.
For the third time now,
yeah.
he's missed his run.
Yeah.
Pulled up.
Yeah, well, it's just maybe the rhythm, more or less. If it's not right, don't go through. It's just, if you haven't got a good start, then don't worry about it.
Torn.
I saw that no ball coming.
To Brathwaite, no ball.
Yeah, I saw that. I just how he was ambling up, he overstepped. I think Savory needs to go. Now he's going there. He needs to go and have a conversation with the young man, find out what is happening. Can he make it? If he can't make it, then just he's talking about the run up, the footholds there.
Yeah, 2 without loss, 1 single and 1 for the no ball.
Also, Mr. Bassarat is also checking the foothold as well. Looks a little deep from where we're looking at.
And maybe just as he takes 2 steps, he runs into that barred area
Yeah.
and disrupts his rhythm and his run.
Got to do some overnight work maybe on that area.
Turn passes Bassarat and a wild shot there played down the leg side, but no danger in the end. Was looking for a big shot. Zachary McCaskey.
Thorne, 19 and growing. Could see maybe developing like a Colin Croft in terms of his stature. It's going to be a huge guy.
Yeah, Colin Croft. He would love to join Colin Croft as a West Indies Test player.
And that's in the making in 2 years' time.
Yeah,
We certainly will be seeing Thorne.
yeah. Oh. Once he's handled correctly, he will, in the end, play international cricket. As this one is edged close to the boundary. Good stop there, though.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed.
Yeah.
Bay of it. Sinclair goes across to applaud him. That's good team spirit. He's a leader. Kevin Sinclair, except that he got outfoxed twice in this game by Jamal Warrican. Bold and caught and bowled.
In recent times, Barbados has produced most of the Guyana fast bowlers. Shamar Joseph, the latest one to play Test cricket, he's from Barbados, but plays his cricket at Everest now. So does Kevin Sinclair. So does Rutherford. So does Hetemaya. So does Chandrapal Nandu.
Sort of looking at this Barbados lineup too, and we see a whole list of Wanderers players. Some close to 10 players from Wanderers in Barbados.
Most of the players I'm talking about have been recently going over to Everest. Everest is the most vibrant club in Guyana
Why so, Sean?
because of the infrastructure development and the funding. And they've got good members who fund the club. The sports minister is a member of Everest. He played left arm, he bowled left arm spin for them in first division cricket.
So you think club cricket is being challenged in Guyana as we speak right now?
Yeah. Not enough first division cricket is played.
I think it's a major problem right around the Caribbean.
And in Guyana, the problem is the availability of grounds. GCC, Maltinos, Police, GDF, and of course Everest are the available grounds for first division. Of course, they've got smaller grounds that they use for second division cricket. But sometimes those grounds are not available for weekend cricket. They've got some other activity on them.
So what would you like to see happening, Sean, where the association is being able to have an aligned 3 consistent grounds so they can maybe rotate their play?
Yeah, they've got to give the grounds their schedule in advance, because during this time it's hard to get funding, and they've got to find ways to fund their club to maintain it. So other than cricket, those activities provide more funding from the cricket, because when you play cricket at a club level, you've got to buy balls, you've got to buy lunch, you've got to pay for the umpires. It's a costly thing for a club. But on the other hand, if you don't have a lot of first division cricket, then where would the first division players play? That's why they keep going to America, going to Trinidad. And in Barbados, it's worse, because since 2018, they have not played first division 2-day cricket. Ball outside the line of the off stump again, keeping a bit low. Smith also from Barbados looks as Ali Mohammed, who is from GCC in Demerara in the city. Two slips on the gully. And that's turned into the onside. And Brafitt will come back for two. Yeah.
Is Niall Smith on the back?
Niall Smith. Let me see.
Because Ronaldo Ali Mohammed is bowling,
Yeah.
so it doesn't look like Smith is on the park. And I wonder if maybe that is what delayed the Guyana team in maybe trying to declare the innings a lot more earlier.
There's Chandra Paul there at backward point.
I don't see Smith.
Pomal at mid-off. Moti at mid-on. Nandu on the bat. Isaiah turn on the long leg boundary.
Perez is at the backward point.
No, that's Chandra Paul.
Okay, so, but I still don't see Smith.
Yeah, see Sinclair. At gully. And Smith certainly won't be in the slip cordon. So Smith is definitely off.
So who's on for Smith now?
Should be Perez because he's the best of the fielders. That's a wayward delivery. Close or wide in a one. That would certainly be wide in a one-day game. And it's gone for 4. So 5 byes. Takes the score now to into double figures. 10 without loss. Four byes. If it was a wide, it would have been 5.
Is this Perez coming down into the slip area?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Torn is pulled. In fact, Niall Smith is now
Yeah.
bowling now. So Anderson is off the field.
Yes, Anderson.
Kevlin Anderson
Yeah.
is off the field.
Yeah.
So they've pulled Torn out of the attack, and now Smith will try to see if he can.
Make some inroads.
Oh, he's also having the same problem as well too.
So one Barbadian fast bowler replaces another in the attack. Of course, John Trim was the first fast bowler from Barbados to play Test cricket way back in the 1950s. And then in more contemporary times, remember Brandon Bess, who played one match for the West Indies in Barbados when 2 of the fast bowlers were injured on the morning. He was at the academy having breakfast. That's the only test match he ever played. He is also from Barbados. This is short and pulled away down towards the mid-on boundary. And that means that he was in total control, Zachary McCaskey, pulling the ball in front of square. So that means he's seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit.
I think it was almost like a throwdown practice.
Yeah. And that must be why Guyana was scared to declare earlier.
We hope that is the right excuse.
I don't know if it's the official excuse.
That's what I said. Notice what I said.
Yeah.
We hope.
And that's edged away between the first and second slip and down to the boundary for 4. So it's Perez at second slip. And it went between him and the skipper. They're going to strengthen the slip cord now, putting Chandra Paul there. So it's 3 slips now on a gully. Total 18 without loss. 325 now required. Smith bowls a nice juicy full toss, and McCaskey just leans forward and strokes it pleasantly to the boundary. So consecutive boundaries, contrasting boundaries. The first one was an edge, and the second one was well played. Classical shot.
I think that end, Sean, seems to be a worrying end because Smith was gingerly running up and maybe still concentrating on the footholds, and because of that, just bowls, some friendly deliveries there. That was a low full toss, which was put away nicely by McCaskey. And maybe something that Savory will maybe have to look at and examine.
Smith, who plays for Bormine in Barbados, bowled short and wide and smashed away square. And that's 3 boundaries in a row for McCaskey. Total going up to 26 without loss.
That was Moti. Went to the right side of him.
Colin Cross, our most illustrious fast bowler, Guyana has produced. Orders to play Test cricket. Colin Croft, as Brandon Best, he just played 1 test from Blairmont on the West Bank.
What about Ryan King?
Yeah, Ryan King also. And of course, from Essequibo, Kimo Paul. He's played Test cricket. Played a handful of Test matches. This is a ball outside the line of the off stump. A little movement away, but no threat of challenging the off stump, and the keeper took it.
No, I think the Guyana team is going to have a challenge here, Sean. They're going into the next game, which means that any niggle to these fast bowlers, you're away from home. Who's the backup fast bowler in this line, in this squad?
No, there's no backup fast bowler. Both of the players who are out.
One is a batsman, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a cause of concern for the Guyana selectors. Maybe they need an extra player, maybe if they're going to be having these games away.
Well, Perez and Ashkai Prasad are the 2 left out of this game.
We are 13,
Both
maybe
are batsmen.
Yeah, maybe we need 14 rather than 13. Especially when you're away from home, so far away from home.
And you're going to play consecutive matches.
Yes, yeah. Over completed. 4 of us to go. So in a nutshell, McCaskey has gotten off to a flyer. 18, 4 boundaries. 4 gifted boundaries, more or less.
Well, 3 gifted boundaries. 1 found the edge and went past the slip, down to 3rd man. But they've got to be careful here that they don't get away. And like tomorrow, they've got less than 300 runs to get.
Still a lot.
Yeah.
It's really going to be a lot, especially when Sinclair and
Yeah.
Permal and Moti come into
so
action.
there could only be a draw or a Guyana win. It's difficult. That's why I said improbable target of 343.
But you never know, because somebody can come out and play a blinder for Barbados.
That's why I didn't say impossible.
You just never know. The West Indies Test captain, he's listening to you, Sean, and he must be saying, well, I'm going to surprise Sean.
Well, he wouldn't surprise me if he makes 100. But the others will be out and leave him there. He's got 100 in the tournament already, which shows that despite his lack of form, and a lovely shot there, down the ground, through mid-off, as Turn switched to the commentary box and pitched up. And delightful shot there from the West Indies captain.
And I personally feel that Permal needs to be right where he is right now. He needs to be in that position, because Craig Brathwaite tends to push the ball down the ground. He doesn't tend to drive the ball to cover. So if Thorne is going to bowl that line, then you have to give him the protection.
Yeah.
The third slip now comes out to cover.
When you come down from the test level to regional level, even if you're out of form, you're supposed to be able to dominate.
One thing I can tell you,
And
Sean,
he did dominate
about
in
regional
100
cricket.
100
When
runs.
Craig Brathwaite plays in regional cricket, he's going to score 100. He's going to
Yes.
score big.
That's what I'm saying, that when you come down to a regional, even if you're struggling at the international level, you should make runs at the regional level. Especially our regional level, where the standard is not so high. There are good quality players in most of the teams, if not all. But collectively, the standard is not that high as the other test playing nations. 2 slips going down, and that's short and appealing, maybe more enthusiasm than anything else.
I think you have to work with what you have. You can't look at what somebody doesn't have. This is what the West Indies have, and
But we've got to
It's-
develop it into something better.
yeah, but you only can develop if people are given an opportunity. Most of these players, this is the first time that they'll be playing
Not the
first-class
players
cricket.
I'm talking
What
about.
you talking about?
The systems.
Well,
and
the system starts with the
facilities.
territories, Sean.
Yeah.
So
Well, I agree with you.
yeah, you can't blame the system starts with the territories.
I'm not blaming the CWI.
You raised a point today about the club structure in Guyana. Maybe how many clubs that play first division cricket in Guyana?
8
Maybe it needs to cut down to 4.
in Georgetown. And those are all good clubs, maybe, except maybe 1 or 2.
Maybe the quality is maybe not there in Guyana to have 8 first division clubs. That's something that the organizers will seriously have to look, because sometimes we want to continue tradition when we don't have the product.
That's why I'm not blaming the players. I'm blaming.
No, I was just making an
Yeah.
analysis as to how you can improve.
Yeah, certainly. And that's just Georgetown.
It's almost the same thing in club cricket in Barbados. There's a major concern. A lot of the clubs, the survival of the clubs.
4 overs have been completed.
You can say the same thing in Trinidad and Tobago. So everywhere you go around the Caribbean, the traditionalist clubs look as if they have called it, Sean, for the day.
Yeah, so 31 without loss in 4 overs, 312 runs more required. Isaiah, none for 9 from 2 overs. Zachary McCaskey, not out on 18, and Craig Brathwaite, not out on 8.
So, Sean, it's been a long day for us. The Barbados Pride will require 312 runs on the final day. Some repair work will have to take place. And Kadim Phillip is walking out now with his hammer and some clay at Stumps. Barbados Pride are 31 without loss. 4 overs bowled on behalf of the entire team. Joel Manning, Mally Richards, Sean Devers, and Vernon A. Springer, along with Jason on the 360 crew and our camera guy. We also had a special guest today, the man himself. I call him Doctor. So Philip Spooner, he was in-house with us talking about the Cricket World Cup coming to the United States of America and the Caribbean. On behalf of the entire team, we sign out today and tell you, be safe, even if you're going out to party tonight, and be careful. Talk to you sometime tomorrow, Saturday, guys.